The Apartment Above the Florist. By Aressa. Chapter 1, Inheritance and Ashes. The funeral flowers had lasted longer than Iris expected. 3 weeks later, they still slumped in their vases throughout petals and thorns, brown-edged and drooping but refusing to fully die. Iris knew she should throw them out. She knew the irony of a florist letting arrangements rot in her own shop was almost laughable. She knew that every time a potential customer peered through the window and saw those skeletal roses, those withered lilies, they kept walking. She couldn't bring herself to touch them. They were the last flowers Aunt Viv would ever receive, even if Viv had been too dead to receive them. Even if Iris had been the one to arrange half of them herself, hands shaking, the morning of the service. Even if she'd cried so hard while wiring the standing spray that Pooja had to take over, muttering in Hindi under her breath while Iris sobbed into a dish towel in the back room. The shop smelled like decay trying to masquerade as potpourri. Iris sat cross-legged on the floor behind the counter, surrounded by 3 years of paperwork that she'd found shoved into a filing cabinet held together with duct tape and spite. Invoices, receipts, vendor contracts, tax documents, all of it in Aunt Viv's cramped handwriting, organized according to some system that had died with her. Okay, Iris muttered, sorting a stack of invoices by date. Or trying to. Half of them weren't dated. This is fine. This is totally fine. People run businesses all the time without having nervous breakdowns on the floor. Her phone buzzed. Pooja's name lit up the screen. Still alive? Iris typed back one-handed, still clutching an invoice from 2019 for baby's breath. Thriving. Living my best life. Definitely not having a crisis. That's exactly what someone having a crisis would say. How's the ER? Busy. Guy came in with a light bulb stuck somewhere unfortunate. How's the shop? Iris looked around at the wilting funeral flowers, the scattered paperwork, the ancient cash register that had stopped working yesterday, the crack in the front window she couldn't afford to fix, the water stain spreading across the ceiling from the apartment upstairs. Great. She typed. Everything's great. 3 dots appeared, pulsed, disappeared. Then, liar. I'm coming over after my shift with wine. I have a meeting with the lawyer tomorrow morning. Then you especially need wine. Iris set the phone down and pressed her palms against her eyes. The lawyer. Right. The mysterious clause in Aunt Viv's will that she'd been trying very hard not to think about for 3 weeks. The shop wasn't just hers. She owned 50%. Someone else owned the other 50%. Someone Iris had never heard of, someone the lawyer wouldn't name over the phone, someone who apparently had to agree to any and all decisions about the business going forward. A silent partner. A stranger. Someone Aunt Viv had trusted enough to split her life's work with, but had never once mentioned to Iris. Not that Iris and Aunt Viv had mentioned much of anything to each other for the past 6 years. Iris grabbed another invoice and forced herself to focus. This one was dated, at least. March 2021. Roses, bulk order, for, she squinted at Viv's handwriting. Mrs. Kowalski's funeral. Her grandmother. Viv's mother. The funeral Iris hadn't been invited to because she'd already been cut off by then. The funeral that happened 3 months after Iris had sent the family a letter explaining that she was transgender, that she was Iris now, that she'd started hormones and could they please use the right name and pronouns. The letter had been returned unopened. Well. Not by everyone. Aunt Viv had sent her own letter. Iris still had it, though she hadn't looked at it in years. Couldn't bear to. 3 sentences, in Viv's blunt handwriting. I need time to process this. Please respect that. I'll contact you when I'm ready. She never had. And now Iris was sitting in Viv's shop, her shop, 50% hers, surrounded by Viv's filing system and Viv's funeral flowers and Viv's silence, trying to understand what the inheritance meant. Apology? Guilt? Some final passive-aggressive twist of the knife? The lawyer had read one line from Viv's will over the phone, the only line that specifically mentioned Iris by name. To my niece, Iris Kowalski, I leave 50% ownership of Petals and Thorns, with the hope that she will understand why. Understand why? As if Iris understood anything about why Viv had done any of this. Why she'd chosen silence over reconciliation. Why she'd let 6 years pass without a single word. Why she'd died alone in this apartment above the shop at 68 years old, and Iris hadn't even known she was sick until the lawyer called. "Stop it," Iris said out loud. Her voice echoed in the empty shop. "Stop spiraling. You have work to do." The paperwork wasn't going to organize itself. The shop wasn't going to save itself. The mysterious partner wasn't going to conveniently disappear. And Iris wasn't going to fall apart, because if she fell apart now, what was the point of any of it? She'd fought too hard to become herself. She'd lost her entire family except for Aunt Viv, and then she'd lost Aunt Viv too, and then Viv had died and somehow left her this shop, this impossible responsibility, this chance to prove. What? That she was worth something? That she could build something lasting? That her aunt should have chosen her 6 years ago? Iris didn't know. She just knew she couldn't fail. She worked until her back ached and her eyes burned and the stack of sorted invoices looked exactly as chaotic as when she'd started. The funeral flowers watched her like silent judges. The water stain on the ceiling seemed to spread while she wasn't looking. The streetlight outside flickered and died, and Iris realized it was past midnight. She should go upstairs. Eat something. Sleep. Be a functional human being with a normal relationship to business ownership and inherited trauma. Instead, she got up, joints cracking, and walked to the back room to make coffee. The back room was tiny, barely space for a utility sink, a mini fridge, a hot plate, and the ancient coffee maker Iris was pretty sure predated her birth. She filled the carafe with water, measured out coffee grounds with shaking hands, and waited for the machine to wheeze to life. While it burbled and dripped, she leaned against the counter and let herself look around the shop properly. It was a mess. That was the kind truth. The actual truth was that it was dying. The paint was peeling. The display coolers were from the 1990s and ran so loud that Iris had to shout to be heard when they kicked on. Half the overhead lights were burned out. The floor tiles were cracked. The bathroom door didn't lock. The whole place smelled like old water and funeral flowers and something musty Iris couldn't identify. But the bones were good. The big front windows let in beautiful natural light. The original tin ceiling was still intact under the water damage. The wood floors were solid oak under decades of scuff marks. The location was decent, right on Main Street in a neighborhood that was trying very hard to gentrify itself into relevance. And the apartment upstairs. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen, a living room with good light. Empty now. Viv's things already cleared out by some estate service the lawyer had arranged. Iris had only been up there once since the funeral. It had felt like trespassing. The coffee maker beeped. Iris poured herself a mug, added too much sugar and the last of the creamer from the mini fridge, and carried it back to the front counter. The paperwork waited. The meeting with the lawyer waited. The mysterious partner waited. The impossible task of saving a failing business Iris barely knew how to run waited. She sat back down on the floor, pulled out a fresh stack of invoices, and got to work. By 2 a.m, she'd made a spreadsheet. It was a terrible spreadsheet, full of gaps and question marks and cells highlighted in red where numbers didn't make sense, but it existed. Progress. By 3 a.m, she'd calculated the shop's current debt. Then she'd recalculated it, because surely she'd made a mistake. Then she'd checked a third time and confirmed that no, the shop was exactly as underwater as she'd feared. By 4 a.m, she'd drafted a preliminary business plan on the back of an old order form. Or the skeleton of one, anyway. Modernize the aesthetic. Focus on weddings and events. Build a social media presence. Offer custom design services. Partner with local wedding planners. Maybe do workshops. Something. Anything. By 5 in the morning, she was crying again, quiet tears that dripped onto the paperwork and smudged Aunt Viv's handwriting. "I don't know what you wanted," Iris whispered to the empty shop, to the funeral flowers, to the ghost of a woman who'd rejected her and then inexplicably left her everything. "I don't know if this is forgiveness or punishment or just, I don't know. But I'm going to try. Okay? I'm going to try." The shop didn't answer. It never did. Iris finished her coffee, now cold. She stacked the paperwork into something resembling order. She shut down the spreadsheet and closed her laptop. She looked at the funeral flowers one more time, and this time, she crossed the shop and started gathering them up. They came apart in her hands, petals falling, stems breaking, the water in the vases murky and foul-smelling. She carried them to the dumpster out back, all of them, and threw them away. Every last one. When she came back inside, the shop looked emptier. Sadder. But also cleaner. Ready for something new. Iris locked the front door, turned off the lights, and climbed the stairs to the apartment. Her apartment now, supposedly. Though it still smelled like Viv's rose-scented hand soap and the lavender sachets she'd kept in all the drawers. She collapsed into bed, Viv's bed, that Iris really needed to replace, without changing clothes. Tomorrow she'd meet the partner. Tomorrow she'd figure out what the hell Aunt Viv had been thinking. Tomorrow she'd start actually saving this business instead of just sitting in its ruins crying. Tonight, she let herself be tired. She fell asleep still wearing her jeans and her cardigan and her chipped nail polish, one hand curled under her cheek, the other clutching her phone like an anchor. In the morning, everything would change. She just didn't know how much. Chapter 2, The Carpenter's Silence. Delaney Frost had built her life around control. The workshop reflected that. Every tool hung in its designated place on the pegboard wall, outlines traced in permanent marker so she'd know immediately if something was missing. The workbench was clean, swept clear of sawdust at the end of every day. Her project notebook sat at perfect right angles to the table saw. Even the scrap wood was organized by size and type, stacked neatly in bins she'd built herself. Control meant safety. Safety meant survival. She ran her hand along the cabinet she'd been working on for the past week, white oak, dovetail joints, custom fitted to hold vinyl records for a client in Providence. The wood was smooth under her calloused fingers, the joints tight and perfect. Good work. Work she could be proud of, even if only 3 people would ever know she'd made it. That was how she preferred it. Anonymous. Private. Safe. The client had found her through a friend of a friend of a friend, the same way all her clients found her now. Word of mouth, quiet recommendations, nothing in writing beyond the contract and invoice. No website. No social media. No public presence at all. She used to have a website. Used to have business cards with her name and photo. Used to think visibility meant success. That was before. Delaney pushed the thought away and focused on the cabinet. She needed to attach the shelves today, then sand everything one final time before applying the finish. 2 more days of work, maybe 3 if her hands were bad. Her phone buzzed on the workbench. She ignored it. Probably a spam call. The only people who had her number were June, her physical therapist, Mrs. Chen, who'd hired her to rebuild her porch last summer, and the handful of other clients who'd earned her trust enough to get a callback number. The phone buzzed again. Then a 3rd time. Delaney picked it up, frowning. Not a call. A notification from the mail tracking app. Certified letter delivered to her P.O. box. Signature required. She set down the sandpaper she'd been reaching for. Certified letters meant government agencies or lawyers. Neither was good. The workshop suddenly felt too small, too quiet. She grabbed her keys and jacket and headed out. The post office was a 10-minute drive from her workshop, located in a converted garage behind the house she rented in a neighborhood that minded its own business. She'd chosen this place specifically because her elderly landlord didn't ask questions and the nearest neighbor was a 1/4 mile away. Inside the post office, she signed for the letter without making eye contact with the clerk. Thick envelope, expensive paper, return address from a law firm in the city. Her stomach dropped. She made it back to her truck before opening it. Her hands were steady, she'd learned to control that too, but her heart hammered against her ribs. The letterhead read, Whitmore and Associates, Estate Planning and Probate Law. Estate planning. Someone had died. She scanned the first paragraph, and the world tilted sideways. Dear Ms. Frost. We regret to inform you of the passing of Vivian Kowalski, who named you as a beneficiary in her last will and testament. Viv was dead. Delaney stared at the words until they blurred. Then she kept reading. 50% ownership of the business known as Petals Thorns, located at 412 Main Street, co-ownership with Ms. Iris Kowalski, Ms. Vivian Kowalski's niece, mandatory 6-month partnership evaluation period. Your presence is required at our offices tomorrow, May 15th, at 10 a.m. No. Delaney read it again. Then a third time. The words didn't change. Viv had left her half of the flower shop. The flower shop on Main Street. The flower shop with the big front windows and the apartment upstairs and the location in the middle of the busiest street in the city. The most public place Viv could have possibly chosen. And she had to share it with someone named Iris. Viv's niece. Someone Delaney had never met, never heard of, someone who probably had no idea who Delaney was or why Viv would leave half her business to a carpenter. The letter included a card with the lawyer's contact information and a handwritten note at the bottom. Ms. Kowalski has already been notified. We look forward to meeting with you both tomorrow to discuss the terms of the inheritance. Delaney's phone rang. She jumped, nearly dropped it. June's name on the screen. She let it go to voicemail. She couldn't talk right now. Couldn't explain this. The truck cab felt too hot despite the cool May morning. She rolled down the window and forced herself to breathe. In for 4 counts. Hold for 4. Out for 4. The technique June had taught her for managing panic. It didn't work. Viv was dead. Viv, who'd hired her 5 years ago to build custom shelving for the shop's back room and had never once asked about Delaney's past. Viv, who'd paid her in cash and never put her name on any public invoices. Viv, who'd sometimes left her alone in the shop to work and trusted her not to steal anything. Viv, who'd been the closest thing to family Delaney had left. And Viv had left her the shop. Half of it, anyway. Along with a partner. Along with a requirement to run a public-facing business for 6 months before she could sell her share. 6 months of visibility. 6 months of existing where anyone could find her. 6 months of risking everything she'd built in the 4 years since the incident. Delaney looked at the letter again, searching for a loophole. There had to be a way out. She could refuse the inheritance. People did that, didn't they? Just signed it away, walked away, stayed safe. But then she reached the final paragraph. Please note that refusal of this bequest will result in the entire business passing to Ms. Iris Kowalski, along with a personal letter from Ms. Vivian Kowalski to be delivered to you posthumously. Ms. Kowalski specified that she hoped you would choose to honor her wishes by accepting the partnership. A letter. Viv had written her a letter. Delaney's throat tightened. She hadn't cried in 3 years, not since the day she deleted her business website and stopped answering her phone and rebuilt her entire life around invisibility, but she felt dangerously close now. Viv had known. Somehow, Viv had known what this inheritance would cost. And she'd done it anyway. Why? Delaney drove to her physical therapy appointment on autopilot, the letter folded in her jacket pocket like a ticking bomb. June's office was in a medical complex on the east side of the city, tucked between a dentist and a pediatrician. Delaney had been coming here every other week for 4 years, ever since the construction accident that had shattered her left knee and ended her career in commercial carpentry. The accident had been the beginning of the end. The media attention had been the actual end. June was waiting in the treatment room, her black hair pulled back in its usual low ponytail, wearing navy scrubs and the calm expression that never changed no matter what Delaney said or didn't say. "You're tense today," June said, before Delaney had even finished settling onto the treatment table. "More than usual." Delaney stretched out her left leg, feeling the familiar ache in her knee. "Bad morning. Want to talk about it?" "No." June nodded, didn't push. That was why Delaney kept coming back. June understood boundaries. The session was the same as always: assisted stretches, resistance exercises, manual therapy that hurt in the specific way that meant healing. Delaney focused on her breathing, on the controlled movements, on anything except the letter burning a hole in her pocket. "Your range of motion is improving," June said, guiding Delaney's knee through a careful rotation. "You've been doing the home exercises?" "Yeah." "Pain level today?" 4 out of 10. A lie. It was closer to 6, but Delaney had learned that admitting to high pain numbers meant longer appointments and more questions. June's hands were warm and steady on her knee. Professional touch. Safe touch. The only kind Delaney allowed these days. "How's work?" June asked. Standard question. Safe question. Delaney usually gave a standard answer: fine. Busy. Good. Today, she heard herself say, someone died. June's hands stilled. "I'm sorry." "Someone close to you?" "Close as I get these days." A pause. June resumed the gentle manipulation of Delaney's joint. "Do you want to tell me about them?" Did she? Delaney stared at the ceiling, at the motivational poster about the body's capacity for healing, and considered it. "She was a client," Delaney said finally. "Years ago. She hired me for small jobs sometimes. Didn't ask questions. That was important to you." "Yeah. And now?" "Now she's dead. And she left me something I can't accept." June worked in silence for a moment, then said quietly, "Can't? Or don't want to?" Delaney's jaw tightened. "Same thing. Is it?" She didn't answer. June didn't push. At the end of the session, June gave her the usual printout of home exercises and the usual reminder to ice the knee if the pain flared. Then she said, "Delaney, whatever this thing is that you can't accept, if you need to talk about it, I'm here. Not as your PT. Just as someone who gives a damn." Delaney took the printout, nodded, and left. She drove home the long way, avoiding Main Street even though it added 15 minutes to the trip. She didn't want to see the flower shop. Didn't want to think about what it would mean to walk through that door tomorrow and meet Viv's niece and sign whatever papers the lawyer put in front of her. She couldn't do it. She wouldn't do it. She'd go to the meeting, refuse the inheritance, get the letter from Viv, and walk away. Stay safe. Stay invisible. Stay in control. But when she got home and sat in her empty living room with the letter spread out on the coffee table, she couldn't stop reading that one line. Ms. Kowalski specified that she hoped you would choose to honor her wishes by accepting the partnership. Honor her wishes. Viv had never asked Delaney for anything. Not in 5 years of occasional work, of quiet payment, of careful distance. She'd just let Delaney exist in her space, no questions asked, no expectations made. Until now. Delaney picked up her phone and pulled up the search bar. She typed, Iris Kowalski. 3 Facebook profiles, none with photos. A LinkedIn for someone in Seattle. A marathon runner in Colorado. Nothing that matched. She tried, Iris Kowalski florist. Nothing. Petals Thorns flower shop. The shop's Facebook page came up, last updated 8 months ago. Generic photos of flower arrangements. No people. No personal information. She was about to close the browser when she noticed the reviews. One from 3 weeks ago. So sorry to hear about Viv's passing. She made the flowers for my mother's funeral 10 years ago and I never forgot how beautiful they were. Wishing her family peace. 3 weeks ago. So Iris had been running the shop alone for 3 weeks. Probably overwhelmed. Probably grieving. Probably expecting a partner who'd help share the load. Definitely not expecting a carpenter who'd want nothing to do with any of it. Delaney set down her phone and looked around her living room. Small rental house, barely furnished, nothing personal on the walls. She'd lived here for 3 years and it still looked like she might leave any day. Because she might. If anyone found her, if the harassment started again, she'd already planned her exit strategy. New city, new name, new life. That was control. That was safety. But it was also lonely as hell. She thought about Viv's shop. The smell of roses and green stems. The way light came through the big front windows in the afternoon. The apartment upstairs that Viv had lived in alone for 40 years. She thought about the letter she'd get if she refused. Viv's last words to her. Probably an explanation. Maybe an apology for putting her in this position. Or maybe a challenge. Delaney stood up, walked to her bedroom, and pulled out the small wooden box she kept on her closet shelf. Inside, her old business cards, from before. Her name, her photo, her carefully built reputation as a skilled carpenter who did excellent work. She hadn't looked at these in 4 years. The woman in the photo looked younger. Happier. Naive enough to think visibility was safe. Delaney closed the box and put it back. Tomorrow she'd go to the lawyer's office. She'd meet Iris Kowalski. She'd figure out what the hell Viv had been thinking. And then she'd decide whether to honor her wishes or save herself. She just didn't know which one mattered more. That night, Delaney lay in bed staring at the ceiling, her knee aching despite the ice pack, her mind racing despite the exhaustion. Viv's voice echoed in her memory. The few conversations they'd had, brief and practical. Good work on the shelves. I'll call you if I need anything else. You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to. I don't pry. Here's cash. Easier that way. And once, just once, about 6 months ago, when Delaney had finished installing a new countertop in the shop's back room. You're good at this. Building things. You should do more of it. Delaney had shrugged. I do enough. Viv had given her a long look, the kind that saw too much. Do you, though? She'd left before Delaney could answer. Now Delaney understood. Viv had been planning this. Maybe for months. Maybe longer. She'd seen Delaney hiding and decided to force her hand. It was infuriating. It was terrifying. It was, possibly, the kindest thing anyone had done for her in years. Delaney turned onto her side, careful of her knee, and closed her eyes. Tomorrow. She'd deal with all of it tomorrow. For tonight, she let herself imagine, just for a moment, what it might feel like to walk into that shop and claim it. To build something beautiful in a space where people could see it. To have a partner, someone to share the weight with. To be visible and safe at the same time. It was a fantasy. A dangerous one. But as she finally drifted off to sleep, Delaney couldn't quite let it go. Chapter 3, Forced Partnership. Iris arrived at the lawyer's office 20 minutes early, because of course she did. She'd stress-cleaned the apartment until 3 in the morning, then showered, then changed outfits 4 times before settling on a floral sundress and cardigan that made her look approximately 73% more competent than she felt. Her hair was in a deliberately messy bun that had taken 15 minutes to achieve. Her nail polish was fresh, a cheerful coral that was already chipping at the edges because she'd applied it at 6 a.m. with shaking hands. She looked like someone who had their life together. She felt like someone who was about to throw up in a law office waiting room. You're going to be fine, Pooja had told her that morning, calling from the hospital cafeteria during her break. It's just a meeting. Sign some papers, meet the mystery partner, figure out next steps. You've got this, babe. What if they're terrible? Iris had said, pacing her kitchen. What if they want to sell immediately? What if they're, I don't know, a real estate developer who wants to tear down the building and put up condos. Then you negotiate. That's what the 6-month clause is for, right? You have time. What if they're a secret racist or transphobe or... Iris. Breathe. Your aunt wouldn't have left them half her business if they were terrible. She was a lot of things, but she wasn't stupid. Iris had wanted to believe that. She'd tried to believe that, all through the anxious drive to the lawyer's office, through finding parking, through riding the elevator to the 3rd floor. Now she sat in the waiting room, leg bouncing, trying not to check her phone every 30 seconds. 9:47 a.m. 13 minutes until the meeting. 13 minutes until she met the person who now owned half of her inheritance, half of her chance to prove herself, half of everything. The waiting room was aggressively beige. Cream walls, tan carpet, taupe furniture. A reception desk where a woman in her 50s typed without looking up. Bland landscape paintings. A fake ficus in the corner. Iris pulled out her phone and pretended to check email. Nothing new. She opened Instagram, scrolled for 10 seconds without seeing anything, closed it again. 9:51 a.m. The elevator dinged. Iris looked up. A woman stepped out. Tall, lean, dark hair cut short on the sides and longer on top. Work boots, Carhartt canvas pants, a gray Henley with the sleeves pushed up to reveal muscular forearms. She moved carefully, almost stiffly, and there was something guarded in the way she scanned the waiting room before her eyes landed on the reception desk. Iris looked back at her phone. Probably a contractor here to meet with a different client. Or someone's butch lawyer girlfriend. Not her problem. The woman spoke to the receptionist, her voice low enough that Iris couldn't hear. The receptionist nodded, said something, and the woman turned toward the seating area. Their eyes met. Iris felt the recognition like a physical jolt, even though she'd never seen this woman before in her life. Something about the careful way she held herself. The walls practically visible around her. The look in her dark eyes that said I don't want to be here so clearly that Iris could practically hear it. Oh no. The woman crossed the waiting room and stopped a careful 3 feet away from Iris's chair. Iris Kowalski? Her voice was low, measured, with a subtle New England accent. Like she chose every word before saying it. Iris stood up too fast, nearly dropping her phone. Yes. Hi. That's me. You're the... Delaney Frost. She didn't offer to shake hands. Didn't smile. Just stood there like she was braced for impact. I owned half the shop. Owned? Past tense? We should probably talk to the lawyer first. And that was apparently all she was willing to say, because she moved to a chair on the opposite side of the waiting room and sat down, pulling out her own phone and staring at it with aggressive focus. Iris sat back down slowly. Okay. So her new business partner was a taciturn carpenter who looked like she'd rather be literally anywhere else and had already mentally checked out of this partnership before it even started. Great. Perfect. Fantastic. She snuck another look at Delaney. The other woman sat perfectly still, not bouncing her leg or fidgeting or showing any external signs of anxiety. But there was something about the set of her shoulders, the way her thumb kept tapping against the side of her phone, that suggested she was maybe less calm than she appeared. Iris looked away before Delaney could catch her staring. 9:58 a.m. The receptionist's phone buzzed. She answered it, spoke briefly, then looked up. Ms. Kowalski? Ms. Frost? Mr. Whitmore will see you now. Conference room B, down the hall on your left. Iris grabbed her purse and stood. Delaney rose more slowly, with a stiffness that Iris noticed but didn't comment on. They walked down the hall in excruciating silence. Iris wanted to say something, anything to break the ice, but every potential conversation starter died in her throat. So, carpenter, huh? Too invasive. Did you know my aunt well? Possibly painful. What's your favorite flower? Completely unhinged. She settled for holding the conference room door open. Delaney walked through without acknowledging the gesture. The conference room was more beige. Long table, leather chairs, a credenza with a coffee maker and a tray of sad-looking pastries. A man in his 60s stood at the head of the table, gray suit, professional smile. Ms. Kowalski, Ms. Frost. Thank you for coming. I'm Robert Whitmore. Please, sit. Iris sat on one side of the table. Delaney sat on the other, as far away as possible while still technically being in the same meeting. Whitmore settled into his chair and opened a folder thick with documents. First, let me express my condolences on your loss. Vivian was a valued client and, I believe, a good friend to you both in different ways. Iris nodded. Delaney said nothing. Now. Whitmore pulled out 2 stapled packets and slid them across the table. These are copies of the relevant portions of Ms. Kowalski's will, specifically pertaining to the business known as Petals and Thorns. I'll walk you through the key points, and then we can discuss how you'd like to proceed. Iris picked up her packet. Delaney didn't touch hers. The short version, Whitmore continued, is that Vivian has left the business to both of you in equal shares. 50% to Iris Kowalski, her niece. 50% to Delaney Frost, in recognition of, quote, friendship and faith in her abilities. Delaney's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. However, Whitmore said, there are conditions. First, neither of you may sell, lease, or otherwise dispose of your share without the written consent of the other party. Second, you are required to maintain the business as a going concern for a minimum of 6 months from the date of Ms. Kowalski's death, which was April 23rd, so that brings us to October 23rd. Iris did the mental math. 5 months left. 5 months to turn around a failing business with a partner who looked like she wanted to bolt. What happens after 6 months? Delaney asked. Her first words since entering the room. After 6 months, you have several options. You may continue the partnership indefinitely. You may mutually agree to sell the business and split the proceeds. Or one partner may buy out the other's share at fair market value, provided the other partner agrees to sell. And if we can't agree? Iris heard herself ask. Then the partnership continues until you do. Whitmore gave them both a professionally sympathetic look. Vivian was very clear about her intentions. She believed you would work well together, and she wanted to give you sufficient time to discover that. Iris glanced at Delaney. The other woman was staring at the table, her expression unreadable. There's one more thing. Whitmore pulled out 2 envelopes, both in Viv's handwriting. Vivian left personal letters for each of you, to be delivered at this meeting. She asked that you read them in private. He slid the envelopes across the table. Iris's had her name on it in Viv's familiar script, the same handwriting that had been on all those invoices, all that paperwork. Her throat tightened. Delaney took her envelope without a word and tucked it into her jacket pocket. Now, Whitmore said, do either of you have questions about the terms of the inheritance? What if one of us refuses? Delaney asked. Whitmore folded his hands on the table. If either of you formally refuses your inheritance, the entire business passes to the other party, along with your personal letter. However, I would strongly encourage you both to take some time to consider your options before making any final decisions. Vivian put a great deal of thought into this arrangement. I need to think about it, Delaney said. Whitmore nodded. Of course. You have 30 days from today to formally accept or refuse the inheritance. After that, we'll need a decision in writing. 30 days. Iris's stomach churned. 30 days to convince a complete stranger to stay in a partnership neither of them had asked for. Is there anything else? Delaney asked. Just the business itself. The keys, the accounts, the inventory, everything passes to you both immediately. The shop's finances are, frankly, not ideal. There's some debt, mostly to vendors and... I know, Iris interrupted. I've been going through the books. Whitmore looked relieved. Good. Then you're aware of the situation. I'll have my assistant prepare the transfer paperwork. You should both be able to access the business bank account by end of week. He stood, and they all stood with him. Handshakes. Business cards. Promises to be in touch. And then Iris and Delaney were walking back down the beige hallway toward the elevator in excruciating silence. The elevator arrived. They stepped inside. The doors closed. Iris couldn't take it anymore. Look, she said, I know this is weird. I know neither of us expected this. But we need to at least talk about. I'm not staying, Delaney said. Iris's heart sank. What? The partnership. I'm not doing it. I'll refuse the inheritance. You can have the whole shop. But, why? You haven't even seen it. You haven't even given it a chance. The elevator dinged. Ground floor. Delaney stepped out and Iris followed, her mind racing. It's not personal, Delaney said, still walking, not looking at her. The shop needs someone who can run it. That's you. I'm just a carpenter. I don't know anything about flowers or retail or. So learn. Iris said, too loud for the professional lobby. A receptionist glanced over. Iris lowered her voice. I don't know anything about carpentry, but the shop needs renovations, and I can't afford to hire someone, so maybe that's why Aunt Viv put us together. Maybe she thought. She was wrong. Delaney pushed through the glass doors to the street. Iris followed her out into the May sunshine, frustration building. You're not even going to try? You're just going to walk away from half a business because it's not what you expected? Delaney stopped abruptly and turned to face her. They were on the sidewalk now, people streaming past them, and up close Iris could see that Delaney's eyes were dark brown, almost black, and filled with something that looked like panic. You don't know what you're asking, Delaney said quietly. Then tell me. Explain it to me. Because from where I'm standing, my aunt, who apparently mattered to both of us, just died and left us something she clearly cared about, and you won't even consider honoring her wishes. Something flickered across Delaney's face. Pain, maybe. Or guilt. Read the letter, Delaney said. Read what she wrote to you. Then decide if you really want me as a partner. I don't need to read a letter to know that running a business alone is terrifying and I have no idea what I'm doing and I could really use some help. The honesty surprised them both. Iris hadn't meant to say it, but there it was. The truth, raw and vulnerable. Delaney looked at her for a long moment. Then she said, I need time to think. How much time? I don't know. The lawyer said we have 30 days to decide. But the shop is open now. I've been running it alone for 3 weeks and I'm drowning. So if you're going to refuse, I need to know soon so I can figure out what to do. Delaney's hand went to her jacket pocket, where the letter was. She looked like she was solving a complicated equation in her head. 1 week, she said finally. Give me 1 week. I'll read the letter. I'll think about it. And then I'll give you an answer. It wasn't yes. But it wasn't no yet either. Okay, Iris said. 1 week. Can I have your number? In case I need to reach you before then. They exchanged numbers in awkward silence, typing them into their phones without looking at each other. The shop is at 412 Main Street, Iris said. If you want to see it before you decide. You own half of it. You should at least know what you're refusing. Delaney nodded once, a sharp jerk of her chin. Then she turned and walked toward the parking garage without saying goodbye. Iris stood on the sidewalk and watched her go, her new business partner who wasn't sure she wanted to be a partner at all, and tried not to cry in public. Her phone buzzed. Pooja. How'd it go? Iris typed back, she wants to refuse the inheritance. What? Why? I don't know. She won't tell me. She's giving me an answer in a week. Do you want me to come over? Iris looked up at the lawyer's building, then down the street toward where her car was parked. She thought about the shop waiting for her, full of broken things she didn't know how to fix. "Yeah," she typed. "Please." That night, Iris sat on the floor of her apartment, Viv's apartment, with a glass of wine Pooja had brought and Viv's letter unopened on the coffee table. "Are you going to read it?" Pooja asked from the couch. "Eventually." "Want me to leave so you can do it in private?" "No. Stay. Please." Pooja stayed. Iris picked up the envelope. It was thick, multiple pages. She turned it over in her hands, traced Viv's handwriting with her thumb. "She rejected me," Iris said quietly. "For 6 years she rejected me. And now she's dead and she left me her life's work and I don't know if it's an apology or a punishment or a test I'm going to fail. Babe. And she partnered me with someone who doesn't want to be here. Someone who looked at me like I was asking her to jump off a bridge when I suggested we actually try to make this work. Maybe she has her reasons. Everyone has reasons. Reasons don't make it hurt less." Iris set down the envelope and picked up her wine instead. She wasn't ready. Not tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Or maybe in a week, when Delaney gave her answer and Iris's whole future got decided by someone she'd known for less than an hour. Maybe then she'd be ready to read what Aunt Viv had to say. But probably not. Chapter 4, What We're Building. Delaney showed up at the shop 3 days later. Iris was elbow-deep in a funeral arrangement when the bell above the door chimed. She looked up, expecting a customer, and instead saw the carpenter standing in the doorway like she might bolt at any second. "Hi," Iris said, wiping her hands on her apron. "You came. You said I should see the place." Delaney's eyes scanned the shop, taking in everything with the focus of someone conducting a structural assessment. "Before I decide." "Right. Yeah. Come in." Iris set down the white roses she'd been trimming and came around the counter. "Sorry, I'm working on an order that's due this afternoon." "Funeral. The family wants all white flowers with greenery, very traditional, very," she caught herself. "Sorry. You probably don't care about that." "It's your work," Delaney said. "Why wouldn't I care?" It was the most words she'd strung together in Iris's presence, and they were unexpectedly kind. Iris felt something loosen in her chest. "Do you want the tour?" she asked. Delaney nodded. Iris led her through the shop, narrating as they went. "So this is the main floor, obviously. Display coolers there, they're from the 90s and they sound like a jet engine, but they work. Kind of. Workspace here behind the counter. The register is temperamental but functional." She pointed to the back. "Office/storage room back there, bathroom that the door doesn't lock on, back exit to the alley. The building is brick, original construction from the 1920s. Viv bought it outright in 1985, so we own the whole thing, no landlord." Delaney was running her hand along the doorframe, frowning. "This trim is original. Someone painted over it. Is that bad?" "It's criminal. You can see the detail work underneath. Arts and crafts style, probably handmade." She crouched down, examining the baseboard. "Same here. All of this should be stripped and refinished." Iris watched her, fascinated despite herself. Delaney's whole demeanor had shifted. Less guarded, more focused. Her hands moved over the wood with something close to reverence. "The floors are oak," Iris offered. "Under about 100 years of scuff marks." "Good bones," Delaney murmured, almost to herself. She stood, wincing slightly, and Iris noticed the stiffness again. "An old injury, maybe." "There's an apartment upstairs," Iris said. 2 bedrooms. That's where Viv lived. Where I'm living now. Do you want to see it?" Delaney hesitated, then shook her head. "The shop is enough for now." They stood in awkward silence for a moment. Then Delaney said, "You said you've been going through the books. How bad is it?" Iris appreciated the directness. "Pretty bad. We're about 40,000 in debt, mostly to vendors." Revenue was down 60% over the past 3 years. The customer base is aging out and Viv never updated her approach. No social media, no online ordering, same arrangements she'd been doing since the 80s. But you have a plan to fix it. It wasn't a question. Delaney said it like she could see the wheels turning in Iris's head. I have ideas, Iris admitted. I don't know if they're good ideas. I've never run a business before. But yeah, I've been thinking about it. Show me. Iris blinked. What? Your ideas. Show me what you're thinking. So Iris led her to the back office, where she'd taped sketches and notes all over the walls in a system that made sense only to her. Delaney stood in the doorway, taking it all in. Okay, so. Iris pointed to the first cluster of notes. The core problem is that we're trying to compete with grocery store flowers and online ordering, which we can't win on price. So instead we need to position ourselves as the premium, personal option. She moved to another section. Target market, weddings and events. The profit margins are way better, and there's a whole demographic of millennial couples getting married who want something unique and Instagram-worthy. I've been researching what other boutique florists are doing in cities like Portland and Austin, and you've done market research. Again, not a question. Delaney sounded almost surprised. I've done a lot of research. I don't know what I'm doing, but I can learn. Iris felt defensive heat creeping up her neck. I know I'm not a business expert, but I didn't say that. Delaney stepped closer to the wall, examining Iris's notes. What's this about workshops? Oh. I thought maybe we could do flower arrangement classes. Like date night workshops or bridal party events. Something experiential that builds community and brings people in the door. Iris fidgeted with the marker in her hands. It's probably stupid. It's not stupid. It's smart. Delaney pointed to another section. And this? The renovation plans? That's where I'm stuck. The shop needs work. New paint, definitely. The coolers should probably be replaced, but that's expensive. The lighting is terrible. The bathroom is borderline unusable. And I keep finding things. The water heater is ancient, there's a leak in the ceiling from the apartment, the back door doesn't close all the way. Iris felt the familiar overwhelm rising. I got some quotes from contractors, but they're all way more than I can afford, and I don't even know if I'm asking for the right things, and I could do it. Iris stopped mid-spiral. What? Delaney was still looking at the walls, her expression thoughtful. The renovation. I'm a carpenter. I can do most of this work myself. Painting, trim, custom built-ins for better storage. I could look at the water heater and the leak. Maybe not the commercial coolers, but everything else. You would do that? If I stay. If we do this partnership. Delaney finally looked at her. That's what you need, right? Someone who can handle the physical work while you handle the business side. Yes. That's exactly what I need. Iris's heart was racing. But I can't pay you. Not beyond whatever we can pull from the business account, and right now that's basically nothing. I know. That's the point of a partnership. We both contribute what we can. It was the most hopeful thing Delaney had said yet. Iris was afraid to believe it. Does this mean you're staying? She asked carefully. Delaney was quiet for a long moment. I don't know yet. I need to read the letter. I need to think. But. She gestured at the wall of notes. This is good work. You've clearly put thought into it. It would be a shame to let it fail just because you're short a carpenter. It wasn't a yes. But it wasn't a no either. When will you know? Iris asked. For sure, I mean. End of the week. I'll give you an answer by Friday. 2 more days. Iris could handle 2 more days of uncertainty. Okay, she said. Friday. Delaney nodded and turned to leave. Then she paused in the doorway and looked back. The funeral arrangement. The one you're working on. Yeah. It looked good. Professional. A pause. Viv would have approved. And then she was gone, the bell chiming behind her, leaving Iris standing in the office with her heart doing complicated things in her chest. That evening, Iris finally opened Viv's letter. She did it alone, sitting on the apartment floor with the envelope in her lap and a cup of tea going cold beside her. She'd been putting it off for 3 days, telling herself she needed to be in the right headspace, needed to be ready. But watching Delaney examine the shop with careful hands, hearing her say Viv would have approved, something about that made Iris ready. Or as ready as she'd ever be. She opened the envelope. Inside were 3 pages in Viv's handwriting, cramped and blunt, dated 2 months before she died. Dear Iris. I'm not good at apologies. Your mother always said I was too stubborn to admit when I was wrong. She was right about that, like she was right about most things. I wish I'd told her that before she died. I was wrong about you. Wrong to cut you off. Wrong to need time to process and then take 6 years doing it. Wrong to let pride and fear keep me from knowing you. I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't know if I'd forgive me. But I want you to know, I was wrong, and I'm sorry, and by the time you read this it'll be too late for me to say it to your face. So I'm saying it here. You are my niece. You are Iris. You always were, even when I was too stubborn and scared to see it. Iris's vision blurred. She wiped her eyes and kept reading. I'm leaving you the shop because it's the only thing of value I have to give. But more than that, I'm leaving it because I think you could make something beautiful with it. Something better than what I built. I got stuck, these last years. Stopped changing, stopped growing. The world moved on and I stayed the same, and the business suffered for it. But you're not afraid of change. You became who you needed to be even when it cost you everything. That takes courage I never had. So take the shop. Change it. Make it yours. Don't preserve it like some museum to my memory. Tear it apart and build something new. I'm pairing you with Delaney because she's stuck too. Different reasons, same result. She's brilliant at what she does, but she's been hiding for years. I hired her whenever I could because I knew she needed the work, and because I saw something in her that reminded me of you. Someone who'd been hurt by people who should have protected her. Someone trying to build a life out of scraps. I think you could be good for each other. I think you both need someone who understands what it costs to become yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong about a lot. But I hope I'm right about this. The shop is yours. Build something beautiful with it. Build something beautiful with your life. I'm sorry I didn't get to see who you've become. I'm sorry I wasted the time we could have had. I love you. I should have said it 6 years ago. I'm saying it now, even though it's too late. Aunt Viv. P.S. There's $10,000 in a savings account I never told you about. The bank information is with the lawyer. Use it for the renovation. Don't waste it on my funeral. I'm dead, I won't care. Fix the damn water heater and the coolers and whatever else is broken. And for God's sake, update the shop's branding. That logo I made in 1985 was ugly then and it's ugly now. Iris sat on the floor and cried. She cried for 6 years of silence. For an apology she'd needed and an acceptance she'd craved and a love she'd never stopped hoping for. For the aunt she'd lost and the relationship they'd never get to repair. For the gift Viv had given her, not just the shop, but the acknowledgement that Iris was capable, was strong, was worth believing in. She cried until her tea was cold and her eyes were swollen and her chest ached. And then she picked up her phone and texted Pooja. I read the letter. The response came immediately, and she said she was sorry. She said she loved me. She left me money for renovations. Oh honey. I'm coming over. You don't have to. Too late, already in my car. Iris smiled despite the tears. She set down the phone and read the letter again. Then a third time, memorizing every word. Build something beautiful, Viv had written. Iris looked around the apartment. Looked at the shop below, waiting. Looked at her phone, where Delaney's number was saved under a contact she hadn't named yet. Okay, Aunt Viv, she thought. I'll try. She'd start with the shop. Fix what was broken, build what was missing. Create something worth keeping. And maybe, if Delaney decided to stay, she wouldn't have to do it alone. Maybe they could build something beautiful together. Chapter 5, The Work Begins. Delaney read Viv's letter in her truck, parked outside the post office at midnight, because she couldn't bear to read it anywhere that felt like home. The letter was shorter than she expected. Just one page, in Viv's blunt handwriting. Delaney. I'm dying. Cancer. I've got maybe 2 months, and I'm not spending them on treatments that'll just make me miserable. So I'm putting my affairs in order, which includes this. I'm leaving you half the shop. Not because you need my charity, you're too proud for that and I respect it. But because you're a brilliant carpenter who's been hiding in a garage for 4 years, and that's a waste. I'm pairing you with my niece, Iris. You've never met her. I haven't seen her in 6 years, which is my own damn fault, and one of my bigger regrets. But she's got what you need, vision, courage, and a willingness to be visible. And you've got what she needs, skill, stability, and the ability to build something that lasts. I know you're scared. I know why. You told me about the media thing once, when you'd been working late and I brought you coffee and you were exhausted enough to let your guard down. You didn't give me details, but I could fill in the blanks. People are cruel, especially to women like you and Iris. I get it. But hiding didn't save you, did it? It just made you small. So here's my offer, 6 months of visibility. 6 months of building something in public, with someone who'll have your back. And if at the end of it you still want to sell your half and disappear, fine. I won't haunt you. But at least try. You're good at what you do, Delaney. You deserve to be proud of your work. You deserve to have people see it. The shop needs repairs. Iris needs help. And you need a reason to stop hiding. Maybe you'll all fix each other. Do me a favor, give it a real shot. Not a half-assed, I'll show up once and prove it won't work, shot. Actually try. For 6 months. For me. And if you're reading this and thinking, fuck you, Viv, you can't manipulate me from beyond the grave, you're right. But I'm doing it anyway. Good luck. Be brave. Build something beautiful. Viv. P.S. Iris is going to overthink everything and work herself into the ground. Make her take breaks. She's stubborn but she'll listen if you're direct about it. P.P.S. The shop's coffee maker is older than you are. Replace it. Consider it your first project. Delaney read it 3 times. Then she folded it carefully, put it back in the envelope, and sat in the darkness of her truck cab, thinking. Viv had known. Not everything, Delaney hadn't told her everything, but enough. The media incident. The harassment. The fear that drove Delaney into hiding. And Viv had decided the solution was to force her into a public-facing business partnership with a stranger. It should have made Delaney angry. It was manipulative as hell. But instead, she felt something uncomfortably close to grief. Viv had believed in her. Enough to leave her half a business. Enough to think she could do this. Enough to think she should do this. Hiding didn't save you. It just made you small. Delaney's hands tightened on the steering wheel. She thought about her workshop. Her quiet, controlled life. The safety she'd built through isolation. She thought about Iris, standing in that flower shop surrounded by her plans and her hope and her barely contained anxiety. I could really use some help. She thought about the shop itself. Those original oak floors. That arts and crafts trim buried under layers of paint. The good bones waiting for someone to restore them. She thought about Viv's last request, give it a real shot. Delaney pulled out her phone and typed a text to Iris. I'll do it. 6 months. We can start Monday if you're free. She hit send before she could second-guess herself. The response came 2 minutes later. Really? You're staying? Yeah. Oh, thank God. Yes. Monday is perfect. 9 a.m.? Works for me. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you. Delaney stared at the phone, at Iris's obvious relief, and felt the weight of what she'd just committed to settle over her shoulders. 6 months. She could survive 6 months. And if it all went to hell, at least she'd know she tried. Monday morning, Delaney arrived at the shop at 8:45 a.m. with her truck bed full of tools and a thermos of coffee she'd brewed too strong. Iris was already inside, sweeping the floor with anxious energy. She looked up when Delaney knocked on the glass door, and her whole face brightened. You're early, Iris said, unlocking the door. So are you. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about everything we need to do and I made lists. So many lists. Iris gestured to the counter, where several notebooks lay open, covered in her looping handwriting. I might have a problem. Lists are good. Lists mean you're thinking it through. Delaney stepped inside, scanning the space with fresh eyes now that she'd committed. I made a list too. Priorities for the renovation. They stood in awkward silence for a moment, two people who'd agreed to build something together but barely knew each other. Coffee? Iris offered. I made a fresh pot. Well. As fresh as that ancient machine can make. Delaney remembered Viv's postscript and made a mental note. New coffee maker. Soon. Sure. Iris poured them both mugs and they sat at the counter, coffees between them, like a strange parody of a business meeting. So, Iris said. Partnership. Partnership, Delaney agreed. We should probably figure out how this is going to work. Division of labor, decision-making, that kind of thing. Delaney appreciated the directness. You handle the flowers and the customers. I handle the building and the renovation. We both weigh in on major decisions. That sounds reasonable. Iris pulled out one of her notebooks. I've been thinking about the renovation priorities. Obviously the water heater and the leak are urgent. Then probably the coolers, the bathroom, new paint. The coffee maker. Iris blinked. What? Viv's letter. Her postscript. She said to replace the coffee maker first. A smile flickered across Iris's face. She did? What else did she say? Delaney hesitated. The letter felt private. But Iris had shared what Viv wrote to her, the apology, the money for renovations. Fair was fair. She said you'd overthink everything and work yourself into the ground. Said I should make you take breaks. Iris's cheeks flushed pink. She wasn't wrong about that. She also said hiding didn't save me. It just made me small. Delaney met Iris's eyes. She was right about that too. Something shifted between them. A recognition. Two people who'd both been hurt, both been hiding, both been chosen by someone who thought they could help each other. She was smart, Iris said softly. Stubborn as hell, but smart. Yeah. She was. They sat with that for a moment. Then Iris flipped to a fresh page in her notebook. Okay. So. Renovation priorities, from my perspective, the water heater is actively leaking and probably a safety hazard. The coolers are inefficient and loud. The bathroom door doesn't lock. The paint is peeling everywhere. The lighting makes everything look dingy. And there's this water stain on the ceiling from the apartment that keeps getting bigger. Delaney pulled out her own notebook, smaller, more utilitarian. From my perspective, foundation and structure first. I'll inspect the leak in the water heater today. Then we tackle the cosmetic stuff, paint, trim, lighting. The coolers we might need to outsource unless you want me to learn commercial refrigeration on the fly. Probably not. Didn't think so. I'll need to do a full structural assessment. Check for any other issues we don't know about yet. She paused. The apartment upstairs. You said there's a leak. I'll need to access it to find the source. Right. Of course. I'll show you up after we finish our coffee. They worked through the logistics. Delaney would come in early, before the shop opened, to do noisy work. Iris would handle customers and orders. They'd meet each morning to coordinate, each evening to assess progress. Simple. Professional. Except sitting across from Iris in the morning light, watching her write everything down in her careful handwriting, Delaney felt anything but professional. She felt nervous. Not the bad kind of nervous, the kind that came with visibility and danger. A different kind. The kind that came from being close to someone warm and genuine and openly hopeful. The kind that made you want to be worth that hope. Can I ask you something? Iris said suddenly. Delaney tensed. Depends on the question. Why did you almost refuse? The inheritance, I mean. You don't have to tell me if it's too personal. But it might help me understand how to make this partnership work. Fair question. Delaney considered how much to share. I had a bad experience a few years ago, she said carefully. Media attention that I didn't ask for and couldn't control. It led to harassment. I lost clients. I lost a lot. So I rebuilt my life around privacy. No public presence, no visibility, nothing that could make me a target again. And the shop is the opposite of private. Yeah. Iris was quiet for a moment, absorbing this. Then she said, I won't put you in situations you're not comfortable with. If we get media attention or someone wants to interview us or do a story on the shop, I'll handle it. You don't have to be the public face. The offer was immediate and genuine. Protective. Delaney felt something in her chest tighten. Thank you, she said. Partners look out for each other, right? Right. They finished their coffee. Delaney grabbed her tool bag from the truck and they started the first official day of their partnership. Iris showed her the apartment, small and neat, clearly inhabited but not quite lived in. The water stain was in the bedroom's ceiling, directly above where Iris had shoved Viv's old bed against the wall. I've been putting a bucket under it when it rains, Iris admitted. Very professional. Delaney examined the stain, then went upstairs to the attic access. Old roof, older flashing around the chimney. Fixable, but it would take time. I can patch this, she said, climbing back down. Temporarily, anyway. Real fix would be to replace the flashing, which means getting on the roof. Is that safe? With your, Iris stopped herself. Sorry. That's intrusive. My knee? Delaney was surprised Iris had noticed. It's fine for most things. I just move slower than I used to. Okay. Just, let me know if you need help with anything. I'm not handy, but I can hold a ladder or hand you tools or whatever. The offer was sweet. Earnest. Completely Iris. I'll keep that in mind, Delaney said. They went back downstairs. Delaney started her structural assessment while Iris prepped flowers for a wedding order. They worked in comfortable silence, the kind that didn't need filling. At one point, Iris's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, smiled, and typed out a quick response. Pooja? Delaney asked, surprising herself. Iris looked up. How did you know about Pooja? You mentioned her. At the lawyer's office. Your friend who was coming over with wine. Oh. Right. Yeah, it's her. She wants to know if my mystery partner is actually showing up or if I'm getting stood up again. Iris's smile was wry. I told her you're here and you're real and you even brought tools. Proof of commitment. Exactly. Another silence. Then Iris said, she wants to meet you. Pooja. She's protective. Fair warning. That's good. You should have people who are protective of you. Iris looked at her with an expression Delaney couldn't quite read. Do you? Have people, I mean? Not many. My physical therapist. A couple clients I've worked with for years. That's about it. Well, you have me now. Partner. Iris said it lightly, but there was something solid underneath. A promise. Yeah, Delaney said. I guess I do. She went back to examining the water heater, and tried to ignore the unfamiliar warmth spreading through her chest. This was just a business partnership. 6 months, then reassess. Nothing more. Except Iris had already brought her coffee made exactly right without asking how she took it. And noticed when her knee was bothering her. And offered to protect her from media attention without Delaney having to ask. 6 months, Delaney reminded herself. She could keep her distance for 6 months. Probably. By the end of the day, Delaney had identified the roof leak, fixable. Determined the water heater was 15 years past its life expectancy, replacement needed urgently. Discovered 3 separate code violations in the electrical panel, concerning. Found evidence of an old rodent problem in the walls, resolved, but the drywall needed patching. Confirmed that the original oak floors were, in fact, gorgeous under all the scuff marks. Iris had completed 2 wedding consultations. Finished the funeral arrangement. Made 3 sales to walk-in customers. Deep cleaned the display coolers. Reorganized the back storage room. Brought Delaney lunch without asking if she wanted any, she did. They reconvened at 6 p.m., both exhausted, and compared notes. So the good news is the bones are solid, Delaney said. The bad news is pretty much everything else needs work. How much work? A lot. But I can do most of it. The water heater will need to hire out. I'm not licensed for gas line work. Same with the electrical panel. Everything else I can handle. Iris looked at her list. With Viv's 10,000, we can probably cover the water heater and electrical. That leaves the cosmetic stuff for you. Which I can do slowly. In between customer hours. So we're really doing this. Looks like it. Iris grinned, bright and genuine, and Delaney felt that dangerous warmth again. Thank you, Iris said. For staying. For doing this. I know it's not easy for you. It's not easy for you either. Running a business you inherited from someone who rejected you. No. It's not. Iris's smile dimmed slightly. But maybe we can make it easier for each other. Maybe. Delaney gathered her tools and headed for the door. Iris walked her out, and they stood on the sidewalk in the early evening light, 2 partners at the end of their first real day. Same time tomorrow? Iris asked. Same time. Okay. Good. Great. Iris fidgeted with her keys. This is going to work. I think. I hope. It will, Delaney heard herself say. We'll make it work. Iris's smile returned, bright enough to make Delaney look away. See you tomorrow, partner, Iris said. See you tomorrow. Delaney drove home with her windows down and Viv's letter folded in her pocket, and tried not to think about how good it had felt to spend the day building something with someone else. She failed entirely. Chapter 6, Routines and Revelations. 3 weeks into the partnership, Iris developed a new morning ritual. She'd wake up at 6 a.m., make coffee in the apartment, and bring 2 mugs downstairs just as Delaney's truck pulled up to the curb. They'd drink their coffee at the counter, comparing schedules and priorities for the day. Delaney would head to whichever project needed tackling. Iris would prep for customer orders. By 10 a.m., when the shop officially opened, they'd settled into a rhythm. Delaney's tools humming in the background, sawdust gathering in the corners, Iris's hands moving through stems and wire and ribbon while she chatted with customers. It was working. Against all odds, despite their differences, the partnership was actually working. The shop was slowly transforming. The new water heater had been installed last week, No more anxious bucket monitoring during rainstorms. Delaney had patched the roof leak temporarily and promised a permanent fix once she finished the interior work. The bathroom door now locked, thanks to a new mechanism Delaney had installed in under an hour. The trim was being painstakingly stripped of decades of paint, revealing beautiful original woodwork. And the flowers, Iris's domain, were thriving too. 3 weddings booked for summer. A standing order from a local restaurant for weekly arrangements. A bridal shower that wanted a flower crown workshop, which meant Iris's class idea was actually happening. She'd even started an Instagram account. Posted photos of arrangements, renovation progress, the beautiful old building. 47 followers so far. It was a start. But the best part of the past 3 weeks, the part Iris was trying very hard not to overthink, was Delaney herself. She was still quiet. Still guarded. Still disappeared for long stretches to work alone in whatever section of the shop she was renovating. But she was also present. There. She brought Iris lunch sometimes, sandwiches from the deli down the street, always with extra pickles because she'd noticed Iris liked them. She'd installed a small shelf next to Iris's workspace for her coffee mug and phone. She'd built a custom steps tool so Iris could reach the top cooler shelves without climbing on the counter. Small things. Practical things. Things that said I see you and I'm here and we're in this together. Things that were making it very difficult for Iris to maintain professional boundaries around her extremely competent, frustratingly attractive business partner. You're staring again. Iris jumped, snapping back to the present. Pooja stood on the other side of the counter, eyebrows raised, a knowing smirk on her face. I wasn't staring, Iris said automatically. You were absolutely staring. At the carpenter. Who is currently bent over something in the corner, looking extremely. Pooja. Focused and professional, I was going to say. Pooja's grin widened. What did you think I was going to say? Iris felt her cheeks heat. You're the worst. I'm the best and you know it. Now introduce me to your business partner who you definitely don't have a crush on. I don't, Iris caught Pooja's expression and gave up. She's busy. I shouldn't interrupt. Iris. I've been your best friend for 8 years. I was there when you came out. I held your hand through every bad date and worst breakup. I deserve to meet the woman you're partnering with. Fine. But be normal. I'm always normal. You're never normal. They walked over to where Delaney was working on stripping paint from the crown molding, her focus absolute. She had safety glasses on and her sleeves rolled up, and she was using some kind of heat tool with practiced precision. Iris cleared her throat. Delaney? Delaney looked up, switched off the heat gun, and pulled off her safety glasses. Her eyes went immediately to Pooja, assessing. This is my best friend, Pooja, Iris said. Pooja, this is Delaney. My partner. Business partner. The carpenter. Pooja extended her hand. I've heard a lot about you. Delaney shook it briefly. Hopefully some of it was good. All of it was good. Almost suspiciously good. Pooja shot Iris a look. Like someone might have a tiny crush. Pooja is a nurse, Iris interrupted loudly. At the hospital. Very busy. Saves lives. Probably needs to get back to that. I'm off today, actually. Pooja turned back to Delaney. I wanted to meet the person who convinced Iris to actually accept help for once. She usually tries to do everything herself and ends up crying in my bathroom at 2 a.m. Pooja. What? It's true. Delaney's mouth quirked in what might have been the beginning of a smile. She does try to do everything herself. I've noticed. See? We're on the same page already. Pooja crossed her arms. So. What are your intentions with my best friend's flower shop? Pooja, oh my god. I'm serious. She's putting everything into this place. I need to know you're committed. Delaney held Pooja's gaze steadily. 6 months minimum. Longer if it's working. I don't do things halfway. Something in Pooja's expression softened. Good. Neither does she. She glanced at Iris. I like her. You can keep her. I'm so sorry, Iris said to Delaney. She doesn't have a filter. I appreciate directness, Delaney said. It's easier than trying to figure out what people actually mean. Oh, I like her even more now, Pooja said. To Delaney, you should come to dinner. This Friday. My place. I'll cook, you'll meet my wife Lauren, we can all get to know each other like civilized adults. I'm not really, Delaney looked genuinely uncomfortable. You don't have to, Iris said quickly. Pooja's pushy but she means well. I'm not pushy, I'm enthusiastic. There's a difference. Pooja pulled out her phone. What's your number? I'll text you the address. To Iris's surprise, Delaney recited her number. Pooja plugged it in, sent a text, and grinned when Delaney's phone buzzed in her pocket. Friday, 7 p.m. Bring wine if you want, but you don't have to bring anything. Just yourself. Pooja turned to Iris. You're coming too, obviously. Obviously, Iris said weakly. Pooja checked her watch. Okay, I actually do need to run. Errands. Life. You know. She hugged Iris, waved at Delaney, and headed for the door. Then she paused and turned back. Also, Delaney? The trim work looks incredible. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Then she was gone, the bell chiming cheerfully behind her. Iris and Delaney stood in the sudden silence. I'm sorry about that, Iris said. She's a lot. She cares about you. That's good. Delaney picked up her safety glasses. Do you want to go? To dinner? Do you? I asked first. Iris studied her. Delaney's expression was carefully neutral, but there was something cautious in her eyes. Like she was testing the waters of something. I'll go if you go, Iris said. That's not an answer. Fine. Yes. I want to go. Pooja's a good cook and Lauren is hilarious and it would be nice to do something social that isn't work. Iris paused. But I also understand if you're not comfortable. Pooja can be overwhelming, and if you'd rather keep things professional between us. I didn't say that. You didn't say anything. Delaney was quiet for a long moment. Then, I'll go. Friday. 7. Really? Yeah. It'll be good. Normal. She said the word like she was testing how it felt. I don't do a lot of normal these days. Iris wanted to ask what she meant by that. Wanted to understand what had made Delaney build her life around isolation. But they'd only been partners for 3 weeks, and some questions needed more time. Okay, Iris said instead. Friday. I'll drive if you want. Since you don't know where Pooja lives. Sure. They stood there for another beat, both aware that something had shifted. An invitation accepted. A boundary crossed, just slightly. I should get back to work, Delaney said finally. This trim isn't going to strip itself. Right. Yeah. And I have a consultation call in 10 minutes. Delaney put her safety glasses back on, and Iris returned to her workspace. But for the rest of the afternoon, Iris caught herself smiling for no particular reason. Friday arrived faster than Iris expected. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on jeans and a flowy blouse that Pooja had once said made her eyes look bright. Not that this was a date. It was just dinner. With her best friend and her business partner and Pooja's wife. Completely casual and normal. Except her hands were shaking while she applied eyeliner, and she'd spent 20 minutes on her hair, and she'd checked her phone 4 times to make sure Delaney hadn't cancelled. She was pathetic. Delaney knocked on the apartment door at 6:45, 15 minutes early, wearing dark jeans and a button-down shirt that looked brand new. Her hair was neatly styled, and she'd swapped her work boots for clean sneakers. "You look nice," Iris said, then immediately felt awkward. "I mean, different from work. Not that you don't look nice at work. You always look." "I'm going to stop talking now." Delaney's mouth quirked. "You look nice too. Ready to go?" "Yeah. Let me just grab my keys." They took Iris's car, a slightly dented Honda Civic that had seen better days. Delaney folded herself into the passenger seat without comment, though it was clearly not built for someone her height. "Sorry about the car," Iris said, pulling out of the parking spot. "I know it's small. It's fine." They drove in silence for a few blocks. Then Iris, unable to help herself, said, "Are you nervous? About dinner?" "Yeah. Should I be?" "No. Pooja's great. She's just very direct. And she'll ask you a million questions because she's protective of me. But she means well." "You said that already. At the shop." "I know. I'm babbling. I babble when I'm nervous." "Why are you nervous?" "Good question." Iris didn't have a good answer. "I don't know," she admitted. "I want you to like Pooja. And I want Pooja to like you. And I want tonight to be normal and nice and not weird." "Okay. Okay. I'll try to make it normal and nice and not weird." Iris glanced over. Delaney was looking out the window, but there was something soft in her expression. "Thank you," Iris said. "For coming. I know this probably isn't your idea of fun." "It's been a while since I did anything social," Delaney said quietly. "It's nice being included." Something in Iris's chest ached. She wanted to reach over, squeeze Delaney's hand, say something comforting. But they were at a red light and her hands were on the wheel and the moment passed. They pulled up to Pooja's house, a tidy duplex in a residential neighborhood. Pooja answered the door before they could knock, grinning. "You came. Both of you. Come in, come in." Inside, the house smelled like curry and garlic and something baking. Lauren emerged from the kitchen, tall and blonde and cheerful, wearing an apron that said, "Kiss the cook." "You must be Delaney," Lauren said, shaking her hand. "I've heard so much about you. Apparently you're a miracle worker." "Just a carpenter," Delaney said. "A carpenter who's turning around a failing business and making Iris smile more than I've seen in months," Pooja said, steering them toward the dining room. "That's miracle worker territory." "Pooja," Iris said warningly. "What?" "It's true. You're less stressed. It's nice." Dinner was warm and chaotic in the best way. Pooja and Lauren had that easy rhythm of long-married couples, finishing each other's sentences and bickering affectionately over who'd overcooked the rice, Pooja, and who'd forgotten to buy wine, Lauren, but she'd made cocktails instead. Delaney was quiet at first, but she answered questions when asked and even offered a few stories about renovation disasters from past projects. By the second hour, she'd relaxed enough to laugh at one of Lauren's terrible puns. "So," Pooja said, refilling wine glasses, "how's the shop going?" "Really going, not the everything's fine version Iris gives me." Iris shot her a look. Pooja ignored it. "It's good," Iris said. "We're making progress. The renovation is ahead of schedule, the bookings are picking up, and we're actually starting to turn a profit." "And how's the partnership?" Lauren asked. "Working well together?" "Yeah," Iris said, at the same time Delaney said, "Better than expected." Their eyes met across the table. Iris felt her cheeks warm. "Better than expected," Iris agreed. "We've figured out a good rhythm." "That's because you actually accept help from Delaney," Pooja said. "Unlike every other person who's tried to help you with anything." "That's not fair." "It's completely fair. Remember when Malcolm tried to help you move and you insisted on carrying your own mattress down 3 flights of stairs and almost broke your neck?" "I didn't almost break my neck." "You absolutely almost broke your neck." Delaney looked at Iris. You carried a mattress down 3 flights of stairs alone? It was a twin mattress. It wasn't that heavy. Iris. What? Let people help you. It was said so simply, so directly, that Iris didn't have a comeback. She just sat there, feeling seen in a way that was both uncomfortable and oddly comforting. See? Pooja said triumphantly. She listens to you. We're keeping you. I'm not a pet, Delaney said, but there was amusement in her voice. The conversation flowed on, Pooja's stories from the ER, Lauren's complaints about her boss, Iris's plans for the flower crown workshop. Delaney mostly listened, but she was present in a way that felt deliberate. Choosing to be there. After dinner, they migrated to the living room with coffee and dessert. Iris found herself on the couch next to Delaney, their shoulders almost touching, while Pooja and Lauren cuddled in the armchair. So Delaney, Lauren said, what made you decide to go into carpentry? It was an innocent question, but Iris saw Delaney tense slightly. I'm good with my hands, Delaney said. Good at building things. It made sense. She's being modest, Iris jumped in. The work she's doing on the shop is incredible. All this original detail work that was buried under decades of paint, she's restoring it. Making it beautiful again. Delaney looked at her, something unreadable in her expression. That's what good carpentry is, she said quietly. Finding what's already there and bringing it back to life. The room felt suddenly smaller. More intimate. Well, Pooja said, breaking the moment, I think that's beautiful. Both literally and metaphorically. Pooja loves a good metaphor, Lauren said fondly. I love truth. And the truth is, these two are building something good together. They stayed for another hour, talking and laughing and being normal in a way that Iris hadn't felt in weeks. When they finally said their goodbyes, Pooja hugged Iris tight and whispered, I really do like her. Don't screw this up. It's just a business partnership, Iris whispered back. Sure it is, honey. In the car, driving back to the shop, Iris said, that wasn't so bad, right? It was nice, Delaney said. Your friends are good people. They liked you. I could tell. How? Pooja gets protective interrogative with people she doesn't trust. She was warm with you. That means she approves. Good. Delaney stopped. What? I want the people who matter to you to think I'm worth keeping around. Iris's heart did something complicated. They do. I do. They pulled up to the shop. The street was quiet, the storefront dark. Iris put the car in park, but neither of them moved to get out. Thank you, Delaney said. For inviting me. For including me. Thank you for coming. For trying. They sat in the comfortable darkness of the car, and Iris thought about all the small moments of the past 3 weeks. The coffee every morning. The lunch deliveries. The custom shelf. The way Delaney listened when Iris talked, really listened, like her words mattered. The way she was starting to feel less like a business partner and more like something Iris couldn't quite name yet. I should go, Delaney said, not moving. Yeah. Me too. I mean, I'm already here. But you should go. Home. Right. Delaney reached for the door handle, then paused. Iris? Yeah. I'm glad Viv did this. Paired us together. I wasn't sure at first, but I'm glad now. Before Iris could respond, Delaney was out of the car and heading to her truck. Iris watched her drive away, then sat in her car for 5 more minutes, processing. She was in so much trouble. Because somewhere between the coffee and the custom steps tool and the quiet competence and the careful way Delaney was letting her in, Iris had developed a very inconvenient crush on her business partner. And she had no idea what to do about it. Chapter 7, The Weight of the Past. Delaney's knee was bad today. Not the worst it had ever been. That honor belonged to the rainy October morning 2 years ago when she'd woken up unable to straighten her leg at all. But bad enough that she'd taken ibuprofen before even getting out of bed, and bad enough that she was limping by the time she got to June's office. June noticed immediately. She always did. Pain level? June asked, closing the treatment room door behind them. 6. Maybe 7. No point in lying today. June's expression remained neutral, but Delaney saw the concern in her eyes. What aggravated it? I was on a ladder yesterday, refinishing the upper trim. I was careful, but, Delaney shrugged. It's been 4 years. I know how to manage it. Managing it and ignoring it are different things. June gestured to the treatment table. Up you go. Let's see what we're working with. The session was more intensive than usual. Deep tissue work that hurt in the specific way that meant healing, assisted stretches that pushed Delaney's range of motion, ice and heat in alternating intervals. June worked in focused silence, and Delaney was grateful not to have to make conversation while pain radiated up her leg. You're tensing, June said, halfway through a particularly uncomfortable stretch. Breathe through it. Delaney forced herself to exhale, to let her muscles relax even as they screamed in protest. Better, June murmured. The tension makes it worse, you know. Physical and emotional. I know. Do you? June's hands were gentle but insistent, working through the knotted tissue around Delaney's kneecap. Because you've been coming here for 4 years, and you're better at hiding the emotional tension than dealing with it. Delaney didn't answer. June let the silence sit for a moment, then asked, how's the shop? Good. Better than expected. And your partner? Iris. Delaney said her name without thinking, and heard how soft her own voice had gone. She's good. Good at what she does. Good at people. Are you friends? The question caught Delaney off guard. Were they friends? They were partners. They worked together every day. They'd had dinner with Iris's friends. They brought each other coffee and lunch and small considerations. But friends implied something beyond professional courtesy. Friends implied trust. Vulnerability. The kind of closeness Delaney had been avoiding for years. I don't know, Delaney admitted. Maybe. Do you want to be? Yes, Delaney thought immediately. And that was the problem. It's complicated, she said instead. June made a thoughtful sound and moved to a different muscle group. Complicated how? She doesn't know. About the media thing. About why I've been hiding. Have you told her? Some of it. Not the details. Do you plan to? Delaney stared at the ceiling, at the motivational poster about the body's resilience. I don't know. If I tell her everything, she'll look at me differently. Maybe. Or maybe she'll understand. Or maybe she'll decide I'm too damaged to be worth the trouble. June's hands stilled. Delaney. Look at me. Delaney met her eyes. June's expression was firm but kind. You are not damaged, June said clearly. You were hurt. There's a difference. And anyone worth having in your life will understand that. Delaney's throat tightened. She looked away. June resumed the stretches, gentler now. Tell me about the shop. What have you been working on? Safe topic. Delaney latched onto it. Trim restoration. The building is from the 1920s, original arts and crafts woodwork. Someone painted over it decades ago, but underneath it's beautiful. I've been stripping the paint, refinishing piece by piece. Sounds tedious. It is. But worth it. When you see the wood grain come through, see the detail work someone carved 100 years ago, it's like bringing something back from the dead. Is that what you're doing? Bringing the shop back from the dead? Iris is doing that. I'm just fixing what's broken. Don't sell yourself short. You're both building something. June paused. Or maybe you're both bringing each other back from the dead. Delaney wanted to argue, but the words stuck in her throat. Because June was right. Before the shop, before Iris, Delaney had been existing but not living. Going through motions. Safe but small, exactly like Viv had said in her letter. And now she had somewhere to be every morning. Someone who smiled when she walked in. Work she could be proud of, visible work, work that people would see. It was terrifying. It was also the most alive she'd felt in 4 years. She leaves me flowers, Delaney said quietly. June looked up. What? Iris. She leaves flowers in my workspace. Different ones each week. She thinks I don't notice, but I do. Delaney felt her cheeks heat. I looked them up. The meanings. Last week was yellow roses. Friendship. The week before was white lilacs. Youth and innocence. This week is purple hyacinth. What does purple hyacinth mean? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The treatment room was very quiet. Has she done something that needs forgiving? June asked carefully. No. But I think maybe she's saying it for her aunt. Viv, leaving the apology Viv never got to give me. Delaney's hands clenched on the edge of the treatment table. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe she just thinks purple looks nice. Do you really think that? No. June finished the stretch and helped Delaney sit up. For someone who claims not to know if you're friends, you sure pay a lot of attention to her. She's my business partner. I should pay attention. Uh-huh. June's expression was knowing. And how does she pay attention to you? Delaney thought about the coffee, always made exactly right. The way Iris had offered to protect her from media attention without being asked. The custom step stool. The lunch deliveries. The way Iris noticed when Delaney's knee was bad and quietly rearranged her own schedule to handle the shop floor so Delaney could work sitting down. She sees me, Delaney said. Really sees me. Not just the parts one show people. And that scares you. Yeah. June handed her an ice pack and a printout of home exercises. Here's my professional advice, the knee needs rest. No ladders for at least a week. Ice it twice a day, do the exercises, and for God's sake, stop pushing through pain just because you can. Okay. And here's my personal advice, which you can ignore if you want. If someone sees you and still chooses to be around you, maybe that's not something to run from. Maybe that's something to run toward. Delaney took the ice pack and the exercises and didn't answer. But driving back to the shop, she thought about Iris. About the way her whole face lit up when she talked about flowers. About her terrible jokes and her anxious habits and the way she hummed while she worked. About how she'd invited Delaney to dinner with her best friends, included her in her life, made space for her. About how dangerous it was, wanting to be close to someone. About how Delaney was starting not to care. She got back to the shop just after noon. Iris was with a customer, walking them through wedding flower options, and she looked up when the bell chimed. Her eyes went immediately to Delaney's limp, and something concerned flickered across her face. Delaney shook her head slightly, later, and headed to the back room. She spent the afternoon working on a custom shelving unit she was building for the shop storage area, something she could do sitting on a stool with her knee elevated. The work was meditative. Measure, cut, sand, assemble. Simple and satisfying. Around 4, Iris appeared in the doorway with 2 mugs of coffee and a concerned expression. You're limping worse than this morning, she said without preamble. Bad day. It happens. Did June say to rest it? She said no ladders for a week. Iris set down the coffee mugs and crossed her arms. What else did she say? Ice it. Do the exercises. Don't push through pain. And you're sitting on a stool in a dusty back room building shelves instead of resting because sitting and working is better than sitting and doing nothing. Iris looked at her for a long moment, then sighed. Okay. But you're icing it every hour, and if it gets worse, you're going home early. Yes, Mom. I'm serious, Delaney. I know. Thank you. Iris's expression softened. She picked up the coffee mugs and handed one to Delaney. Purple hyacinth this week. Did you notice? Delaney's heart did something complicated. I noticed. Do you know what it means? Yeah. I looked it up. And? Delaney met her eyes. You don't have to apologize for Viv. You're not responsible for what she did or didn't do. I know. But she wanted to apologize and she didn't get the chance. So maybe I can do it for her. In my own way. Iris fidgeted with her coffee mug. Is that weird? No. It's kind. They stood in the comfortable silence that had become familiar over the past weeks. Then Iris said, I'm closing early today. 5 instead of 6. We can both go home and rest. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. I want to. Partnership means we both take care of ourselves. And each other. Before Delaney could respond, Iris was gone, back to the shop floor where another customer had just walked in. Delaney sat with her coffee and her half-built shelves and the purple hyacinth in the small vase on her workspace, and tried not to think about how easy it would be to fall for someone like Iris. Someone warm and genuine and stubbornly caring. Someone who saw her and didn't run. She failed entirely. That evening, after they'd closed the shop and Iris had gone upstairs to her apartment, Delaney sat in her truck with her phone in her hand. She'd been thinking about June's words all afternoon. About being seen. About running toward instead of away. About Iris, who left her flowers with hidden meanings and noticed when she was in pain and made space for her without asking for anything in return. Before she could overthink it, Delaney pulled up her contacts and scrolled to a name she hadn't called in 3 years. Tomas. Her brother. Her thumb hovered over the call button. She thought about the last time they'd spoken. The fight. The things he'd said, you're embarrassing the family. This is too much. I can't defend you anymore. And the things she'd said back. The way she'd hung up and blocked his number and told herself she didn't need family if family meant conditional love. 3 years of silence. She thought about Iris and Viv. 6 years of estrangement, and now Iris was reading letters and crying and trying to forgive a dead woman for choosing fear over love. Delaney didn't want to be that story. Didn't want to wait until it was too late. But she also didn't know if she could survive being rejected again. She put the phone down. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. But the fact that she'd considered it at all felt like progress. Later that night, unable to sleep, Delaney went back to the shop. She had a key now. Iris had given her one the second week, saying it's your shop too, and she let herself in quietly, not turning on the main lights. Just the work lamps in the back where she'd been refinishing trim. She worked in the peaceful silence, stripping paint from wood that had been hidden for decades. The chemical smell, the careful scraping, the gradual revelation of grain and detail, it was meditative. Safe. She didn't hear Iris come down the stairs until she spoke. Can't sleep either? Delaney turned. Iris stood in the doorway in pajama pants and an oversized cardigan, her hair loose around her shoulders, looking soft and rumpled and beautiful. Didn't mean to wake you, Delaney said. You didn't. I was already awake. Iris patted over, careful of the drop cloths. Can I watch? If you want. Iris settled on the floor, back against the wall, and watched Delaney work. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Then Iris said quietly, I almost called my parents today. My biological parents, I mean. The ones who cut me off. Delaney paused mid-scrape. Did you? No. But I thought about it. First time in 6 years. Iris pulled her knees up to her chest. Reading Viv's letter made me think, what if I wait too long? What if they die and I never get to hear them say they were wrong, or that they love me, or anything? Would it matter? Hearing it from them? I don't know. Maybe. Probably. I hate that it would, but it would. Delaney set down her scraper and turned to face her. I have a brother. Tomas. We haven't spoken in 3 years. It was the first time she'd told anyone that. Even June only knew she was estranged from family, not the details. What happened? Iris asked. I came out. He tried to be supportive at first. But when the media thing happened, when it got bad, he said I was embarrassing the family. That he couldn't defend me anymore. That I should have kept it private. He blamed you for other people's cruelty. Yeah. That's bullshit. Delaney felt something loosen in her chest. It is. But it still hurt. Do you want to talk to him again? I don't know. Part of me wants him to apologize. Part of me wants to not care anymore. And part of me is just tired of carrying it around. Iris was quiet for a moment. Then she got up, crossed the space between them, and sat down next to Delaney on the floor. For what it's worth, Iris said, I'm glad Viv paired us together. I'm glad I get to know you. And I'm sorry your brother was too scared to see how brave you are. Delaney's throat tightened. I'm not brave. Brave people don't hide for 4 years. Brave people do what they need to do to survive. And then, when they're ready, they try again. Iris bumped her shoulder against Delaney's. You're trying again. That's brave. They sat shoulder to shoulder on the dusty floor of the shop, surrounded by paint strip trim and the smell of chemicals and the quiet of 2 a.m. I was engaged to someone, Delaney said suddenly. Before I transitioned, when I was still pretending to be someone I wasn't. Her name was Rachel. We were going to get married. She'd never told anyone this. Not even June. What happened? Iris asked. I told her the truth. That I was trans. That I needed to transition or I wasn't going to survive. Delaney stared at the wall. She said she loved me, but not like that. She said she was attracted to men, and if I wasn't a man, then she couldn't be with me. That must have been awful. It was. But she was honest. I can respect that more than I can respect someone who pretends to be okay with it and then leaves when it gets hard. Like your brother. Yeah. Like Tomas. Iris took Delaney's hand. Just held it, her fingers warm and steady. I'm sorry, Iris said. I'm sorry you lost so many people just for becoming yourself. Delaney looked down at their joined hands. This felt dangerous. Intimate. Like crossing a line they couldn't uncross. But she didn't pull away. It's not all loss, she said quietly. I found some people too. June. Viv, for a while. And now you. Now me, Iris echoed. They sat like that for a long time, hands linked, shoulders touching, surrounded by the evidence of what they were building together. Finally, Iris said, we should probably sleep. We have a full day tomorrow. Yeah. Neither of them moved. Delaney? Yeah. Thank you. For telling me. About Rachel and Tomas and everything. I know it wasn't easy. Thank you for listening. Iris squeezed her hand once and let go, standing up and offering Delaney a hand up. Delaney took it, ignoring the protest from her knee. They walked to the front door together. Iris locked it behind them, and they stood on the sidewalk in the orange glow of the streetlight. Good night, Iris said softly. Good night. Iris turned toward the stairs to her apartment, then paused and looked back. The flowers. The meanings. I'm glad you've been looking them up. Then she was gone, disappearing up the stairs, leaving Delaney standing alone on the sidewalk with her heart doing impossible things. She drove home thinking about purple hyacinth. About apologies and forgiveness. About Iris's hand in hers and the way it had felt both terrifying and safe. About how she was definitely, absolutely, falling for her business partner. And how she had no idea what to do about it. Chapter 8, Crossing Lines. Iris found the journals on a Tuesday afternoon while looking for extra vases in the back storage room. She'd been reorganizing, a nervous habit that kicked in whenever she had too much mental energy and not enough outlet for it, and had pulled out a cardboard box labeled Office Supplies from the bottom shelf. Inside, no office supplies. Just 3 leather-bound journals, Viv's handwriting on the covers. Dates ranging from 2019 to 2024. Iris's hands shook as she pulled out the most recent one. The last entry was dated March 15, 5 weeks before Viv died. She shouldn't read it. It was private. Personal. But Viv had left her the shop, left her that letter, left her with so many unanswered questions. Iris opened the journal. March 15, 2024. Doctor confirmed today what I already knew, cancer spreading. 2 months, maybe 3 if I'm lucky. I'm not doing chemo. Already watched Mom waste away from the treatments that were supposed to save her. I won't do that to myself. Called the lawyer. Need to finalize the will. The shop goes to Iris and Delaney. I think they'll be good for each other. Iris has the heart and the vision. Delaney has the skill and the steadiness. Together they might make something I never could alone. I wish I could see it. Wish I could see Iris run the shop, see her make it beautiful. Wish I could tell her I'm sorry in person instead of from beyond the grave. But I waited too long. Pride and fear, like always. Mom was right about me, I'm too stubborn to admit when I'm wrong until it's too late. Iris's vision blurred. She wiped her eyes and kept reading. February 8, 2024. Iris's transition anniversary came up on my Facebook memories today. 6 years since she sent that letter. 6 years since I told her I needed time. 6 goddamn years. I thought about calling her 1,000 times. Picked up the phone, put it down. Wrote letters I never sent. Drove past her apartment once and sat in the parking lot like a creep, trying to work up the courage to knock on her door. I'm a coward. That's the truth of it. I was scared, of saying the wrong thing, of hurting her worse, of admitting I'd already hurt her by my silence. So I said nothing, and the silence got longer, and now I'm dying and it's too late for anything but letters and legacies. I hope she understands. I hope the shop means what I want it to mean, that I was wrong, that she deserves everything, that I'm sorry. The words swam on the page. Iris turned back further, looking for more. January 3, 2024. New Year's resolution, tell Iris the truth. That I love her. That I was wrong. That she's brave and I'm proud of her. But the cancer's getting worse and I can barely get out of bed some days. And maybe it's better this way. Maybe a letter is easier than facing her and seeing the hurt I caused. Coward. 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 Iris slammed the journal shut, her breath coming in gasps. Viv had known. For months, maybe years, she'd known she was wrong. She'd wanted to reach out. She'd thought about it, planned it, and then just hadn't. She'd let Iris believe she was unwanted, unworthy, not enough. For 6 years. While sitting in parking lots and writing unsent letters and making resolutions she never kept. The anger hit Iris like a physical force. Hot and sharp and overwhelming. She threw the journal across the room. It hit the wall with a satisfying thud and fell to the floor, pages bent. Fuck you, Iris said to the empty storage room, to the ghost of her aunt, to 6 years of silence. Fuck you for waiting. Fuck you for being too scared. Fuck you for dying before you could fix it. The tears came then, ugly and choking. She slid down the wall and sat on the dusty floor, surrounded by boxes and vases and the evidence of Viv's cowardice, and cried. She cried for 6 years of thinking she wasn't enough. For every holiday she'd spent alone, every milestone Viv had missed, every time she'd looked at her phone hoping for a message that never came. She cried for the relationship they could have had. For the aunt who'd baked her birthday cakes when she was a kid, who'd taught her the names of flowers, who'd been the first person Iris told when she got accepted to college. She cried for the waste of it all. 6 years they could have been rebuilding their relationship, and Viv had spent it being too stubborn to pick up the phone. She didn't hear Delaney come in until she felt a hand on her shoulder. Iris? Iris looked up through blurred vision. Delaney crouched next to her, concern written across her face, dust on her knees from kneeling on the floor. What happened? Delaney asked. Iris gestured at the journal lying against the wall. I found Viv's journals. She knew. For years she knew she was wrong about cutting me off, and she never called. She never. Her voice broke. Delaney sat down fully, her bad knee stretched out in front of her, and pulled Iris against her shoulder without asking permission. Iris went willingly, pressing her face against Delaney's Henley shirt and crying while Delaney's arms came around her, solid and warm. I'm so angry, Iris gasped between sobs. I'm so angry at her and she's dead, so I can't yell at her or make her understand how much it hurt, and I feel like a terrible person for being angry at someone who just died. You're not terrible, Delaney said quietly. You're allowed to be angry. She hurt you. But she apologized in the letter. She left me the shop. She was trying to make it right. Trying isn't the same as doing. She had 6 years to call you. She chose not to. Delaney's hand moved in slow circles on Iris's back. You can love someone and still be angry at them. Both things can be true. Iris cried harder, because that was exactly it. She loved Viv and she was furious with her and she missed her and she wanted to scream at her, and none of it mattered because Viv was dead and Iris was left holding all these impossible feelings with nowhere to put them. She sat in my parking lot, Iris said into Delaney's shoulder. She drove to my apartment and sat in her car and couldn't work up the courage to knock on my door. While I was inside, probably, thinking about her, missing her, wondering if I'd done something so unforgivable that she'd never want to see me again. Delaney's arms tightened around her. What if I'd looked out the window? Iris continued. What if I'd seen her car and gone down to talk to her? What if I'd been braver than she was? Maybe we could have fixed it. Maybe. Don't do that to yourself. It wasn't your job to fix what she broke. But I could have tried. Iris. Look at me. Iris pulled back enough to meet Delaney's eyes. They were dark and serious and filled with something fierce. You were the one who got hurt, Delaney said. You were the one who got rejected just for being yourself. It was her job to reach out. Her job to apologize. Her job to fix it. Not yours. She tried. At the end. With the letter and the shop Anne. At the end. When she was dying and had no choice. That's not the same as choosing you when it was hard. When you needed her most. The words were blunt, almost harsh. But they were also true. Iris had spent 6 years making excuses for Viv. She needed time. She was processing. She was from a different generation. She didn't understand. But understanding took a phone call. Processing took less than 6 years. And need had nothing to do with it. Viv had just been scared, and she'd let her fear matter more than Iris's pain. I wanted her to choose me, Iris whispered. When I came out, when I sent that letter, I wanted her to choose me right away. To say she loved me no matter what. To fight for me. You deserved that. Instead she chose silence. For 6 years. Yeah. She did. Iris looked at the journal on the floor. At the evidence of Viv's regret, her cowardice, her love that came too late. I don't know how to forgive her, Iris said. Maybe you don't have to. Not yet. Maybe you can just be angry for a while. Is that allowed? Being angry at dead people? I'm angry at my dead fiancé sometimes. For leaving when I needed her. For not being able to love me the way I needed. For making me go through transition alone. Delaney's voice was quiet. Being dead doesn't erase the hurt they caused. Iris had never thought about it that way. She'd been so focused on being grateful for Viv's deathbed apology that she hadn't let herself feel the anger underneath. But now, sitting on the dusty floor with Viv's journals scattered around her and Delaney's arms steady and warm, she let herself feel it. The anger at being abandoned. At being deemed not worth the discomfort of a difficult conversation. At being left behind while Viv worked up the courage she never quite found. "Thank you," Iris said. "For not telling me I shouldn't be angry. For not defending her. I'm not going to defend someone who hurt you. Even if she was sorry at the end." Iris pulled back enough to look at Delaney properly. Her face was close, closer than they'd ever been before. Iris could see the exact color of her eyes, dark brown with flecks of amber. Could see the small scar above her left eyebrow. Could see the concern and care written across her features. "How are you so good at this?" Iris asked. "At saying exactly what I need to hear?" "I'm not good at much. But I know what it's like to be hurt by people who were supposed to love you. I know what it's like to need someone to just witness it. Not fix it. Just see it." "I see you too," Iris said. "I hope you know that." Something shifted in Delaney's expression. Softened. They were still so close. Close enough that Iris could feel Delaney's breath. Close enough that if she leaned forward just a few inches. Delaney pulled back first, gently but deliberately. "You're upset," she said. "This isn't, we shouldn't." "Right. Yeah. You're right." Iris wiped her eyes, feeling the heat of embarrassment creep up her neck. "Sorry. I'm a mess." "You're grieving. That's different from being a mess." Iris tried to smile and failed. "I should clean this up. Get back to work. We have that wedding consultation at 3. I can handle the consultation if you need time. You hate talking to customers. I hate seeing you hurt more." The casual way Delaney said it, like it was obvious, like of course she'd do something she hated if it helped Iris, made Iris's chest ache in a completely different way. "I'll be okay," Iris said. "I just need a minute. And maybe some water. And possibly to burn these journals." "We could do that." "Burn them." Iris looked at her. "Really? If it would help." "Fire's cathartic. I have a metal drum at my place we could use." The offer was so sincere, so matter-of-fact, that Iris almost laughed. "You'd let me burn my dead aunt's journals in your backyard?" "If that's what you need, yeah." Iris did laugh then, watery but real. "That's possibly the most emotionally supportive thing anyone's ever offered me. I'm not great with words. But I can help you burn things. I'll keep that in mind for my next emotional crisis." Iris stood up, her legs shaky. Delaney stood too, slower, favoring her knee. "I don't think I can burn them. But I also can't read them right now. Can you put them somewhere I won't find them? Just for a while?" "Yeah. I can do that." Delaney gathered the journals, including the one Iris had thrown, and carried them out to her truck. When she came back, Iris was washing her face in the bathroom, trying to make herself presentable. Delaney appeared in the doorway. "Better?" "Getting there." Iris looked at her reflection, red eyes, blotchy skin, hair a disaster. "I look like I've been crying for an hour." "You have been crying for an hour." "Fair point." Iris turned to face her. "Thank you. For being here. For holding me. For not making me feel stupid for being angry." "You're not stupid. You're human." They stood in the tiny bathroom, too close in the small space, and Iris felt the pull again. The want to step forward, to be held again, to be comforted. To be more than business partners. But Delaney had pulled away earlier. Had set a boundary. And Iris needed to respect that, even if every part of her wanted to cross the line they'd been dancing around for weeks. "I should prep for the consultation," Iris said, stepping around Delaney and back into the shop. "Iris." She turned back. Delaney looked like she wanted to say something, her hand half raised like she might reach out. But then she let it drop. "Let me know if you need anything," Delaney said instead. "I will." Iris spent the next 2 hours preparing sample arrangements and crying intermittently and trying not to think about how good it had felt to be held by Delaney. She failed entirely. That night, after the shop closed and Delaney had gone home and Iris was alone in her apartment, she pulled out her phone. She typed out a message to Pooja, found Viv's journals. She knew she was wrong for years and never called. "I'm so angry." The response came immediately. "Want me to come over?" "No. I'm okay. Just needed to say it out loud." "Did you talk to Delaney about it?" "Yeah. She was good. Really good. Of course she was. That woman is falling for you so hard." Iris stared at the message. "What? No, she's not. We're just friends. Business partners. Babe. She held you while you cried and offered to help you burn evidence. That's not business partner behavior. She was just being supportive. Keep telling yourself that." Iris put down her phone and stared at the ceiling. Was Pooja right? Was Delaney falling for her? Or was Iris just projecting her own feelings onto someone who was being professionally kind? She thought about the way Delaney had pulled back earlier. The boundary she'd set. The "you're upset, we shouldn't" that had been so clear. That didn't sound like someone who wanted to cross professional lines. But then she thought about the flowers Delaney noticed. The coffee made exactly right. The custom shelf. The way Delaney looked at her sometimes, like Iris was something worth protecting. Maybe Pooja was right. Or maybe Iris was reading too much into kindness because she was desperate for it to mean more. Either way, she was definitely, absolutely, falling for her business partner. And she had no idea if Delaney felt the same way. Chapter 9, Learning the Language. The week after Iris found the journals, Delaney brought her coffee every single morning. Not just brought it, made it exactly how Iris liked it, with too much sugar and a splash of cream, in the purple mug Iris preferred even though it was chipped. She'd show up at 8:45, 15 minutes before their usual meeting time, and the coffee would be waiting when Iris came downstairs. No explanation. No making it a big deal. Just coffee, and the quiet presence of someone who was paying attention. On Wednesday, Iris came down to find not just coffee, but also a chocolate croissant from the bakery 2 blocks over. "You didn't have to do this," Iris said. Delaney shrugged, already heading to her current project, refinishing the front counter. "You skipped dinner yesterday. I noticed. I wasn't hungry. Now you have breakfast." And that was that. Discussion closed. On Thursday, Iris emerged from a difficult phone call with a vendor to find Delaney had rearranged her workspace. The flowers she'd been prepping were organized by type and color. Her tools were laid out in order of use. Even her notebook was open to a fresh page with the date written at the top in Delaney's precise handwriting. "What's this?" Iris asked. "You were stressed. Thought I'd help." Delaney didn't look up from the trim she was sanding. "Hope that's okay." "It's very okay. Thank you." "You're welcome." Small things. Practical things. Things that said "I see you struggling and let me help" without making Iris feel weak or incapable. Things that were making it increasingly difficult to maintain any kind of professional distance. By Friday, Iris decided she needed to reciprocate. Because that's what partners did, right? Took care of each other. She started by actually learning about carpentry. Not just nodding along when Delaney explained what she was doing, but asking questions. Taking notes. Understanding the work. "Why are you stripping the paint instead of just painting over it?" Iris asked, watching Delaney work on a particularly stubborn section of trim. "Because the detail work underneath is beautiful. Worth preserving." Delaney ran her hand over the wood. "See these grooves? That's hand-carved. Someone spent hours on this, making it perfect. Covering it up would be disrespectful to the craft. You really love this. The work. Yeah. I do. Delaney looked almost shy admitting it. There's something satisfying about restoration. Taking something damaged and bringing it back to what it was meant to be. Iris thought about that. About Delaney herself, someone who'd been damaged by cruelty and was slowly, carefully, letting herself be restored. Will you teach me? Iris asked. Delaney looked up, surprised. Teach you carpentry? Just the basics. I want to understand what you're doing. And maybe I could help with some of the simpler stuff. You sure? It's tedious work. So is wire wrapping 300 roses for a wedding arch. I can handle tedious. So Delaney taught her. How to use the heat gun without burning the wood. How to scrape paint in long, even strokes. How to sand with the grain, never against it. How to feel when the wood was ready for stain. They worked side by side, and Iris discovered she liked the meditative quality of it. The focus it required. The way you could see progress happening in real time. You're good at this, Delaney said, watching Iris carefully strip a section of baseboard. I'm following instructions. That's different from being good. No. You're paying attention to the wood. Listening to what it needs. That's the important part. The praise made Iris's chest warm. Saturday was their busiest day. A wedding consultation in the morning, a bridal party event in the afternoon, and a steady stream of walk-in customers between. Delaney mostly stayed in the back, working on the built-in shelving unit she was constructing. But around 3 o'clock, during a lull, she emerged with 2 mugs of tea. Break time, she announced. I should really finish prepping these centerpieces. Break time. Delaney set the tea on the counter. You've been on your feet for 6 hours straight. Iris wanted to argue, but her feet were killing her and the tea smelled perfect. She sat on the stool Delaney had built for her workspace. How'd you know I needed this? Iris asked. You get this little line between your eyebrows when you're pushing too hard. I've learned to watch for it. Iris touched her forehead self-consciously. I have a stress line. Everyone has tells. Yours is the line. Delaney sipped her own tea. Also, you stop humming. You hum when you're happy and working at a sustainable pace. When you stop, it means you're overdoing it. You've really been paying attention. You're my partner. Of course I pay attention. The word partner did complicated things to Iris's heart rate. They drank their tea in comfortable silence, the Saturday afternoon sun streaming through the front windows, highlighting the dust motes and making everything look golden. Can I ask you something? Iris said. Sure. The flowers I've been leaving in your workspace. The purple hyacinth and the others. Have you been looking up all the meanings? Delaney's cheeks colored slightly. Yeah. I have. And what? What did you think? About the meanings? Delaney set down her mug, choosing her words carefully. I think you're trying to say things you don't know how to say out loud. And I appreciate that you're trying. What if I tried saying some of them out loud? Would that be okay? Depends on what you're trying to say. Iris took a breath. This was terrifying. But also necessary. I'm trying to say thank you. For being patient with me. For being here. For making this partnership work even though neither of us asked for it. She met Delaney's eyes. I'm trying to say that you matter to me. More than just business partner matter. Friend matter. Delaney was very still. Friend matter? Yeah. Is that okay? Can we be friends? I'd like that. Delaney's voice was soft. I'd like to be your friend. The word felt both exactly right and completely insufficient. But it was a start. Good, Iris said. Because I was going to teach you flower language properly. Can't have my business partner not knowing what she's looking at every day. Thought you were already teaching me. With the flowers you leave. That's passive learning. I mean active. Proper lessons. Iris gestured to the coolers. Pop quiz. What does red roses mean? Love. Romance. That's the obvious one. What about yellow roses? Friendship. I looked that one up when you left them 3 weeks ago. White lilies. Purity. Sympathy. You use them for funerals. Very good. What about orange tulips? Delaney frowned. I don't know that one. Energy. Enthusiasm. Understanding. Iris pulled out her phone and showed Delaney a photo. These are what I'm thinking of using for the Mason wedding. The bride wants something bright and happy, and orange tulips with white daisies would be perfect. Why daisies? Innocence. New beginnings. Plus they're cheerful and they photograph well. Delaney leaned in to look at the photo, and suddenly she was very close. Iris could smell her soap, something clean and woodsy, and see the small freckles across her nose that she'd never noticed before. You put a lot of thought into this, Delaney said. The flowers. The meanings. Making sure everything matches what people are trying to say. That's the job. Helping people express feelings they don't have words for. Is that why you became a florist? The question caught Iris off guard. No one had ever asked her that before. I became a florist because Aunt Viv taught me flower language when I was a kid, Iris said slowly. She'd take me to the shop on weekends, and she'd show me how to arrange things, and she'd tell me what each flower meant. I loved it. The idea that you could say things without words. That you could communicate in color and texture and scent. And now you're doing it professionally. Yeah. Though I didn't plan to. I was doing data entry before Viv died. Hated it. But it paid the bills. Iris shrugged. And then she left me the shop, and suddenly I had a reason to do something I actually loved. Even though she hurt you. Even though she hurt me. Iris looked around the shop, at the flowers she'd arranged, at the woodwork Delaney was restoring, at the space they were building together. Maybe this is her real apology. Not just the letter. But giving me the chance to do this. To build something beautiful. With me, Delaney added quietly. With you. They looked at each other for a long moment. Then a customer walked in, and the moment broke. But something had shifted. Some acknowledgement that they were building something together, something that mattered. Something that was starting to feel like more than just business. Sunday, Iris woke up to a text from Pooja, brunch. My place. 11 a.m., bring updates. Iris showed up with bagels and the sense that she was about to get interrogated. She was right. So, Pooja said, the moment Iris sat down at the kitchen table. How's the carpenter? Delaney's fine. Good. The shop's coming along great. That's not what I asked. Pooja fixed her with a look. How is she? How are you two? We're partners. Friends. Friends who stare at each other like lovesick teenagers. We don't. Babe. I saw you at dinner. The way you looked at her. The way she looked at you. Pooja took a bite of her bagel. You're catching feelings. I'm not, Iris stopped. What was the point of lying to Pooja? Okay, fine. Maybe. A little. A little? A lot. I'm catching feelings a lot. Iris dropped her head into her hands. This is a disaster. Why is it a disaster? Because she's my business partner. Because we have to work together every day for at least 6 months. Because if I tell her and she doesn't feel the same way, it'll make everything weird and awkward and we might lose the partnership entirely. And if she does feel the same way? Iris looked up. What? What if she feels the same way? What if she's just as terrified as you are about crossing that line? Pooja leaned forward. Have you considered that possibility? She pulled away. Last week, when I was upset about the journals. We were close and I thought maybe, but she pulled back. Set a boundary. Because you were upset and vulnerable. That's called being respectful, not being uninterested. You think she's interested? Honey, she brings you coffee every morning. She rearranges your workspace when you're stressed. She taught you carpentry. She watches for your stress tells. Pooja counted off on her fingers. That woman is into you. Or she's just a really good friend. The two aren't mutually exclusive. But there's friend behavior and there's I'm falling for you but I'm terrified behavior. And Delaney is firmly in category 2. Iris wanted to believe it. But wanting and reality weren't always the same thing. What if I'm wrong? Iris said. What if I tell her how I feel and she doesn't want that? I can't lose this partnership, Pooja. The shop, working with her, it's the best thing that's happened to me in years. I can't risk it. And if you never tell her? If you just keep catching feelings and hoping she'll make the first move? That's not going to work either. So what do I do? Pooja thought for a moment. Give it time. You're only a month in. Keep building the friendship, the trust. Watch for signals. And when the moment feels right, when you're both ready, then you make your move. And if the moment never feels right? Then you live with the uncertainty. Or you decide the risk is worth it. Pooja reached across the table and took Iris's hand. But for what it's worth? I think she's worth the risk. And I think you are too. Iris squeezed her hand back. When did you get so wise? I've always been wise. You just don't listen to me. That's fair. They finished brunch talking about other things. Pooja's latest ER drama, Lauren's job hunt, Iris's upcoming flower crown workshop. But underneath it all, Iris couldn't stop thinking about what Pooja had said. She's worth the risk. And so are you. Maybe that was true. Maybe the risk of telling Delaney how she felt was worth the chance of something real. Or maybe Iris was just setting herself up for heartbreak. Only one way to find out. Monday morning, Iris came down to the shop at 8:45 to find Delaney already there with coffee and a small vase on the counter. Inside the vase, red carnations. Iris's breath caught. Red carnations meant admiration. Deep love. My heart aches for you. I've been learning, Delaney said, not quite meeting her eyes. Flower language. Thought I'd try leaving you one. Is that okay? Iris looked at the carnations, at Delaney's careful expression, at the way she was fidgeting with her coffee mug. It's more than okay, Iris said softly. It's perfect. I wasn't sure about the color. The website said red means deep love, but there are different shades of red, and I didn't know if. Delaney. She stopped. They're perfect. Thank you. Delaney's shoulders relaxed. Good. Okay. I'll get back to work then. She retreated to her current project, and Iris stood at the counter holding her coffee and looking at the red carnations and trying to remember how to breathe. Because Pooja was right. Delaney was falling for her too. And Iris had absolutely no idea what to do about it. Except keep showing up. Keep building. Keep leaving flowers with meanings Delaney would understand. Keep hoping that eventually, they'd both be brave enough to say out loud what they'd been saying in Petals and would all along. Chapter 10, The Renovation Reveal. Delaney finished the built-ins at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. She'd been working on them for 3 weeks, custom shelving designed specifically for Iris's workspace, with compartments for different types of flowers, pull-out drawers for ribbon and wire, a dedicated space for her tools. All built from reclaimed oak she'd found at a salvage yard, sanded smooth and finished with a clear coat that made the grain shine. She stepped back and examined her work. The joints were tight, the shelves level, the drawers gliding smooth. Good work. Maybe the best work she'd done in years. And it was for Iris. That thought made Delaney's stomach flip in a way that had nothing to do with anxiety and everything to do with the fact that she'd spent 3 weeks building something beautiful for someone she was absolutely, definitely falling in love with. The red carnations had been a risk. A big one. But Iris had understood what they meant, and she'd smiled, and she'd kept them in a vase on the counter where Delaney could see them every day. Like a promise. Or an answer. Delaney heard footsteps on the stairs and quickly moved away from the built-ins, grabbing a random piece of trim to look busy. She wasn't ready to show Iris yet. Wanted it to be a surprise. "Morning," Iris said, appearing in the doorway with her hair in a messy bun and her cardigan buttoned wrong. "You're here early." "Couldn't sleep. Thought I'd get a head start." "Everything okay?" "Yeah. Fine." Delaney set down the trim. "Coffee's ready. I made extra." They went through their morning routine, coffee at the counter, comparing schedules, talking through the day's priorities. Delaney kept sneaking glances at the built-ins, covered with a tarp, and trying not to give anything away. "What's under the tarp?" Iris asked, because of course she noticed. "Surprise. For later." "Later when?" "Later when I say you can look." Iris's eyes lit up. "You finished the built-ins?" "Maybe." "Can I see?" "Not yet. Tonight. After we close." "That's hours away." "Patience is a virtue." Iris pouted, which was unfairly adorable. "You can't just leave a surprise tarp in my workspace and expect me not to peek." "I absolutely can expect that. It's called delayed gratification." "I hate delayed gratification." "I know. That's why I'm teaching it to you." Iris threw a crumpled receipt at her. Delaney caught it and grinned. This easy back and forth, this comfortable teasing, this was what Delaney had been missing in her careful, controlled life. The lightness of it. The joy. "Fine," Iris said. "I'll wait. But you have to promise it's worth the wait." "I promise." The day crawled by. Delaney worked on other projects, fixing a squeaky floorboard, touching up paint in the bathroom, installing the new lighting fixtures she'd ordered. But her attention kept drifting to the tarp-covered built-ins and to Iris, who kept glancing over like a kid on Christmas Eve. Around 3, Malcolm stopped by. Iris's ex-boyfriend, the one who dated her through her transition and then realized he was gay. Delaney had met him briefly before, he seemed nice enough, and Iris clearly still cared about him. But watching them hug and laugh and fall into easy conversation made something uncomfortable twist in Delaney's chest. Not jealousy, exactly. They were clearly just friends. But something else. Envy, maybe. That Malcolm had a history with Iris. Inside jokes and shared memories and a comfort level Delaney was still working toward. "Delaney." Malcolm called, spotting her. "Come say hi. I brought cookies from that place Iris likes." Delaney joined them at the counter, accepting a cookie she didn't particularly want. "The shop looks amazing," Malcolm said, looking around. "Seriously, you two have transformed this place. It's like a completely different space." "Delaney did all the hard work," Iris said. "I just make things look pretty." "You do more than that and you know it." Delaney turned to Malcolm. "She's got bookings through September. 3 weddings, 2 corporate events, and a funeral for someone who specifically requested her because of the obituary arrangement she did last month." Iris blushed. "You've been tracking my bookings?" "Of course I have. We're partners." Malcolm's eyes flickered between them, something knowing in his expression. "Right. Partners." They chatted for another 20 minutes about Malcolm's new boyfriend, his graphic design work, Iris's upcoming flower crown workshop. He was charming and funny and clearly cared about Iris. And when he left, he hugged Iris goodbye and said, loudly enough for Delaney to hear, "She's good for you. Don't overthink it." Iris turned bright red. "Malcolm." "What?" "I'm just saying. You look happy." Happier than I've seen you in years. He waved at Delaney. Take care of her, yeah? I'm trying, Delaney said. After he left, Iris wouldn't meet Delaney's eyes. Sorry about that, Iris muttered. He's observant. Is he right? About you being happy? Iris finally looked up. Yeah. He is. The shop, the partnership, everything, I'm really happy. Good. Me too. The moment stretched between them, full of things neither of them was quite ready to say. Then a customer walked in, and the moment passed. At 6 o'clock, Delaney locked the front door and flipped the sign to closed. Okay, she said. Now you can look. Iris practically ran to the tarp. Delaney caught her hand before she could pull it off. Wait. Let me. She positioned Iris in front of the workspace, then carefully removed the tarp. The built-ins gleamed in the evening light. 3 tiers of shelving, each section customized for different flower types. Shallow drawers for ribbon and wire. Deep drawers for tools. A pull-out work surface. Small cubbies for vases. Everything Iris needed, organized and beautiful and built specifically for her. Iris was completely silent. Delaney's stomach dropped. Do you hate it? I can change. I love it. Iris's voice was thick. Delaney, this is incredible. When did you? I've been watching how you work. What you need. Where you keep things. Delaney ran her hand over the smooth wood. I wanted to make something that would make your life easier. Better. Iris turned to her, eyes bright with tears. No one's ever built something for me before. I mean, Malcolm designed my business cards once, but this is. She stopped talking and just looked at the built-ins, touching the wood like she couldn't quite believe it was real. There's a hidden compartment, Delaney said, suddenly nervous. Here. Behind this panel. She showed Iris how to slide the panel aside, revealing a small space. Inside, a single pink rose in a glass vial. Pink roses mean gratitude, Iris whispered. Thank you for being in my life. I looked it up. Wanted to make sure I got it right. Iris pulled out the vial, cradling it carefully. Then she turned to Delaney, and there were definitely tears now. Thank you, Iris said. I don't have words. Thank you. You're welcome. They stood close together, Iris holding the rose, Delaney trying not to stare at her mouth. I need to, Iris set down the vial and stepped closer. Can I hug you? Is that okay? Yeah. Of course. Iris wrapped her arms around Delaney, and Delaney hugged her back, breathing in the scent of flowers and the vanilla of her shampoo. Iris was warm and solid and perfect against her. You're amazing, Iris said into Delaney's shoulder. Do you know that? You're amazing. I built some shelves. That's not amazing. You built me exactly what I needed before I even knew I needed it. You paid attention to how I work and what would make it better, and you spent weeks making something beautiful just for me. Iris pulled back enough to look at her. That's not just amazing. That's. She stopped, her eyes dropping to Delaney's mouth. Delaney's heart hammered. They were so close. Close enough that she could count Iris's freckles, see the exact gold flecks in her hazel eyes, feel her breath. Iris, Delaney said, her voice rough. Yeah? I think I need to tell you something. Okay. Iris's phone rang. They both jumped apart like they'd been shocked. Iris grabbed her phone from her pocket, looked at the screen, and winced. It's the Mason bride. The one with the orange tulip wedding. I should probably. Yeah. Take it. Iris answered the phone, her voice shifting to professional florist mode, and Delaney stepped back, trying to calm her racing heart. That had been close. Too close. If the phone hadn't rung, Delaney would have kissed her. would have crossed the line they'd been dancing around for weeks. And she still didn't know if that would have been the best decision or the worst one. She busied herself putting away tools while Iris handled the call. Wedding crisis, apparently. The bride wanted to add another 50 centerpieces and change the color scheme. Iris talked her through it with patience and professionalism, and Delaney tried not to stare at her while she worked. By the time Iris hung up, the moment had passed. The space between them felt wider, more careful. "Sorry about that," Iris said. "Brides. They love last-minute changes." "It's fine. Good for business." "Yeah." Iris touched the built-ins again, running her fingers over the wood. "This really is beautiful, Delaney. I'm going to use it every single day and think about how lucky I am. Lucky to have good storage. Lucky to have you. As a partner. And friend." Iris met her eyes. "And whatever else we're becoming." Delaney's breath caught. "What are we becoming?" "I don't know. But I don't think it's just business partners anymore." "No. It's not." They stood in the charged silence, both aware they were having a conversation in subtext and flower language instead of actual words. "I should go," Iris said finally. "It's late, and I have an early consultation tomorrow." "Right. Yeah. Me too." Neither of them moved. Then Iris stepped forward, rose up on her toes, and pressed a soft kiss to Delaney's cheek. "Thank you," she whispered. "For seeing me. For building this. For everything." Before Delaney could respond, she was gone, disappearing up the stairs to her apartment. Delaney stood alone in the shop, one hand pressed to her cheek where Iris had kissed her, and tried to remember how to breathe. That night, lying in bed, Delaney replayed the whole evening. The built-ins reveal. Iris's tears. The almost kiss interrupted by a phone call. The actual kiss on the cheek that had felt more intimate than anything Delaney had experienced in years. Her phone buzzed. A text from Iris. "I know it's late, but I can't stop thinking about the built-ins. About how much thought you put into them. About how you see me." Delaney stared at the message, her heart racing. She typed, "I do see you. All of you. I see you too. And I really wanted to kiss you tonight." Before the phone rang, Delaney's hands shook. She typed and deleted 3 different responses before settling on, "Me too." "So what do we do about that?" "I don't know. This is complicated." "Because we're business partners?" "Because I don't want to mess this up. The partnership. The friendship. Whatever this is. What if we don't mess it up? What if it's good?" Delaney wanted to believe that. But her history suggested otherwise. Every time she'd let someone in, let herself be vulnerable, it had ended badly. But Iris wasn't Rachel. Wasn't Tomas. Wasn't the reporters who'd exposed her without consent. Iris was someone who left flowers with hidden meanings. Who noticed when Delaney's knee hurt. Who learned carpentry terminology because she wanted to understand Delaney's work. Who looked at built-ins and saw love instead of lumber. What if it's good? Delaney typed back. Then we figure it out together. I like that answer. Good night, Iris. Good night, Delaney. Sweet dreams. Delaney set down her phone and stared at the ceiling, her cheek still tingling where Iris had kissed it. She was falling. Had already fallen. Was completely, terrifyingly gone for her business partner who looked at her like she hung the moon. And for the first time in years, the fear felt smaller than the hope. Chapter 11, The Almost. Iris. The flower crown workshop was Iris's idea, but she was starting to regret it. Not because it wasn't going well, the 6 participants were having a great time, laughing and weaving eucalyptus and baby's breath into crowns while sipping champagne. The bride-to-be was glowing. Her bridesmaids were bonding. It was exactly what Iris had envisioned. The problem was that she kept glancing at Delaney. Delaney, who'd insisted on staying to help with setup and cleanup, but who was really just sitting in the back corner pretending to work on trim while watching Iris teach. Every time Iris looked over, Delaney was watching her. And every time their eyes met, Iris felt her stomach flip. It had been 3 days since the built-in's reveal. 3 days since the interrupted almost kiss. 3 days since their text conversation where they'd both basically admitted they wanted each other but were too scared to do anything about it. 3 days of increasing tension that was making it hard to focus on anything else. "Iris," one of the bridesmaids said. "Like this?" Iris forced her attention back to the workshop. "Yes, perfect. Now tuck the end of the ribbon through the back of the weave, exactly like that." She circled the room, helping adjust crowns and offering encouragement. But her mind was elsewhere. On Delaney's mouth. On the way she'd looked at Iris after the built-in's reveal, like she was something precious. On the kiss Iris had pressed to her cheek in a moment of courage that had felt both too much and not enough. On what might have happened if that phone call hadn't interrupted them. "These are gorgeous," the bride said, adjusting her completed crown. "Can we take photos?" "Of course. Let me get my good camera." Iris retrieved her camera from the office and spent the next 20 minutes photographing the group, adjusting lighting and composition, making sure everyone looked beautiful. She loved this part of the job. The joy on people's faces. The way flowers could transform a regular Saturday afternoon into something special. When she looked up from her camera, Delaney was gone. Iris felt a pang of disappointment, then noticed the back door was slightly ajar. After the workshop participants left, crowns on their heads and promises to book Iris for the actual wedding, Iris cleaned up the workspace and then stepped out the back door. Delaney was sitting on an overturned crate in the alley, elbows on her knees, staring at nothing. "Hey," Iris said softly. "You okay?" Delaney looked up, something vulnerable in her expression. "Yeah. Just needed air. Can I join you?" "Always." Iris sat down next to her, their shoulders almost touching. The alley smelled like summer and garbage bins and the jasmine from the garden behind the neighboring building. "The workshop went well," Delaney said. "It did. Thanks for staying. I liked watching you teach. You're good at it. Patient. Clear. You make people feel capable. That's the goal. Make them feel like they can create something beautiful." Iris bumped Delaney's shoulder with her own. "Kind of like what you do. Making people feel like their broken things can be fixed. Is that what I do? Isn't it? The trim, the floors, the built-ins, you're taking things that were damaged or hidden and making them beautiful again." Delaney was quiet for a moment. "I like that. That framework." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the evening light fade over the roofline across the alley. "Delaney?" "Yeah? Are we going to talk about it? The other night?" Delaney's jaw tightened. "Do you want to?" "I don't know. Maybe. I keep thinking about it. About what would have happened if my phone hadn't rung." "Me too." Iris took a breath. This was terrifying. But also necessary. "I meant what I said in the texts. I wanted to kiss you. I still want to kiss you." She forced herself to look at Delaney. "But I also don't want to mess up what we have. The partnership, the friendship, it's important to me. You're important to me. You're important to me too. So what do we do? Keep pretending we're just business partners? Keep leaving each other flowers with meanings instead of saying things out loud?" Delaney's hand found Iris's, their fingers linking together like it was the most natural thing in the world. "I'm scared," Delaney said quietly. "Every time I've let someone in, let myself be vulnerable, it's ended badly. And you're the best thing that's happened to me in years. The thought of losing you because I wanted too much. You wouldn't lose me. You don't know that." "I do, actually." Iris squeezed her hand. "Because I'm scared too. Scared of messing this up, scared of wanting too much, scared of not being enough. But I'm more scared of never knowing what we could be." Delaney turned to look at her fully. What do you think we could be? I don't know. Partners. Friends. Maybe more. Iris's heart hammered. I just know that when I'm with you, I feel seen. Really seen. And safe. And like I can be myself, messy and anxious and too much, and you'll still be here. You're not too much. You're exactly enough. The words hit Iris straight in the chest. She blinked back sudden tears. See? You say things like that and she stopped, trying to find the words. I'm falling for you. I don't know how to not fall for you. Delaney's thumb traced circles on the back of Iris's hand. I'm already gone. Have been for weeks. Really? Really? I just didn't know if you'd want that. Someone like me. Someone with so much baggage and... Stop. Iris turned to face her fully, their knees touching. You're not your baggage. You're not what happened to you. You're this brilliant, talented, careful person who built me custom shelving and learned flower language and notices when I'm stressed before I even realize it myself. Iris. I mean it. Iris stopped, overwhelmed. You're you. And I'm falling for you. The real you. All of you. Delaney. Iris's words hit Delaney like a physical force. All of you. Not the edited version. Not the careful, controlled person Delaney presented to the world. All of her, the scared parts, the broken parts, the parts that still woke up at 3 a.m. afraid someone would find her and it would all start again. I don't know how to do this, Delaney admitted. Relationships. Being open. I've spent years making myself small and invisible, and you're asking me to. I'm not asking you to be anything you're not ready to be. I'm just asking you to be honest. With me. With yourself. Iris's free hand came up to cup Delaney's face, gentle and warm. We can go slow. We can figure this out together. We don't have to have all the answers right now. What if I hurt you? What if you don't? It was so simple. So Iris. Taking the fear and turning it around, showing Delaney the possibility instead of the danger. I want to kiss you, Delaney said. I've wanted to kiss you for weeks. But I need you to know, I'm messy. I have bad days where my knee hurts and I'm not good company. I have panic attacks sometimes. I can't promise I'll always be brave enough to be visible with you. I'm messy too. I cry at commercials. I overthink everything. I talk too much when I'm nervous and I need constant reassurance that I'm not screwing everything up. Iris's smile was watery. We can be messy together. Delaney felt something crack open in her chest. Something that had been locked tight for years. Together, she repeated. Together. They were so close now. Close enough that Delaney could see the flecks of gold in Iris's eyes, could feel her breath, could count her freckles if she wanted to. Can I? Delaney started. Yes, Iris said. Whatever you're asking, yes. Delaney leaned in slowly, giving Iris every chance to pull away. But Iris didn't pull away. She leaned in too, her eyes fluttering closed, her hand still cupping Delaney's face. Their lips met softly. Carefully. A question and an answer all at once. Iris made a small sound in the back of her throat, and her free hand came up to tangle in Delaney's hair. The kiss deepened, turning from tentative to sure, and Delaney felt like she was falling and flying at the same time. This was what she'd been afraid of. This feeling of being completely seen and completely safe and completely terrified all at once. This was what June had meant about running toward instead of away. They pulled apart slowly, breathless. Iris's eyes were bright, her cheeks flushed, her smile radiant. Wow, Iris whispered. Yeah. Wow. Can we do that again? Delaney laughed, actually laughed, something light and genuine, and pulled Iris closer. Yeah. We can do that again. The second kiss was easier. Less tentative. More sure of itself. And the third kiss was. Iris. Are you back there? They broke apart as Pooja's voice echoed from inside the shop. Delaney and Iris stared at each other, both breathing hard, both clearly fighting the urge to laugh. Is the universe conspiring against us? Iris asked. Definitely. Iris gestured toward the shop. Pooja will come looking if I don't answer. Right. Yeah. Go. But Iris didn't move. She just looked at Delaney with such open affection that Delaney felt her throat tighten. This is real, right? Iris asked. We're doing this? If you want to. I definitely want to. Iris stood, then bent down to press one more quick kiss to Delaney's mouth. To be continued. To be continued, Delaney agreed. Iris disappeared back into the shop, and Delaney sat alone in the alley, one hand pressed to her mouth, trying to process what had just happened. She'd kissed Iris. Iris had kissed her back. They'd said the scary things out loud and neither of them had run. And it felt good. Terrifying. Perfect. Impossible. All of it at once. Iris. Pooja was standing in the middle of the shop, arms crossed, eyebrow raised. So, she said. Where were you? Outside. Getting air. With Delaney? Iris felt her face heat. Maybe. Pooja's expression shifted from suspicious to delighted. Oh my God. Did you finally? We kissed. Yes. Just now. Iris couldn't keep the smile off her face. We kissed and it was perfect and I'm terrified and happy and I don't know what I'm doing but I don't care because we kissed. Pooja squealed, actually squealed, and pulled Iris into a hug. Finally. I thought you two were going to dance around each other forever. We talked. We said the scary things. And then we kissed. And it was everything I hoped it would be. Iris pulled back from the hug. But we haven't talked about what this means. Are we dating? Are we together? Do we tell people? Babe. Slow down. You literally just kissed her 5 minutes ago. You don't need to have everything figured out right now. But what if? No. No what ifs. You like her. She likes you. You kissed. That's enough for today. Pooja took Iris by the shoulders. Just be happy. Okay? Let yourself be happy. Iris took a breath. Okay. I can do that. Good. Now, I actually came by to see if you wanted to grab dinner with me and Lauren, but I'm guessing you have other plans? We should probably talk. Figure out what this means. Then go talk. And text me later with all the details. Pooja kissed her cheek. I'm proud of you. For being brave. After Pooja left, Iris stood in the empty shop, touching her lips, replaying the kiss. Delaney had kissed her. Carefully, tenderly, like Iris was something precious. And Iris had kissed her back like she was starving for it. Which, honestly, she was. The back door opened and Delaney stepped through, looking uncertain. Hi, Iris said. Hi. They stood in the charged silence, both aware that something fundamental had changed. So, Iris started. We kissed. We did. Multiple times. 3 times. Technically. Are you counting? I'm always counting. Delaney moved closer. Are you okay? With what happened? I'm very okay. Are you? Yeah. Terrified, but okay. Iris reached out and took Delaney's hand. We don't have to figure everything out tonight. We can take this slow. See how it feels. I'd like that. Delaney squeezed her hand. But I need to know, are we telling people? About this? Whatever this is? Do you want to tell people? I want, Delaney stopped, choosing her words. I want to be with you. But I also need to be careful. About visibility. About who knows what. Okay. So we keep it private for now. Just between us. Until you're ready. Relief flickered across Delaney's face. Thank you. For understanding. I do understand. And I'm not going anywhere. Iris stepped closer, into Delaney's space. We'll figure this out together. At whatever pace feels right. Together, Delaney echoed, like she was testing the word. I like the sound of that. Me too. Delaney leaned down and kissed her again, soft and sweet, and Iris felt something settle in her chest. This was right. Scary, yes. Complicated, definitely. But right. They were building something together, not just a business, not just a friendship, but something deeper. Something real. And for the first time in a long time, Iris felt like she was exactly where she was meant to be. Chapter 12, The Push. Iris. The third date was supposed to be perfect. Iris had planned it for a week. She'd made a reservation at the Italian place Delaney had mentioned once in passing, tiny, family-owned, the kind of place with checkered tablecloths and wine in carafes. She'd even asked Malcolm to help her pick out something to wear that said, casual but trying, instead of disaster lesbian in a floral sundress. She was wearing dark jeans and a green sweater that Pooja had declared actually flattering for once. Her hair was down, wavy, with only a few stubborn pieces escaping. She'd even done her makeup, which was saying something. She felt good. Nervous, but good. Delaney was late. Iris checked her phone for the 5th time. 7:42. Delaney had said 7:30. She tried not to spiral. Traffic. Maybe the truck wouldn't start. Maybe she was just running behind. Normal things. Not abandonment. Not second thoughts. Not a sign. At 7:50, the restaurant door opened and Delaney stepped inside, looking windblown and stressed. She was wearing a flannel over a clean t-shirt, her hair slightly damp like she'd showered in a hurry. Sorry, she said immediately, sliding into the booth across from Iris. I got held up at a job site. Client wanted to change the entire plan 3 days before install. It's fine, Iris said, and she meant it. Delaney was here. That was what mattered. Except Delaney looked tense. Her shoulders were tight, her jaw set. She kept glancing around the restaurant like she was cataloging exits. You okay? Iris asked. Yeah. Long day. Delaney picked up the menu, studying it with an intensity that felt deliberate. What's good here? They ordered. Made small talk. The food came, linguine with clam sauce for Iris, chicken parmesan for Delaney, and they ate mostly in silence. It wasn't the comfortable silence they developed over the past few weeks. This was different. Strained. Like something was sitting between them at the table, taking up space. Delaney, Iris finally said. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. You've barely looked at me since you got here. Delaney set down her fork. I'm just tired. Is this about us? The question came out sharper than Iris intended. Are you having second thoughts? No. It's been a long week. You can talk to me. I know. But Delaney's expression said otherwise. Closed off. Guarded. The walls going back up. Iris felt panic flutter in her chest. They'd been doing so well. 3 weeks of careful navigation, of stolen kisses in the back room, of hands brushing while they worked. 3 weeks of figuring each other out, of building something real. And now Delaney was pulling away. Talk to me, Iris said again. Please. Whatever it is, we can. I need to be careful, Delaney interrupted. Her voice was quiet. About this. About us. I can't jump into something without thinking it through. I'm not asking you to jump. I'm asking you to tell me what you're feeling. That's the problem. I don't know what I'm feeling. I just know Delaney stopped. Ran a hand through her hair. I'm scared, Iris. Of what? Of this. Of us. Of what happens when people find out. There it was. The thing they'd been dancing around since that first kiss. We don't have to tell anyone, Iris said quickly. Not yet. Not until you're ready. And when will that be? Delaney's eyes met hers, dark and conflicted. A month? 6 months? A year? Never? I don't know. Whenever feels right. What if it never feels right? The question hung between them. Iris felt her throat tighten. Are you saying you don't want this? Delaney's voice cracked. I want you. But I also want to be safe. And I don't know if I can have both. You can. We can figure this out together. Can we? Delaney leaned back in the booth. You have Pooja and Malcolm and a whole community of people who know you and accept you. You can be public about your life. But I can't. I tried that once and it nearly destroyed me. I'm not asking you to broadcast this on the evening news. I'm just asking you to. To what? To be okay with pretending in public? To act like we're just business partners while we're secretly together? That's not fair to either of us. Iris felt something cold settle in her stomach. So what are you saying? I'm saying I don't know if I can do this. Not the way you need me to. Don't put that on me. Don't make this about what I need. This is about us. About whether you're willing to try. I am trying. Delaney's voice was strained. But you're asking for something I can't give right now. What am I asking for? To exist? To have a relationship that's more than hidden glances and locked doors? You're asking me to risk everything I've built to protect myself. And I can't do that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The words hit like a physical blow. Iris took a breath, trying to steady herself. Okay. Okay. So we go slow. We keep it private. Whatever you need. But you'll resent me for it. Delaney's eyes were wet now. You'll start to hate the hiding. And eventually you'll realize you deserve someone who can give you what you want. I want you. You want a relationship you can be proud of. You want someone who isn't broken by their past. You're not broken. Yes, I am. Delaney's voice was barely a whisper. And I don't know if I can be fixed. Iris reached across the table, but Delaney pulled her hand back. Don't, Delaney said. Please. They sat in awful silence. The waiter came by, asked if they wanted dessert. They both said no. Iris paid the bill she'd insisted on treating, and they walked out into the cold November night. The street was quiet. A few cars passed. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked. I should go, Delaney said, keys in hand. Just like that? I don't know what else to say. You could say you'll stay. You could say we'll figure this out. I can't promise that. Iris felt tears prick at her eyes. So this is it? We're just done. I don't want to hurt you. Too late. Delaney flinched. Iris. No. You don't get to do this. You don't get to kiss me and tell me you want this and then bail the second it gets hard. I'm not bailing. I'm being realistic. You're being a coward. The words were out before Iris could stop them. Sharp. Cruel. True. Delaney's face went carefully blank. Maybe I am. Delaney. I'll finish the work on the shop. We have a contract. But I think we need some space. From this. She gestured between them. From us. Don't do this. I'm sorry. Delaney turned and walked to her truck. Got in. Drove away. And Iris stood alone on the sidewalk, watching the taillights disappear, feeling like she'd just lost something she'd barely had the chance to hold. Delaney. She made it 3 blocks before she had to pull over. Her hands were shaking so hard she couldn't grip the steering wheel. Her chest felt too tight, her breathing too shallow. The edges of her vision were going dark. Panic attack. She recognized it. Had enough of them to know the signs. She fumbled for her phone, nearly dropped it, managed to pull up June's number. Hey, Delaney. What's? I need help. Her voice didn't sound like her own. I can't breathe. Where are you? Main Street. Near the Italian place. Stay there. I'm coming. Delaney put the phone down and focused on breathing. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. Count to 4. Hold. Release. It wasn't working. She'd fucked it all up. Pushed Iris away. Said terrible things. Been exactly the coward Iris had called her. But she couldn't do it. Couldn't be what Iris needed. Couldn't risk the exposure. Couldn't survive another round of being torn apart by strangers who thought they had the right to her story. Better to end it now. Before she got in too deep. Before it hurt worse. Except it already hurt. It hurt so much she couldn't breathe. June's car pulled up 15 minutes later. She got out, opened Delaney's truck door, took one look at her and said, "Come on. Let's get you somewhere safe." Delaney let June guide her out of the truck and into the passenger seat of June's sedan. Let her drive them to her office, even though it was after hours. Let her unlock the building and walk her inside to the quiet therapy room where Delaney had spent so many sessions learning to manage her pain. June didn't ask questions. Just handed her a glass of water and sat in the chair across from her and waited. Finally, Delaney said, "I broke up with Iris." Okay. I told her I couldn't do it. Couldn't be what she needed. Did she ask you to be something you're not? She asked me to try. To see if we could make it work. And you said no. I said I couldn't promise anything. That I was too scared. Are you? June's voice was gentle. Too scared? Delaney looked at her hands. Calloused. Scarred. Useful hands that built things and fixed things but apparently couldn't hold on to the one thing that mattered. I'm terrified, she whispered. I'm terrified of what happens if people find out. If I have to be visible again. If it all falls apart like it did before. And if it doesn't fall apart? Then I have something to lose. And that's even scarier. June leaned forward. Delaney. You already have something to lose. You already care about her. Walking away doesn't make you safer. It just makes you alone. Alone is safe. Is it? June's eyes were knowing. Because you don't look safe right now. You look like you're having a panic attack in a parking lot because you pushed away someone who matters to you. Delaney's throat burned. I called her mine. In my head. 3 weeks and I was already thinking of her as mine. And that scared you? Yes. Because you're used to losing what you love. It wasn't a question. June knew. She'd heard all of it over the years. The family who'd rejected her. The brother who'd chosen sides. The media incident that had stripped away her privacy. The years of rebuilding herself into someone who couldn't be hurt if she didn't let anyone close. I don't know how to do this, Delaney said. I don't know how to be in a relationship when I'm this broken. You're not broken. You're careful. There's a difference. I hurt her. I saw it on her face. Then apologize. Fix it. What if I can't? What if I keep hurting her because I'm too afraid to give her what she needs? What does she need? Delaney thought about it. About Iris's careful questions. Her patience. The way she'd said, "whatever you need," when Delaney asked to keep things private. "She needs someone who shows up," Delaney said slowly. "Someone who doesn't run when things get hard. Can you be that person?" "I don't know." "Then maybe you need to figure that out before you decide for both of you that this can't work." Delaney sat with that. Turned it over in her mind. She'd run. Again. Just like she always did when things got too real, too close, too risky. But Iris hadn't asked her to risk everything. She'd asked her to try. To take it slow. To build something together. And Delaney had panicked and blown it all up. "I need to apologize," Delaney said. "Yes, you do. I need to, I don't know. Fix this somehow." "Do you want to fix it?" "Yes." The answer came without hesitation. "I want her. I'm scared." "Scared is okay. Scared is normal. But scared doesn't mean impossible." June stood, squeezed Delaney's shoulder. "Go home. Get some sleep. And tomorrow, figure out if you're ready to be brave." Iris. Pooja found her an hour later, sitting on the floor of the shop with an empty pint of ice cream and mascara running down her face. "Oh, babe," Pooja said, dropping to the floor beside her. "What happened?" "She ended it." Iris's voice was hoarse from crying. "She said she can't do this. Can't be what I need." "Did she say it like that?" "She said she's too scared. That she can't risk being public. That she's broken." "And what did you say?" Iris wiped at her face with the back of her hand. "I called her a coward." "Iris. I know. I know. But I was hurt and angry and I said it." Pooja sighed. "Okay. So you both said things you didn't mean." "I meant it." Iris's voice cracked. "She is being a coward. She's running away because she's scared instead of staying and fighting for this." "Is that really what you think? Or are you hurt and lashing out?" Iris was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know. What do you want, babe?" "Really? I want her." The admission hurt to say out loud. "I want to be with her. But I also want to be able to exist. I don't want to spend the rest of my life pretending we're just business partners." "Did she ask you to do that?" "She said she doesn't know if she can ever be public. That she might never be ready. And you can't accept that." "I don't want to hide. I did that for years before I transitioned. I hid who I was because I was scared and ashamed and I thought that was the only way to be safe. And when I finally came out, it cost me everything. My family. My stability. Everything." Iris looked at Pooja with wet eyes. "I can't go back to hiding. Not even for her." Pooja wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "That's fair. You're allowed to have boundaries. But I don't want to lose her. Then you have to figure out if there's a middle ground. Something between complete secrecy and broadcasting it to the world." "She doesn't think there is." "Did you ask? Or did you both just panic and blow it up?" Iris closed her eyes. "We panicked. So talk to her. When you're both calm. Figure out what you actually need from each other instead of what you're afraid of. What if we can't make it work?" "Then you can't make it work. And that'll hurt. But at least you'll know you tried." Pooja kissed the top of her head. "But I don't think that's where this is headed." "How do you know?" "Because I've seen the way she looks at you. And I've seen the way you look at her. That's not nothing." Iris wanted to believe that. Wanted to think that 3 weeks of stolen kisses and careful touches meant something real. But Delaney had walked away. Had chosen safety over them. Maybe that was all the answer Iris needed. She leaned into Pooja's shoulder and cried until she had no tears left. Tomorrow, she'd have to face the shop. Face the work. Face the reality of being business partners with someone she'd briefly, impossibly loved. But tonight, she let herself fall apart. Chapter 13, The Separation. Delaney. 4 days of silence. 4 days of working on the shop while Iris worked on orders in the back room. 4 days of careful navigation around each other's space, of Delaney arriving before Iris and leaving after she went upstairs, of neither of them acknowledging what had happened. 4 days of Delaney sleeping in her truck outside job sites because she couldn't face her empty apartment. 4 days of June's voicemails piling up unanswered. 4 days of pain in her joints from stress and lack of rest that she tried to ignore. She was installing the new display case when Iris finally spoke to her. The hinges are crooked. Delaney looked up from where she was on her knees, drill in hand. Iris stood in the doorway to the back room, arms crossed, face carefully neutral. They're not crooked. The right one is half a degree off. Delaney checked. Iris was right. Of course she was right. I'll fix it, Delaney said, turning back to her work. Delaney. What? We can't keep doing this. Delaney set down the drill. Doing what? Pretending. Acting like nothing happened. Iris stepped into the shop proper. We have to talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. You walked away. You ended things. That's something. Delaney stood, wiping sawdust from her jeans. I told you I couldn't do it. That hasn't changed. So what? We just work together in silence for the next 5 months until the contract ends? If that's what it takes. That's not sustainable. Neither is us pretending we can make this work. Iris flinched. Why are you being like this? Like what? Cold. Closed off. Like you don't even care. I'm being realistic. You're being mean. Iris's voice shook. You're pushing me away because you're scared and you're making it my problem. I'm not. Delaney stopped. Took a breath. This was a mistake. All of it. We should have kept it professional. But we didn't. We crossed that line. And now we have to deal with it. By pretending it never happened. Is that what you want? Iris's eyes were bright with unshed tears. To just erase 3 weeks like they meant nothing? They meant everything. That was the problem. I want to finish the shop, Delaney said instead. That's what we're being paid to do. Fine. Iris's voice went hard. Then finish it. But don't expect me to pretend this doesn't hurt. She turned and walked back to the workroom, door closing firmly behind her. Delaney stood alone in the half-finished shop, drill in hand, feeling like she'd just made everything worse. The next morning, Delaney arrived at 6 to find Iris already there. She was at the front counter with her laptop and a stack of papers, clearly working on the business plan. She didn't look up when Delaney came in. Morning, Delaney said. Iris didn't respond. Delaney set down her toolbox and got to work on the shelving units. The silence was oppressive. Not the comfortable quiet they'd developed over weeks of working side by side, but something hostile. Accusatory. An hour passed. Then 2. Delaney's knee started aching from kneeling on the floor. She shifted position, grimaced, kept working. You need to stop, Iris said. Delaney looked up. What? You're favoring your left leg. Your knee's bothering you. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're hurting yourself to avoid taking a break. I said I'm fine. And I'm saying you're being stubborn. Iris stood, crossing to where Delaney knelt. When's the last time you saw June? That's not your business. It is when you're going to hurt yourself working on my shop. It's our shop. And I know my limits. Do you? Iris crouched down to eye level. Because from where I'm standing, you've been punishing yourself for 4 days. Not sleeping. Not eating properly. Working until you can barely stand. How would you know what I'm doing? Because I know you. Because I pay attention. Iris's voice softened slightly. Delaney. Please. Just take a break. The kindness in her voice was worse than anger. Delaney couldn't handle it. Stop, Delaney said, standing too quickly. Her niece screamed in protest. Stop pretending you care. I'm not pretending. Yes, you are. You're trying to fix me because that's what you do. You fix broken things. Delaney grabbed her drill, her hands shaking. But I'm not one of your projects. I never said you were. You don't have to. I can see it in the way you look at me. Like I'm something damaged that needs saving. That's not. Iris stood, frustration evident. You're putting words in my mouth. Am I? Or am I just saying what you're too polite to admit? What I think, Iris said carefully, is that you're hurting and you're trying to make me the enemy so you have an excuse to keep pushing me away. I'm not pushing you away. I'm maintaining professional boundaries. Professional boundaries. Iris laughed, but there was no humor in it. Is that what we're calling it? That's what it is. 4 days ago you kissed me in the alley. You told me you wanted this. I was wrong. The words hung between them. Iris's face went carefully blank. Okay. Iris. No. You're right. We should keep this professional. She walked back to the counter, sat down, pulled her laptop closer. Finish the shelving. I have orders to work on. Delaney wanted to say something. Wanted to apologize, to take it back, to explain that she wasn't wrong about wanting Iris, she was just terrified of what wanting her meant. But the words stuck in her throat. She went back to work. Iris. The flowers were easier than the feelings. Iris focused on arrangements. On color theory and structural integrity and making beautiful things out of stems and petals and wire. On problems she could solve with her hands instead of her heart. She had 3 wedding consultations scheduled for next week. The social media presence she'd been building was starting to pay off. People were noticing. Commenting. Booking. The shop was coming back to life. And Iris felt like she was dying inside. She could hear Delaney working in the main room. The buzz of the drill. The tap of a hammer. The quiet grunt when something was heavier than expected or her knee gave her trouble. Iris wanted to go out there. Wanted to make Delaney sit down, take a break, stop hurting herself because she was too stubborn to admit she was in pain. But she'd tried that. And Delaney had made it clear she didn't want Iris's concern. Fine. If Delaney wanted professional boundaries, Iris would give her professional boundaries. Even if it hurt. Even if every cell in her body was screaming at her to fight for this, to make Delaney see that they could figure it out together. Iris had spent her whole life fighting to be seen. Fighting to be herself. She wasn't going to fight someone into loving her. If Delaney couldn't meet her halfway, then maybe this really was impossible. Her phone buzzed. Malcolm. How's it going with the carpenter? Iris stared at the message. Considered lying. Considered saying everything was fine. Instead, we broke up. If you can call 3 weeks of dating and 1 terrible fight breaking up. 3 dots. Then, want to talk about it? Not really. Want to wallow. Wallowing is underrated. Come over tonight. I'll make you dinner. I have to stay at the shop. Wedding orders. Then I'll bring dinner to you. 7 p.m., don't argue. Iris smiled despite herself. Malcolm was good at that, showing up when she needed him, even when she didn't ask. Okay. Thank you. That's what friends are for. She set down her phone and went back to the arrangement she was working on. White roses and eucalyptus. Simple. Clean. Beautiful. Unlike her life, which was currently a mess of sawdust and broken hearts and carefully maintained distance from the woman working 20 feet away. Delaney. The shelving was perfect. Delaney stood back, checking angles, running her hand along the joints. Solid. Level. Exactly what Iris had asked for. She should feel proud. This was good work. The best she'd done in months. Instead, she felt hollow. Through the doorway, she could see Iris at her workbench, focused on an arrangement. Her hair was up in a messy bun, tendrils falling around her face. She had a smudge of green on her cheek, probably from eucalyptus leaves. She was humming something under her breath. She looked beautiful. And Delaney had thrown it all away. Her phone buzzed. June, for the third time today. You can't avoid me forever. Not avoiding. Working. Come in tomorrow. We need to talk. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're having a pain flare and you're isolating. I can tell from your texts. Delaney looked at her knee, currently throbbing despite the ibuprofen she'd taken an hour ago. June was right. Of course she was right. Tomorrow. I promise. 4 p.m., don't make me come find you. Delaney pocketed her phone and gathered her tools. It was only 3 in the afternoon, but she couldn't be here anymore. Couldn't be in the same space as Iris without wanting to cross the room and apologize and beg for another chance. She started packing up. You're leaving early, Iris said from the doorway. Delaney didn't turn around. Finished the shelving. Need to pick up materials for tomorrow. Okay. Delaney waited for more. For Iris to ask where she was going or when she'd be back or if she was okay. For anything that acknowledged they were more than just contractor and client. But Iris just said, okay, and went back to her workbench. Delaney carried her toolbox to the truck, loaded it in the bed, and sat in the driver's seat with the engine off. She could go back in. Could apologize. Could try to fix this. But every time she thought about walking through that door, about being vulnerable, about risking the exposure that came with being in a public relationship, her chest went tight and her hands started shaking. She wasn't brave enough. Iris deserved someone braver. Delaney started the truck and drove away. Iris. Malcolm showed up at 7 with Thai food and wine. Okay, he said, setting up their impromptu picnic on the workbench. Tell me everything. So Iris did. She told him about the kiss in the alley. About the dates. About how good it had felt, how right. About Delaney's fear of visibility and Iris's need to exist openly. About the fight at the restaurant and the 4 days of painful silence. And now we're just, nothing, Iris finished. We work together and we don't talk and I feel like I'm going crazy. Malcolm poured her more wine. Do you love her? The question caught Iris off guard. We only had 3 weeks. That's not what I asked. Iris thought about it. About the way Delaney's rare smile made her feel like she'd won something precious. About Delaney's careful hands and careful words and the way she listened like Iris's rambling actually mattered. About the kiss in the alley and the feeling of being seen, really seen, for the first time in years. Yeah, Iris whispered. I think I do. Then fight for it. I can't fight someone into loving me back. I'm not saying fight her. I'm saying fight for what you two could have. If she's scared, help her be brave. If she's running, give her a reason to stay. She doesn't want my help. Are you sure? Or is she just really good at pushing people away before they can hurt her? Iris took a sip of wine. You sound like Pooja. Pooja is a wise woman. Malcolm topped off his own glass. Look. I'm not saying you have to chase after her or compromise your own needs. But maybe there's a middle ground you haven't found yet. Like what? I don't know. But you're both smart, capable women. If you want this badly enough, you'll figure it out. He squeezed her hand. The question is, do you want it badly enough? Did she? Iris thought about a life without Delaney. About finishing the shop alone. About running the business with a silent partner she barely spoke to. About the apartment upstairs staying empty instead of becoming something they built together. She thought about giving up. About protecting her heart. About being safe and small and alone. And then she thought about Delaney's hands in her hair. About the way Delaney had looked at her in the alley, terrified and hopeful all at once. About the future they could have if they were both brave enough to reach for it. Yes, Iris said. I want it. Then don't give up yet. But what if she does? What if she's already decided this is too hard? Then you'll know you tried. And that'll have to be enough. Malcolm raised his glass. But I don't think that's where this is headed. How do you know? Because I've watched you fall in love before. With me, with other people. And I've never seen you look at someone the way you look at her. He clinked his glass against hers. That kind of love is worth fighting for. Iris wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that love could be enough. That she and Delaney could find a way through the fear and the trauma and the very real risks of being visible together. But wanting and having were two very different things. And right now, all she had was a half-finished shop, a stack of wedding orders, and a heart that wouldn't stop hoping for something that might already be lost. Chapter 14, The Softening. Delaney. June's office was quiet except for the hum of the white noise machine in the corner. Delaney lay on the treatment table, staring at the ceiling, while June worked on her knee. The pain had gotten bad enough that she couldn't hide it anymore. Couldn't pretend she was fine when she was limping through job sites and waking up in the middle of the night with her joint on fire. This is what happens when you push through flares instead of resting, June said, her hands firm but gentle as she manipulated Delaney's knee. You know better. I had work to finish. And now you'll be out of commission for a week because you didn't listen to your body. June pressed on a trigger point and Delaney hissed. Sorry. This one's bad. It's fine. It's not fine. None of this is fine. June stepped back, crossed her arms. Talk to me. And not about your knee. There's nothing to talk about. You've been isolating for a week. You're having pain flares. You're not sleeping. Something is going on. Delaney closed her eyes. I broke up with Iris. I know. You told me that last week. What I don't know is why you're still torturing yourself about it. I'm not. Delaney. June's voice was kind but firm. You're one of my most stubborn clients. But you're also one of the smartest. So stop lying to yourself and tell me what's really going on. Delaney was quiet for a long moment. Then, I'm scared. Of what? Of wanting her. Of having her. Of losing her. Delaney opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling tiles. Of being visible again and having it all fall apart. Has she asked you to be visible? She asked me to try. To see if we could find a way to make it work. And you said no. I said I couldn't promise anything. That I was too broken. Are you? Too broken? Delaney thought about it. About the years she'd spent rebuilding herself after the media incident. The careful boundaries. The private life. The controlled visibility. I don't know, she said finally. Maybe. Or maybe you're just scared of being happy. June pulled up a chair, sat down. You've built a life where you're safe. Isolated, but safe. And Iris threatens that. She doesn't threaten it. She just, Delaney stopped. Tried to find the words. She makes me want more. And wanting more means risking everything. Delaney. You're already risking everything. June leaned forward. You care about her. You've let her in. Walking away doesn't protect you from getting hurt. It just guarantees the hurt comes from your own choice instead of someone else's. The words hit like a punch to the chest. I don't know how to do this, Delaney whispered. I don't know how to be in a relationship when I'm this scared all the time. So you learn. You try. You communicate. June's eyes were knowing. Or you can stay alone and safe and miserable. But that's not protection. That's just another kind of pain. Delaney sat up slowly, testing her knee. It still hurt, but less than before. She called me a coward, Delaney said. Was she wrong? No. The admission hurt. I ran. Again. Just like I always do. So stop running. What if I can't? What if I'm too damaged? You're not damaged. You're careful. And there's nothing wrong with being careful. But there's a difference between being careful and being closed off. June stood, moved to her desk. You've spent years protecting yourself from being hurt. And I get it. After what happened, after what you lost, I get it. But Iris isn't the media. She's not strangers on the internet. She's someone who cares about you. I know. Then show her. Before it's too late. Delaney left June's office with a knee brace, a prescription for muscle relaxers, and a homework assignment: figure out what she actually wanted, and then be brave enough to ask for it. The problem was, she already knew what she wanted. She wanted Iris. The question was whether she was brave enough to go after her. Iris. The wedding consultation went well. 2 brides, both in their 30s, looking for something elegant but personal. They loved Iris's portfolio, loved her ideas for seasonal arrangements, loved that she was queer herself and understood what it meant to celebrate love that had to fight to exist. We want someone who gets it, one of them said. Who understands that this isn't just a wedding. It's a statement. Iris got it. She'd been to enough queer weddings to know that each one was an act of defiance and hope all at once. They booked her on the spot. June wedding, full service, budget that would keep the shop afloat for 3 months. Iris should have been ecstatic. Instead, she felt hollow. She wanted to tell Delaney. Wanted to share the win with someone who understood what it meant for the shop to be thriving again. Wanted to see Delaney's rare smile, the one that made Iris feel like she'd accomplished something impossible. But Delaney wasn't hers to tell anymore. They were business partners. Barely even friends. Just 2 people working in the same space, carefully avoiding each other. Iris walked back to the shop, the contract in her bag, and found Delaney's truck already parked out front. She took a breath. Squared her shoulders. Walked inside. Delaney was at the new display case, adjusting something. She looked up when Iris came in, and there was something different in her expression. Something softer. Hey, Delaney said. Hey. How'd the consultation go? It was the first time Delaney had asked about her day in over a week. Good. Great, actually. They booked us for their June wedding. Delaney's face broke into a genuine smile. That's amazing, Iris. Congratulations. Thanks. Iris set down her bag, suddenly uncertain. How's your knee? Better. Saw June today. She gave me a brace and told me to stop being stubborn. That sounds like June. They stood in awkward silence. Listen, Delaney started. I'm sorry, Iris interrupted. For calling you a coward. That was cruel. You weren't wrong. I was. You're not a coward. You're just, Iris searched for the right words. You're protecting yourself. I get that. I just wish you'd trust me enough to help. It's not about trust. Then what is it about? Delaney was quiet for a long moment. Then, it's about being so scared of losing something that you don't let yourself have it in the first place. Iris's throat tightened. Delaney. I'm sorry. For pushing you away. For saying this was a mistake. Delaney's voice was rough. It wasn't a mistake. I panicked. I know. I don't know if I can give you what you need. But I want to try. If you'll let me. Iris felt hope flare in her chest, dangerous and bright. What are you saying? I'm saying, Delaney took a step closer. I'm saying I miss you. I miss talking to you. I miss being around you without this awful distance between us. I miss you too. Can we? Delaney stopped, choosing her words carefully. Can we start over? Not forget what happened, but try again? Take it slower this time. How slow? As slow as you need. I don't want to lose you because I was too scared to try. Iris wanted to say yes immediately. Wanted to close the distance between them and kiss Delaney until neither of them could remember why they'd been apart. But she'd learned something in the past week. She'd learned that wanting someone wasn't enough if they couldn't meet you halfway. I need you to be honest with me, Iris said. About what you can handle. About what scares you. I can't read your mind, Delaney. I need you to talk to me. I know. I will. And I need to know that you're not going to run the next time things get hard. Because they will get hard. Relationships are hard. I know. Do you? Because last time things got hard, you ended it. You walked away instead of staying and fighting for us. Delaney flinched. You're right. I did. And I'm sorry. I don't have a good excuse except that I was scared and I reverted to old patterns. What's different now? Now I know what it feels like to lose you. And I don't want to feel that again. Delaney took another step closer. I can't promise I won't get scared. I can't promise I'll always be brave. But I can promise I'll try. I can promise I'll communicate instead of running. If you're willing to be patient with me. Iris searched Delaney's face. Saw the sincerity there. The vulnerability. The hope. Okay, Iris said. We can try again. But I need you to promise me something. Anything. Talk to me. When you're scared, when you're overwhelmed, when you're thinking about running, talk to me first. Give me a chance to help instead of shutting me out. I promise. And be honest about what you need. About your boundaries. I can't respect limits I don't know exist. I will. Iris took a breath. Okay. Then let's try this again. Delaney's smile was tremulous, hopeful. Yeah. Yeah. They stood there, 3 feet apart, both afraid to move. Finally, Iris closed the distance. She reached out, took Delaney's hand. Delaney squeezed gently. I really am sorry. I know. I'm sorry too. For what? For pushing too hard. For not giving you space to process. Iris laced their fingers together. I'm learning too. How to be with someone who needs different things than I do. We're both learning. Yeah. We are. Delaney tugged her closer, carefully, giving Iris every chance to pull back. But Iris didn't pull back. She stepped into Delaney's space, let herself be held. I missed this, Delaney murmured against her hair. I missed you. I missed you too. They stood like that for a long moment, just holding each other, breathing together. It wasn't perfect. They still had things to figure out. Boundaries to negotiate. Fears to work through. But it was a start. Delaney. That night, Delaney stayed after closing to help Iris with inventory. It wasn't much. Just counting stem stock and checking cooler temperatures and making notes about what needed to be ordered. But it felt like something shifting back into place. They worked in comfortable silence, passing clipboards and making check marks, existing in the same space without tension. Can I ask you something? Iris said as she counted roses. Sure. What happened? In the media thing. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But I want to understand what you're scared of. Delaney set down the clipboard. She'd known this conversation was coming. Had been dreading it and needing it in equal measure. I was 28, she started. 2 years post-transition. I was working construction, doing well. I'd built a reputation as a good carpenter. Then some local news show did a piece on women in trades and they interviewed me without telling me it would focus on me being trans. Iris was quiet, listening. They edited it to make it this inspiration porn thing. Brave trans woman defies odds. They used my dead name. Showed old photos I hadn't consented to them having. Made it seem like my transness was the most interesting thing about me instead of my actual work. Delaney's hands clenched. It went viral. Not in a good way. I'm sorry. People found my business info. Started calling with threats. Clients dropped me. Some because they were bigots, some because they didn't want the controversy. I couldn't go to job sites without someone recognizing me, asking invasive questions, treating me like a spectacle. Delaney looked at her hands. I had a panic attack on a roof. Nearly fell. That's how I hurt my knee. Delaney. I spent a year barely working. Rebuilding my client list through word of mouth. Making myself as invisible as possible. And it worked. I got my life back. But it was smaller. Safer. Controlled. And being with me threatens that. Being with you makes me want to be visible again. And that terrifies me. Iris was quiet for a long moment. Then, what if we found a middle ground? Like what? Like, we don't broadcast it. We don't do interviews or post photos online. But we also don't hide. We're together, privately. And if people figure it out naturally, that's okay. But we control the narrative. We decide who knows what and when. Delaney considered this. You'd be okay with that? With being private? I don't need to shout our relationship from the rooftops. I just need to not feel like I'm hiding who I am. Iris moved closer. I spent years hiding. I can't go back to that. But I also don't need grand gestures. I just need honesty. And the freedom to be myself without constantly monitoring who might see. Like existing together without performing for anyone. Exactly. It was more than Delaney had hoped for. More grace than she deserved after pushing Iris away. I can do that, Delaney said. Private but not hidden. And if it changes? If we need to renegotiate? Then we talk about it. Figure it out together. Together, Iris echoed. I like the sound of that. They finished the inventory and locked up the shop. Walked to their vehicles together. Delaney? Iris said as Delaney reached her truck. Yeah. Thank you. For trying. For being brave enough to come back. Thank you for giving me another chance. Iris smiled. We're both getting second chances. Seems fair. Delaney watched Iris walk to her car, watched her drive away, and felt something settle in her chest. It wasn't fixed. They weren't magically healed. But they were trying. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 15, Rebuilding Trust. Iris. The second attempt at dating felt different. More careful. More intentional. Like they were both aware of how easily things could break and were determined not to let it happen again. Delaney showed up on time. She texted when she was running late. She asked questions about Iris's day and actually listened to the answers. She was trying, and Iris could see the effort. It made her fall harder. They were having coffee at the shop, their fourth date, if you could call sitting on the floor with takeout cups and pastries a date, when Delaney said, I want to tell you something. Iris looked up from the cinnamon roll she was demolishing. Okay. I've been thinking about what you said. About communication. About telling you when I'm scared or overwhelmed. Delaney picked at her coffee cup lid. I'm scared right now. Of what? Of how much I want this. Of how good this feels. Of the fact that I'm sitting here with you and all I can think about is how much I don't want to fuck this up again. Iris set down her pastry. You're not going to fuck it up. You don't know that. Neither do you. So we just have to trust each other. And ourselves. Iris shifted closer. What specifically are you scared of? That's the thing. It's not one specific thing. It's just background noise. Constant low-level anxiety that something's going to go wrong. Is it about being visible? About people knowing? Delaney was quiet for a moment. Partly. But it's also about being vulnerable. About letting someone see all of me, including the parts one don't like. I've seen you have a panic attack in your truck. I've seen you limping around the shop trying to hide how much pain you're in. I've seen you at your worst. Iris reached for Delaney's hand. And I'm still here. That's what scares me. That you're still here even when I give you every reason to leave. That's not scary. That's just love. The word hung between them. Iris hadn't meant to say it. Not yet. Not like this, casual over coffee and cinnamon rolls. But it was true. Delaney's eyes went wide. Iris. I'm not asking you to say it back. I'm being honest. Like you asked me to be. Iris squeezed Delaney's hand. I love you. I think I've been falling in love with you since you fixed that shelf and looked so proud of yourself. And I know it's fast and I know we just got back together, but it's true. Delaney was very still. Then, I don't know how to do this. Do what? Be loved. Let myself be loved. Delaney's voice cracked. Everyone who's ever loved me has left. My parents. My brother. Even Viv, in a way, she hired me but kept me at a distance. I'm not leaving. You can't promise that. You're right. I can't promise forever. None of us can. But I can promise today. And tomorrow. And every day I wake up and choose you. Iris moved closer, cupping Delaney's face. That's all any of us can do. Choose each other, every day, until we can't anymore. Delaney's eyes were wet. What if I'm not good at this? At being someone's girlfriend? Then we'll figure it out together. There's no test. No right way to do this. We just have to keep showing up. I don't want to hurt you again. Then don't run. When things get hard, stay. Talk to me. Let me help. Iris leaned her forehead against Delaney's. That's all I'm asking. Delaney closed her eyes. Okay. 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 I'll try. I'll keep trying. That's enough. They sat like that, foreheads pressed together, breathing in sync. Then Delaney pulled back slightly, her eyes searching Iris's face. I don't know if I can say it yet, Delaney said quietly. The love thing. It's not that I don't feel it. The words scare me. I know. And that's okay. I don't need the words right now. I just need you. You have me. Delaney's voice was rough. I'm terrified and I'm probably going to mess this up 100 times, but you have me. Then that's enough. Iris kissed her. Soft and sweet and full of promise. When they pulled apart, Delaney was smiling. That rare, devastating smile that made Iris feel like she'd won something impossible. We should probably get back to work, Delaney said, but she didn't move. Probably, Iris agreed, also not moving. They stayed on the floor for another 20 minutes, drinking coffee and talking about nothing important, and it was perfect. Delaney. The shop was starting to look like the vision they created together. The new display cases gleamed. The shelves held vases and supplies in organized rows. The floor had been refinished to show off the original oak. The ceiling tiles were replaced, the water damage repaired. The front window was fixed, the crack gone. It looked professional. Inviting. Like a place people would want to enter. Delaney stood back, surveying her work, and felt something unfamiliar in her chest. Pride. She was proud of this. Proud of what she and Iris had built together. It looks amazing, Iris said from behind her. Delaney turned. Iris was standing in the doorway with an armful of fresh flowers, her hair escaping its bun, a smile on her face. "We did good work," Delaney said. "We really did." Iris set down the flowers and crossed to where Delaney stood. "I keep trying to remember what this place looked like when we started. It was such a disaster. It had good bones. It had terrible bones. It had bones held together by duct tape and delusion." Iris laughed. "But you saw something in it. I saw what it could be. With the right work." "Is that what you see when you look at me?" Iris asked, her tone light but her eyes serious. "Something that could be good with the right work?" "No." Delaney turned to face her fully. "I see someone who's already good. Who doesn't need fixing. Who just needed someone to see her clearly." Iris's eyes went soft. "Delaney Frost. Are you being romantic?" "Maybe." Delaney felt her face heat. "Is it working?" "Very much so." Iris kissed her. They're in the middle of the shop, surrounded by sawdust and flowers and the evidence of everything they'd built together. And for the first time in years, Delaney let herself believe that this could work. That she could have this. That wanting someone didn't mean inevitable loss. When they pulled apart, Iris rested her head on Delaney's shoulder. "I have something to tell you." "Okay." "The shop is doing well. Really well. We've booked 3 weddings. I have consultations lined up through March. The social media is growing." Iris pulled back to look at Delaney. "We might actually make it. The shop might actually survive." That's amazing, Iris." "It's because of you. Because of all this." Iris gestured at the renovated space. "People are noticing. They're coming in because the shop looks professional now. It's not just the renovations. It's your work. Your designs. Your talent. It's both of us." Iris squeezed Delaney's hand. "We're a good team." "Yeah. We are." They stood there, holding hands in the middle of the shop, and Delaney felt something shift inside her. This was what safety felt like. Not isolation. Not control. But this, standing with someone who saw you whole and stayed anyway. "Can I ask you something?" Delaney said. "Always. When the 6 months are up, when the contract ends, what happens? To us. To this partnership." Iris was quiet for a moment. "What do you want to happen?" "I want," Delaney stopped, choosing her words carefully. "I want to stay. Not just as a silent partner. As an actual partner. In the business. With you." "Really? I love working with wood. But I also love working with you. Seeing what you create. Being part of making this place come alive." Delaney met Iris's eyes. "If you want that too." "I want that." Iris's smile was brilliant. "I want you here. In the business. In my life. In everything. Then that's what we'll do. Equal partners?" "Equal partners." Iris pulled her into a hug, and Delaney held her tight, breathing in the scent of flowers and shampoo and home. Iris. That night, Iris invited Delaney upstairs to the apartment. They'd been careful about boundaries. About not moving too fast. But Iris wanted Delaney to see the space. To understand what she'd been envisioning for their future. "It's still pretty empty," Iris said, unlocking the door. "I haven't had time to really make it mine. But I thought, if we're going to be partners, maybe we could make it ours." Delaney stepped inside, looking around. The apartment was sparse, a couch, a small dining table, a bed in one room. But the bones were good. High ceilings. Original woodwork. Big windows. "It has potential," Delaney said. "See? You do that thing where you see potential in broken things. It's not broken. It's just empty." Delaney moved to the window, looking out at the street below. "What were you thinking? For the space?" I don't know. Something that feels like home. Something that's ours, not Viv's. Iris joined her at the window. Maybe you could build some shelves. Make it feel more settled. I could do that. Delaney turned to face her. Are you asking me to move in? Not yet. Not officially. But, eventually. If you want to. Iris felt her heart racing. I know we're taking it slow. I'm not trying to rush anything. I just wanted you to see it. To imagine what it could be. I can see it, Delaney said quietly. I can see us here. Building something together. Yeah? Yeah. They stood at the window as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Down below, people walked past the shop. Cars drove by. The neighborhood lived and breathed around them. And Iris felt, for the first time since Aunt Viv died, like she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Thank you, Iris said. For what? For coming back. For trying. For being brave enough to let me in. Delaney turned, cupping Iris's face in her hands. Thank you for not giving up on me. For seeing something worth fighting for. Always, Iris whispered. I'll always fight for us. Delaney kissed her, slow and deep, and Iris felt it all the way to her toes. When they pulled apart, Delaney rested her forehead against Iris's. I'm still scared. But I'm here. I'm choosing to be here. That's all I need. They stayed in the apartment until late, talking about the future. About what they wanted to build, both in the business and in their lives. About the slow, careful work of learning to trust each other. And when Delaney left that night, Iris stood at the window and watched her drive away, already counting the hours until she'd see her again. Delaney. June noticed the change immediately. You're smiling, she said during their session the following week. I haven't seen you smile like that in years. Things are good, Delaney said. With Iris? Yeah. We're figuring it out. And your pain? How's the knee? Better. I've been resting more. Not pushing through flares. Because she tells you to rest? Because I want to be healthy. For me. For us. Delaney shifted on the table. I want to be able to keep up with her. To not be limited by pain. That's good motivation. June worked on a tight muscle in Delaney's calf. You know what I'm seeing here? Growth. You're not just managing pain. You're actively taking care of yourself. It's easier when someone cares if I'm okay. Delaney. You should care if you're okay. Independent of anyone else. I know. I'm working on it. Delaney watched the ceiling tiles. But it helps. Having someone who notices when I'm hurting. Who makes me stop and rest. Just make sure you're not relying on her to manage your health. That's still your responsibility. I know. I'm not. I'm letting her help. There's a difference. June smiled. There is. And I'm glad you're learning that. After the session, Delaney drove to the shop. She had materials to pick up, shelves to build for the apartment. Small projects that felt bigger because they were for them. For the future they were building. Iris was with a customer when Delaney arrived, walking them through options for an anniversary arrangement. She looked professional. Confident. In her element. Delaney watched from the doorway, feeling that unfamiliar warmth in her chest again. This was what love felt like, she realized. Not just the butterflies and the attraction. But this, wanting to support someone's dreams. Wanting to see them succeed. Wanting to build a life that made space for both of them. The customer left, and Iris turned to Delaney with a brilliant smile. Hey, you. How was June? Good. She says I'm making progress. Of course you are. You're amazing. Iris crossed to her, stood on tiptoes to kiss her briefly. What are you working on today? Thought I'd start on those shelves. For the apartment. If you still want them. I definitely still want them. Iris's eyes sparkled. Want help? I'm good at holding things steady. I always want your help. They worked together through the afternoon, measuring and cutting and fitting pieces together. Iris asked questions about the process, genuinely curious. Delaney explained joinery and grain direction and why certain woods worked better for certain projects. It felt easy. Natural. Like they'd been doing this for years instead of months. You know what I love about this? Iris said as Delaney fitted two pieces together. What? Watching you work. Seeing you create something from nothing. You're so focused. So precise. Iris handed her a screw. It's like watching art happen. Delaney felt her face heat. It's just carpentry. It's not just anything. It's your craft. Your passion. Iris leaned against the workbench. I love seeing you do something you're good at. It's sexy. Sexy. Delaney looked up, eyebrow raised. You think carpentry is sexy? I think you're sexy. The carpentry is just a bonus. Delaney set down her drill, pulled Iris close. You're distracting me from my work. Is that a complaint? Not even a little bit. She kissed Iris there in the shop, surrounded by sawdust and wood shavings and the smell of fresh-cut lumber. Kissed her until they were both breathless and smiling. When they pulled apart, Iris was grinning. Okay. Now I'm definitely distracting you. Worth it, Delaney murmured. They got back to work, but the atmosphere had shifted. Lighter. Easier. Full of possibility. And Delaney thought, this is what I was afraid of. This feeling of being happy. Of having something good that could be taken away. But she was learning, slowly, carefully, that some things were worth the risk of loss. Some things were worth being brave for. And Iris, with her bright laugh and her stubborn optimism and her refusal to let Delaney hide, was worth everything. Chapter 16, The Offer. Iris. The email came on a Tuesday morning. Iris was processing a flower delivery when her phone chimed. She almost ignored it. She was in the middle of checking stem quality and didn't want to lose count, but something made her glance at the screen. The subject line read, Interview Opportunity, Local Business Feature. Her stomach flipped. She set down the roses and opened the email properly. Dear Ms. Kowalski. My name is Claudia Ramos, and I'm a reporter with Channel 7 News. I'm currently working on a segment about revitalized local businesses in our community, and Petals and Thorns caught my attention. Your shop's transformation over the past few months has been remarkable, and I'd love to feature your story. The segment would include a brief interview about inheriting the business, the renovation process, and your vision for the future. It would air during our evening news program and would be wonderful publicity for your shop. Would you be interested in discussing this further? I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Best regards, Claudia Ramos, local lifestyle reporter, Channel 7 News. Iris read it 3 times. This was good. This was exactly the kind of publicity the shop needed. Local news coverage, positive press, free advertising to thousands of viewers. But Delaney. The media was exactly what Delaney had been running from for years. And now Iris was being offered a chance to put the shop, put their work together, on television. She needed to talk to Delaney about this. Immediately. Delaney was upstairs in the apartment, installing the shelves they'd built together. Iris could hear the drill whirring as she climbed the stairs. Hey, Iris said from the doorway. Can we talk? Delaney looked up, smiled, then saw Iris's face. The smile faded. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I got an email. From a news reporter. Iris crossed to sit on the couch. She wants to do a segment about the shop. About the renovation and the business turnaround. Delaney went very still. A news segment. Yeah. Channel 7. Local lifestyle piece. Iris watched Delaney's face carefully. It would be good publicity. Really good. But I wanted to talk to you before I responded. Why? It's your shop. Your story. It's our shop. Our story. You did all this work. Iris gestured at the renovated space. You're a huge part of why the shop is succeeding. Delaney set down the drill. What did you tell her? Nothing yet. I wanted to talk to you first. Iris. Delaney's voice was careful. You should do it. The shop needs the publicity. But I'll stay out of it. You can do the interview alone. Talk about inheriting from Viv, your vision, whatever. You don't have to mention me. Iris felt her throat tighten. I don't want to erase you. You're not erasing me. You're protecting me. There's a difference. Is there? Iris moved closer. Because it feels like I'm asking you to hide again. To be invisible. I've always been invisible in this partnership. That's what a silent partner is. But you're not just a silent partner anymore. We talked about this. About being equals. In private, yes. But publicly? Delaney shook her head. I can't do the media thing, Iris. I'm sorry. I know that's not fair to you, but I can't. I'm not asking you to do the interview. Iris stopped, trying to organize her thoughts. I don't want to lie. I don't want to stand in front of a camera and pretend I did all this alone when you've been here every step of the way. Then say you had help. A contractor. You don't have to name me. That feels like hiding. It's not hiding. It's being private. Like we agreed. We agreed to be private about our relationship. Not about the business partnership. Delaney was quiet for a long moment. Then, what do you want me to say, Iris? That I'll do the interview? Stand in front of cameras and risk everything I've built to protect myself? No. I want you to tell me how you feel. What you're scared of. I'm scared of being exposed again. Of losing control of my narrative. Of having strangers think they have a right to my story because they saw me on TV for 30 seconds. Delaney's hands clenched. I'm scared of going through that hell again. I understand. I do. But, Iris took a breath. What if we found a middle ground? What if you were in the segment but we didn't talk about your personal life? Just the work. The carpentry. They'll ask questions. They always ask questions. And once you open that door, then we set boundaries. We tell them what's off limits. That's not how it works. You can't control what they choose to focus on. Iris felt frustration building. So what? I just do it alone? Pretend you don't exist? Yes. Delaney's voice was strained. If that's what it takes to keep me safe, then yes. That's not fair to either of us. Life isn't fair, Iris. You of all people should know that. The word stung. What's that supposed to mean? It means we both know what it's like to be reduced to one thing about ourselves. To have strangers think they understand us because of one label. Delaney stood, pacing. You transitioned and your whole family rejected you. You lost everything. And you decided to be visible anyway, to live openly. I respect that. But I made a different choice. I chose safety over visibility. And I'm not apologizing for that. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you to trust me. I do trust you. But I don't trust the media. I don't trust strangers. I don't trust that this won't blow up in my face. They stared at each other across the apartment. Iris felt tears prick at her eyes. So what do I do? Turn down the interview? Give up publicity that could save the shop? Do the interview. Just leave me out of it. And then what? We keep doing this dance where I'm visible and you're not. Where I have to constantly monitor what I say about us, about the shop, about our partnership. If that's what it takes. That's exhausting, Delaney. That's not sustainable. Neither is me having a panic attack on camera. Iris sat down hard on the couch. I don't know what to do. Delaney crossed to her, knelt in front of her. Do the interview. Talk about your work, your vision for the shop. Be amazing. And I'll be here, supporting you from behind the scenes. Like always. That's not what I want. I know. But it's what I can give right now. Iris looked at Delaney's face. Saw the fear there. The genuine terror of exposure. And she understood, finally, what June had been trying to tell her. That loving someone meant accepting their boundaries, even when those boundaries hurt. Okay, Iris said quietly. I'll do the interview alone. Thank you. But I need you to know, this hurts. Having to pretend you're not part of this. Having to hide what we've built together. I know. I'm sorry. Delaney pulled her into a hug, and Iris let herself be held. But the ache in her chest didn't go away. Delaney. Iris responded to the email that afternoon. Delaney watched her type, watched her schedule the interview for the following week, watched her put on a brave face and pretend this was fine. And Delaney felt like she was drowning. This was exactly what she'd been afraid of. This moment where Iris's need for visibility and Delaney's need for safety crashed into each other with no good solution. After Iris went back downstairs to work, Delaney sat in the apartment and stared at the shelves she'd built. They looked good. Solid. The kind of work she was proud of. But what was the point of building something if she couldn't claim it? If she had to hide her contribution because she was too afraid to be seen? Her phone buzzed. June. How are you doing? Delaney stared at the message. Considered lying. Considered saying she was fine. Instead, Iris has a news interview next week. I'm staying out of it. 3 dots appeared immediately. Then, how do you feel about that? Scared. Relieved. Guilty. All of it. Want to come in and talk? I don't know if talking will help. Come anyway. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Delaney agreed and set down her phone. She looked around the apartment. At the shelves she'd built. At the space she and Iris were slowly making theirs. At the evidence of the life they were building together. And she wondered if she was strong enough to actually live it. Iris. Pooja came over that night with wine and concern. So you're doing the interview alone, she said, settling onto the couch. How did you know? Malcolm texted me. He's worried about you. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're upset. Pooja poured them each a glass. Talk to me. So Iris explained. About the email, about Delaney's fear, about the decision to do the interview alone. And you're okay with that? Pooja asked. I don't have a choice. You always have a choice. What am I supposed to do? Force her to be on camera when it terrifies her? No. But you're also allowed to be upset that she's asking you to erase her from this story. She's not asking me to erase her. She's asking me to protect her. Is there a difference? Iris was quiet. Look, Pooja said gently. I get it. She's been through trauma. She has every right to protect herself. But you also have a right to be visible. To celebrate what you've built. And you've built it together. I know. But her safety is more important than my need for recognition. Is it? Or are you making yourself smaller to make her comfortable? The question hit like a slap. I'm not, Iris stopped. I'm just trying to respect her boundaries. Boundaries are good. But boundaries shouldn't require you to hide who you are or what you've accomplished. Pooja took her hand. You spent years hiding, babe. Before you transitioned. With your family. You know what that cost you. Are you really willing to go back to that? It's not the same. Isn't it? You're asking permission to exist. You're monitoring every word to make sure you don't reveal too much. That's hiding. Iris pulled her hand away. You don't understand. Then help me understand. Because from where I'm sitting, you're in love with someone who can't meet you halfway. And that's going to break your heart. She's trying. She's just scared. I know she's scared. But when does her fear stop dictating your life? Pooja's voice was gentle but firm. You can love her and still need more from this relationship. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. Iris felt tears spill over. I don't want to lose her. Then talk to her. Really talk to her. Figure out if there's a way forward that works for both of you. Because this? Pooja gestured around. This isn't sustainable. And you know it. Delaney. June's office felt like the only safe place in the world. Delaney lay on the treatment table while June worked on her shoulders, which had been tight with tension for days. Tell me what you're thinking, June said. I'm thinking I'm ruining everything. Again. How so? Iris has this incredible opportunity. Publicity that could change everything for the shop. And I'm asking her to do it alone because I'm too much of a coward to be on camera for 5 minutes. You're not a coward. You're protecting yourself from real harm. Am I? Or am I just so stuck in the past that I can't see a way forward? June's hands paused. What do you think? Delaney stared at the ceiling. I think part of me knows that this isn't the same situation. That a local puff piece about a flower shop isn't the same as being outed on a viral video. But the fear feels the same. And I don't know how to separate rational fear from trauma response. That's good insight. Doesn't help me figure out what to do. What do you want to do? I want to support Iris. I want to be proud of what we've built. I want to, Delaney stopped. I want to show up for her. The way she's shown up for me. Then what's stopping you? Fear. Terror. The absolute certainty that if I put myself out there again, it'll all fall apart. Will it? Or is that what the trauma is telling you? Delaney closed her eyes. I don't know. Let me ask you this. What would it mean to show up for her? What would that look like? Being in the interview with her. Letting people see us as partners. Claiming the work I've done instead of hiding behind anonymity. And what's the worst that could happen? People recognize me. They connect me to the old story. The harassment starts again. And the best? Nothing happens. It's just a local news segment. It airs and then everyone forgets about it. Which is more likely? Delaney opened her eyes. The second one. Probably. But the fear doesn't care about probability. No. It doesn't. June moved to work on Delaney's other shoulder. But here's what I want you to think about. You've spent years building a life where you're safe from external harm. But what about internal harm? What about the harm you're doing to yourself by staying small? By staying hidden? I never thought about it like that. You're not the same person you were when the incident happened. You're stronger. You have people who care about you. You have Iris, who would stand between you and any harm. June's voice was gentle. Maybe it's time to trust that you can handle whatever comes. Not because nothing bad will happen, but because you have the resources to cope with it if it does. Delaney sat with that. She thought about Iris. About the way she'd offered to do the interview alone, to protect Delaney, to erase her own needs to accommodate Delaney's fear. She thought about the future they'd talked about building. About being equal partners. About not hiding. And she thought about the question June had asked weeks ago, what would it mean to show up for Iris the way she's shown up for you? I need to talk to her, Delaney said. Yes. You do. I don't know what I'm going to say. Start with the truth. That's always a good place to begin. Iris. Iris was closing up the shop when Delaney came downstairs. She looked nervous. Determined. Scared and brave all at once. "Can we talk?" Delaney asked. Of course. They sat on the floor behind the counter, in the same spot where they'd had coffee and pastries just days before. Where Iris had said, "I love you," and Delaney had said, "I'm trying." "I've been thinking about the interview," Delaney said. "About what you said?" "About erasing me from the story." "Delaney, I didn't mean." "No. You were right. Asking you to pretend I don't exist, that I haven't been part of this, that's not fair to you. And it's not who I want to be." Iris waited. "I talked to June today. She asked me what it would mean to show up for you. To actually be your partner, not just in private, but in all of it." Delaney took a breath. "And I realized, I've been so focused on protecting myself from potential harm that I haven't thought about the harm I'm causing. To you. To us. You're not causing harm. You're just scared. I'm terrified. But that doesn't make it okay for me to ask you to hide. To make yourself smaller so I can feel safer." Delaney reached for Iris's hand. "You deserve to celebrate what you've built. What we've built. And I should be there with you." Iris's heart started racing. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying," Delaney's voice shook. "I'm saying I want to do the interview. With you. As partners." "Delaney, you don't have to." "I want to. I'm scared out of my mind, but I want to. Because you're worth it. This is worth it." Delaney squeezed her hand. "I don't want to spend the rest of my life hiding. I want to build something with you. Something we can be proud of. Publicly." Iris felt tears spill over. "Are you sure?" "No. But I'm going to do it anyway." "What changed?" "You. Us. The fact that I finally have something worth being brave for." Delaney wiped at Iris's tears with her thumb. "I love you. I haven't said it yet, but I do. I love you. And I want to show up for you the way you've shown up for me." Iris couldn't speak. Could only pull Delaney close and hold her. "I love you too," she whispered against Delaney's shoulder. "And you don't have to do this for me. I can do it alone. I know you can. But you shouldn't have to." Delaney pulled back, looking into Iris's eyes. "We're partners. In everything. That means the scary stuff too. It might not go well. People might. I know. And I'm still going to try." Delaney's smile was shaky but real. "Besides, you'll be there with me. That makes it less scary." Iris kissed her. Soft and sweet and full of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. "For being brave. For trusting me. Thank you for being worth being brave for." They held each other on the floor of the shop, surrounded by flowers and sawdust and the evidence of everything they'd built together. And Iris felt, for the first time in weeks, like they were going to be okay. Not because it would be easy. Not because nothing could go wrong. But because they were choosing each other. Every day. Even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. Chapter 17, Going Public Together. Iris. The morning of the interview, Iris woke up at 5 with her heart racing. She lay in bed staring at the ceiling, running through everything that could go wrong. The reporter could ask invasive questions. The segment could focus on their transness instead of the business. It could blow up on social media. People could start showing up to harass them. Or, and this was the thought that kept circling back, Delaney could change her mind. Iris had been half expecting it all week. Waiting for the moment when Delaney would realize what she'd agreed to and back out. It would be understandable. Reasonable, even. But Delaney had been steady. She'd shown up to the pre-interview meeting with Claudia, helped plan what they'd say, practiced responses to potential questions. She'd been quiet but present. scared but committed. And this morning, she was supposed to meet Iris at the shop at 9. The interview was at 10. Iris got out of bed and went through the motions of getting ready. Shower. Hair. Makeup, more than usual, because cameras. The green sweater Malcolm had helped her pick out, the one that photographed well. Jeans. Her forget-me-not tattoo visible on her wrist. She looked at herself in the mirror and barely recognized the woman staring back. She looked professional. Put together. Like someone who had her life figured out. If only that were true. Her phone buzzed. Delaney. On my way. You okay? Iris typed back, nervous. You? Terrified. But I'm coming anyway. That's the bravest thing I've ever heard. See you in 20. Iris pocketed her phone and headed downstairs to the shop. Delaney. Delaney sat in her truck outside the shop for 5 full minutes before she could make herself get out. This was it. The moment she'd been dreading for years. Willingly putting herself in front of cameras. Choosing visibility over safety. For Iris. For them. For the life they were building together. She looked at the passenger seat, where a carefully wrapped package sat. The sign she'd made, custom woodwork with both their names. She'd finished it last night, working until 2 in the morning, needing to have something tangible to hold on to. Evidence. Proof. A declaration. She picked up the sign and got out of the truck before she could talk herself out of it. The shop was unlocked. Iris was inside, pacing, looking beautiful and nervous and so hopeful that Delaney's heart ached. You came, Iris said. Did you think I wouldn't? I thought you might. I wouldn't have blamed you. Delaney crossed to her, set down the sign, pulled Iris into her arms. I'm here. I'm staying. No matter what happens. Iris buried her face in Delaney's shoulder. I'm so proud of you. I haven't done anything yet. You showed up. That's everything. They held each other until the shaking stopped. Then Iris pulled back and saw the sign. Delaney. This is beautiful. The sign was simple but elegant. Oak, with both their names carved in a clean serif font. Petals and Thorns, Iris Kowalski and Delaney Frost, proprietors. I wanted, Delaney's voice caught. I wanted something that shows we're in this together. Equal partners. It's perfect. Iris ran her fingers over the carved letters. When did you make this? Last night. I couldn't sleep. We should put it up. Before Claudia gets here. Together, they mounted the sign on the wall behind the counter. It looked right. Like it had always been meant to be there. Evidence of what they'd built. Together. Claudia Ramos arrived at 9:30 with a cameraman and a warm smile. Good morning. Thank you both so much for doing this. She shook their hands, set up in the shop, adjusted lighting. We'll keep this casual. Just a conversation about the shop, the renovation, your plans for the future. Delaney's hands were shaking. She shoved them in her pockets. Iris noticed, reached over, took one hand and squeezed. Claudia saw it but didn't comment. Just smiled and said, shall we get started? Iris. The interview started safely enough. Claudia asked about the inheritance, about Viv, about the state of the shop when Iris took over. Iris answered smoothly, the way they'd practiced, talking about the challenge of reviving a failing business. And then I met my partner, Iris said, glancing at Delaney. Who happened to be a carpenter. And who had also inherited a share of the shop. That must have been quite a surprise, Claudia said. It was. But it ended up being exactly what we both needed. Claudia turned to Delaney. And you handled the renovation? Delaney nodded, her voice careful. Most of the structural work. New shelving, floor refinishing, display cases. Iris had the vision. I just helped make it real. That seems modest. From what I can see, you did incredible work. It's what I do. Carpentry. Building things that last. And how did you two decide to work together? This must have been an unexpected partnership. This was the moment. The place where they could deflect, could keep it surface level, could stay safe. Iris looked at Delaney. Saw the fear in her eyes. Saw her taking a breath, making a choice. Her aunt knew we'd be good for each other, Delaney said quietly. Turns out she was right. She reached over and took Iris's hand on camera. Iris felt her heart stop. Then start again, faster. Claudia's eyes brightened with interest. So this is more than a business partnership? Another moment. Another choice. Yeah, Delaney said, her voice stronger now. It is. We're partners in every way that matters. And we're reopening this shop together. Iris squeezed her hand, overwhelmed. Claudia smiled, genuine, warm. That's wonderful. And I imagine that brings a unique perspective to your work. Creating spaces for celebrations, for love. It does, Iris managed. We understand what it means to create something beautiful together. To build something that matters. Can you tell me more about your vision for the shop? What makes Petals and Thorns special? Iris found her footing. Talked about custom design, about serving the queer community, about creating arrangements that told stories. Delaney added details about the physical space, about making it welcoming and accessible. They talked about the weddings they'd booked, the community response, the future they were building. And through it all, their hands stayed linked on camera. Delaney. Delaney's heart was pounding so hard she was sure it was visible on camera. But she kept talking. Kept answering questions. Kept her hand in Iris's. This was it. This was the thing she'd been terrified of for years. Being visible. Being seen. Being public. And it was. Not as bad as she'd feared. Claudia was professional, kind even. She didn't ask invasive questions about their transness or their relationship. She focused on the work, the business, the transformation of the shop. She treated them like people. Like business owners. Like partners. Not like spectacles. Last question, Claudia said, glancing at her notes. What would you say to other people trying to revive a struggling business? What's your advice? Iris looked at Delaney, smiled. Find the right partner. Someone who sees your vision and helps you build it. And be willing to take risks, Delaney added, surprising herself. Sometimes the scariest choice is the right one. Beautiful, Claudia said. Thank you both so much. This is going to make a wonderful segment. The cameraman stopped recording. Claudia started packing up equipment. It was over. They'd done it. Delaney looked at Iris, who was grinning, her eyes wet. We did it, Iris whispered. We did. You were amazing. I was terrified. But you did it anyway. That's what bravery is. After Claudia left, promising the segment would air that evening, they stood in the middle of the shop, still holding hands. How do you feel? Iris asked. Delaney took stock. Her hands were still shaking. Her heart was still racing. But underneath the fear was something else. Pride. I feel, she started. I feel like I did something I didn't think I could do. And I survived. More than survived. You were perfect. I held your hand on camera. I told a reporter we're together. You did. People are going to see that. Tonight. They're going to know. Is that okay? Delaney thought about it. Really thought about it. Yeah, she said slowly. I think it is. I'm scared about what might happen after, but I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I didn't let fear win. Iris pulled her into a kiss, right there in the shop, in front of the windows, visible to anyone walking by. And Delaney didn't flinch. Iris. They watched the segment together that evening, sitting on the couch in the apartment. Iris's laptop was open on the coffee table, streaming the local news. Pooja and Malcolm had both texted asking if they could come over, but Iris wanted it to be just the two of them for this first viewing. "You ready?" Iris asked as the segment started. "No. But play it anyway." The segment opened with an exterior shot of the shop, the new sign visible. Then Claudia's voiceover, talking about revitalized local businesses. Then them. Iris watched herself on screen, nervous but articulate, talking about inheriting the shop, about the challenge of saving it. She looked professional. Confident. Then Delaney came into frame, and Iris's breath caught. Delaney looked good on camera. Serious, capable, her voice quiet but steady as she talked about the renovation work. And then the moment. The hand-holding. The quiet admission, we're partners in every way that matters. The look on Delaney's face, terrified but determined. Choosing vulnerability over safety. Choosing them. Iris felt tears spill over. The segment continued. Showed them talking about their vision, their work, their future. Showed the shop in all its renovated glory. Ended with them standing behind the counter, that new sign visible in the background. It was less than 5 minutes. But it felt like everything. The segment ended. The news moved on to weather. Iris closed the laptop and looked at Delaney. "You okay?" she asked. Delaney was staring at the blank screen. "I was on TV. We were on TV. Together. We were. And I told everyone," Delaney's voice cracked. "I told everyone you matter to me. That we're building this together. You did. I can't take it back. Do you want to?" Delaney looked at her. "No. I'm terrified of what comes next, but no. I don't want to take it back." Iris's phone started buzzing. Messages flooding in. "That was beautiful. Pooja. You two looked amazing, Malcolm. Congratulations on the feature. Various customers." Delaney's phone was buzzing too. "People are responding," Iris said, scrolling through messages. "It's all positive so far. It's been 3 minutes. Give it time. Or maybe," Iris looked up. "Maybe it's going to be okay. Maybe nothing terrible is going to happen. Maybe." They sat in silence, phones buzzing, waiting for the other shoe to drop. It didn't come. More messages. More congratulations. A few new booking inquiries. Someone asking about Delaney's carpentry services. "People want to hire you," Iris said, showing Delaney her phone. "For custom work." Delaney read the message, looking stunned. "They saw me on TV and they want to hire me? You're good at what you do. And now people know about it. This is," Delaney stopped. "This is the opposite of what I expected." "What did you expect?" "Harassment. Threats. People showing up to cause trouble. And instead? People want to give us money to do the work we're good at." Iris laughed. "Turns out visibility isn't always a bad thing. It's been 10 minutes. Don't jinx it." But as the evening wore on, the responses stayed positive. Encouraging. Supportive. The local LGBTQ+ business coalition reached out about collaboration. A wedding planner sent a referral. 3 people booked consultations for spring weddings. "This is good," Iris said, still scrolling through messages. "This is really good." Delaney was quieter, still waiting for something to go wrong. Iris set down her phone and took Delaney's hands. "Hey," she said gently. "Look at me." Delaney met her eyes. "It's okay to feel good about this. It's okay to let yourself be happy. What if something bad happens tomorrow? Then we'll deal with it tomorrow. Together." Iris squeezed her hands. "But right now, tonight, let yourself feel proud. You did something incredibly brave. You chose us over your fear. That deserves to be celebrated. Delaney's eyes were wet. I love you. I love you too. I'm still scared. I know. But you're not alone anymore. You're not doing this by yourself. No. I'm not. Delaney pulled her closer. I have you. Always. They held each other as the sun set outside, as their phones kept buzzing with messages, as the neighborhood settled into evening around them. And for the first time in years, Delaney let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, being seen wasn't the same as being destroyed. Maybe it was just being known. And being known by the right person felt like the safest thing in the world. Delaney. That night, Delaney couldn't sleep. Not because of panic. Not because of fear. Because of hope. She lay in bed in her apartment. She hadn't moved in with Iris yet. They were still taking that slow, and stared at the ceiling, processing what had happened. She'd been on TV. She'd held Iris's hand on camera. She'd told thousands of people that they were together. And the sky hadn't fallen. Yes, there were a few negative comments on the news station's social media. A couple of people being casually bigoted in the way people were when they thought they were anonymous. But mostly, there was support. Kindness. People genuinely happy for them. It wasn't what she'd expected. She'd been so sure that visibility meant destruction. That being public meant being vulnerable to attack. But maybe the difference was context. Control. Having Iris beside her instead of being alone. Maybe safety wasn't the absence of visibility. It was having someone in the foxhole with you when visibility came. Her phone buzzed. Iris. Can't sleep either? No. Too much adrenaline. Come over. Delaney looked at the clock. 11:30. She should say no. Should rest. Should give them both space to process. Instead she typed, be there in 10. Iris was waiting at the door when Delaney arrived. She was in pajamas, soft pants and a t-shirt, her hair down, face scrubbed clean of makeup. She looked young and beautiful and so happy that Delaney's chest ached. Hi, Iris said. Hi. I know it's late. I wanted to see you. Me too. They went upstairs to the apartment. Delaney had been spending more time here lately, slowly moving in without officially moving in. Her toothbrush in the bathroom. A change of clothes in the closet. Her work boots by the door. They settled on the couch, Iris curled into Delaney's side. I keep thinking about what you said, Iris murmured. In the interview. That your aunt knew we'd be good for each other. She did. Somehow. I wish I could thank her. For this. For you. Me too. Delaney kissed the top of Iris's head. I think she knew what we both needed. Someone to build something with. We built something good. We really did. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Then Iris said, I'm proud of you. I know I already said it, but I need you to really hear it. I'm so proud of you for being brave today. I'm proud of me too. Which is, weird. I'm not usually proud of myself. You should be. You faced your biggest fear and you survived. More than survived, you thrived. We thrived. Yeah. We did. Delaney shifted to look at Iris properly. I want to do something. And I need you to tell me if it's too fast or too much. Okay. I want to officially move in. Here. With you. Not slowly, not gradually. Just, all in. Iris's eyes went wide. Really? I'm tired of half measures. Tired of keeping one foot out the door in case I need to run. I want to be all in. With you. With us. With this life we're building. You're sure? I'm terrified. But I'm sure. Iris launched herself at Delaney, kissing her desperately. Yes. Yes. Move in. Bring everything. Make this ours. Yeah. God, yes. I want you here. Always. They kissed until they were breathless, until the fear faded and all that was left was certainty. This was right. Scary, yes. Uncertain, definitely. But right. Tomorrow, Delaney said. I'll start bringing my stuff tomorrow. I'll help. We'll do it together. Together. Iris smiled. I really like the sound of that. Me too. They fell asleep on the couch, tangled together, the apartment quiet around them. And Delaney dreamed not of cameras and exposure and fear, but of shelves to build and flowers to arrange and a future that stretched out bright and possible before them. She'd been so afraid of being seen. But being seen by Iris, being known, being loved, being chosen, that wasn't scary at all. That was home. Chapter 18, The Aftermath. Delaney. The first phone call came at 7 in the morning. Delaney was half asleep in Iris's bed, their bed now, she reminded herself, when her phone started ringing. Unknown number. She almost didn't answer. But something made her pick up. Is this Delaney Frost? A man's voice. Unfamiliar. Who's calling? I saw you on the news last night. Channel 7. You and your girlfriend? Partner? Delaney sat up, instantly awake. Her chest tightened. What do you want? I just wanted to say congratulations. My wife and I run a restaurant downtown and we've been thinking about renovating. Your work on that shop looked incredible. Would you be interested in giving us a quote? Delaney's brain stuttered. A quote? You want to hire me? If you're taking on projects. We have your number from your old website. Is that still active? Yes. I mean, I haven't updated it in a while, but yes. Perfect. Can we set up a time to discuss the project? After she hung up, Delaney just stared at her phone. The first call after going public, and it was a job offer. Not harassment. Not threats. A job offer. Iris stirred beside her. Who was that? A potential client. They saw the segment and want to hire me. Iris smiled sleepily. See? I told you it would be okay. It's been 12 hours. Don't jinx it. But as the morning went on, Delaney's phone kept buzzing. 3 more calls from potential clients. 2 messages on her dormant business email. Someone asking if she'd be interested in teaching a woodworking class at the community center. This is weird, Delaney said, scrolling through messages over coffee. This is the opposite of what happened last time. What happened last time? Iris asked gently. Delaney hadn't talked about it in detail. About the aftermath of the first media incident. But Iris deserved to know. Last time, I got death threats. People called my phone at all hours saying I was an abomination, that I was going to hell, that they'd make sure I never worked again. Delaney's hands tightened on her mug. I had to change my number 3 times. I stopped answering calls from numbers I didn't recognize. I lost most of my clients within 2 weeks. God, Delaney. One guy showed up at a job site. Just to yell at me in front of the homeowners. About how I was deceiving people, how I was a predator. Delaney's voice was flat. The homeowners fired me on the spot. Didn't even pay for the work I'd already done. Iris reached across the table, took her hand. I'm so sorry. So yeah. I'm waiting for that. For the other shoe to drop. For the people who watched last night to find my number and start calling with the same shit. But they haven't. Not yet. Delaney. Iris squeezed her hand. What if they don't? What if this time is different? How could it be different? Because last time you were alone. You were caught off guard. They used your dead name, old photos, Made it about your transness instead of your work. Iris's eyes were steady. But this time? You controlled the narrative. You were out already. You were with me. And the story was about our business, not about you being trans. Delaney sat with that. Maybe Iris was right. Maybe context mattered. Maybe being in control of your own story changed how people responded to it. Or maybe she'd just gotten lucky so far. Iris. The shop was busier than Iris had ever seen it. By noon, 7 people had come in, some for consultations, some just to see the space from the news segment, some to meet the cute couple from TV. Iris tried not to cringe at that last one. She was arranging a bouquet for a walk-in customer when a woman in her 50s came in, looked around, then approached the counter. "You're Iris, right? From the news?" "That's me." Iris smiled. "Can I help you with something?" "I just wanted to say thank you. For being visible. For showing people like my daughter that they can build good lives." The woman's eyes were wet. "She's trans too. 15. And she's been so scared about the future. But she watched your segment last night and she said, 'Mom, they're happy. They're successful. Maybe I can be too.'" Iris felt her throat close up. That means everything. Thank you for telling me." "No, thank you. For being brave. For being yourselves." The woman bought a bouquet, for my daughter, to celebrate her, and left with tears in her eyes. Iris stood behind the counter, overwhelmed. This was what visibility meant. Not just the risk of harm, but the possibility of hope. Of being a mirror for someone who needed to see themselves reflected. She'd known that intellectually. But knowing it and feeling it were different things. When Delaney came downstairs from working on the apartment renovation, Iris pulled her aside and told her what had happened. "Someone's daughter saw us and felt hope," Iris said, still processing. "We gave a 15-year-old trans kid hope just by existing." Delaney was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I didn't think about that. About being visible meaning something to other people. Does that change how you feel about it?" "I don't know. Maybe." Delaney leaned against the counter. "I spent so long thinking of visibility as danger. As something that would hurt me. I didn't think about it helping anyone else. We don't have to be activists. We don't have to represent anyone. But," Iris gestured around the shop. "We exist. We're building something. And that matters to people who need to see it's possible. No pressure, right?" Delaney's smile was wry. "We're just living. That's all. But living visibly means people can see us. And some of them need to." Delaney pulled her close, rested her chin on Iris's head. "I'm still waiting for something bad to happen. I know. But I'm starting to see the good. The potential clients. The kid who felt hope. The fact that we're doing this together. That's all I'm asking. To see the good alongside the fear. I can do that." They stood like that for a moment, holding each other in the shop, visible through the front windows to anyone who cared to look. And Delaney didn't flinch. Delaney. The negative comments started that afternoon. Not phone calls. Not direct harassment. But social media comments on the news station's Facebook post about the segment. Delaney shouldn't have looked. She knew better. But she couldn't help herself. Most of the comments were supportive. "Congratulations. How sweet. Love this. Beautiful shop." But then. Why do they have to shove it in our faces? "I'm so tired of this agenda being pushed everywhere. What happened to just being normal? Those aren't real women. Disgusting. Won't be shopping there." Delaney's hand started shaking. There it was. The thing she'd been waiting for. The proof that visibility meant being a target. She was spiraling into panic when Iris found her. "Hey. What's wrong?" Iris took the phone from her hands, looked at the screen, then set it down firmly. Delaney. Look at me. Delaney met her eyes. Breathe. You're safe. Those are just comments. Just strangers on the internet who don't matter. They called us, Delaney couldn't say it. I know what they called us. And they're wrong. They're hateful people hiding behind screens. Iris cupped her face. But look at the other comments. Look at how many people are supporting us. The ratio is like 50 to 1 positive. But those five don't get to define us. They don't get to make us feel ashamed of who we are. Iris's voice was firm. We knew there would be some of this. We talked about it. We prepared for it. I know. But seeing it is different than imagining it. I know. Iris pulled her into a hug. But we're going to get through this. Together. We're going to read the good comments, we're going to block the hateful ones, and we're going to keep living our lives. What if they come to the shop? Then we'll handle it. We'll call the police if we need to. We'll protect ourselves. Iris pulled back, looked her in the eyes. But we're not going to let fear of what might happen control our lives. That's what they want. For us to hide. To disappear. And we're not going to give them that. Delaney took a shaky breath. Okay. 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 We handle it. Together. Together. Iris took her phone and blocked the accounts that had left hateful comments. Then she showed Delaney the positive ones. The messages from queer people saying thank you. The woman whose daughter felt hope. The people booking consultations. This is what matters, Iris said. This. The good we're doing. The people we're helping just by existing. The life we're building. Not the people who hate us for daring to be happy. Delaney nodded, trying to absorb it. It wasn't easy. The negative comments still stung. But Iris was right, they were vastly outnumbered by positive responses. And more importantly, she wasn't alone this time. She had Iris to help her process, to remind her of the good, to keep her grounded. That made all the difference. Iris. That night, they had dinner with Pooja and Lauren. Pooja had insisted, saying they needed to celebrate going public and also process what had happened. So, Pooja said, pouring wine. How are you both really doing? Overwhelmed, Iris admitted. But mostly in a good way. I'm waiting for something terrible to happen, Delaney said. Of course you are. You're you. Pooja turned to Lauren. I told you she'd say that. Lauren, who Iris had met a few times but didn't know well, smiled sympathetically. It's a valid fear. Visibility can be dangerous. But it can also be powerful, Pooja added. You two were amazing on camera. Professional, articulate, clearly in love. You made being queer and trans look normal. Which it is, but people need to see it. That's what the mom said. Iris told them about the woman whose daughter watched the segment. About her daughter seeing us and feeling hope. See? That's the good stuff. That's why visibility matters. Pooja raised her glass. To Iris and Delaney. For being brave enough to be themselves on TV. They clinked glasses. How many hateful comments? Lauren asked bluntly. Maybe 20 out of 400 total, Iris said. That's actually a good ratio, Lauren said. She worked in social media marketing, so she'd know. 5% assholes is pretty standard for any queer content. Could be way worse. That's what I told her, Iris said, nodding at Delaney. But it still sucks, Delaney said quietly. Knowing people think those things about us. Of course it does. Those people are hateful bigots. Pooja's voice was fierce. But they don't get to win. You two are out there living your best lives, running a successful business, being in love. That's the best revenge. I'm not trying to get revenge. I'm just trying to exist. Exactly. And your existence is revolutionary whether you want it to be or not. Pooja leaned forward. You know how many trans people, especially trans women, get told they'll never be happy, never be loved, never have successful careers? You're living proof that's bullshit. That matters. Delaney was quiet, processing. Iris squeezed her hand under the table. I didn't think about it like that, Delaney finally said. I was so focused on protecting myself that I didn't think about what being visible could mean for other people. You don't have to be a spokesperson, Lauren said gently. You're allowed to just live your life. But living your life visibly is still political, whether you want it to be or not. That's just the reality of being queer. Especially being trans and queer, Pooja added. Every trans person who exists openly is making it easier for the next one. You're part of that whether you intended to be or not. No pressure though, Iris said dryly. They all laughed. The conversation shifted to lighter things. Pooja's latest nightmare patient in the ER, Lauren's new social media client, Iris's upcoming wedding bookings. But Delaney was quieter than usual, clearly still processing. On the drive home, Iris asked, You okay? Yeah. Just thinking. About? About what Pooja said. About visibility being political. About being proof that trans people can be happy. Delaney's hands tightened on the steering wheel. I never wanted that responsibility. You don't have to take it on. You can just be Delaney. That's enough. But she's right, isn't it? Just by existing openly with you, I'm making a statement. I'm showing people it's possible. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. It's a lot of pressure. Then don't think of it as pressure. Think of it as side effect. You're living your life. You're being with me. You're running a business. Those are your choices. If other people find hope in that, that's wonderful. But it's not your job to provide hope. It's just a nice side effect. Delaney was quiet for a long moment. Then, I like that. Side effect. I can handle that. Good. Because you're doing amazing. And I'm so proud of you. Even though I'm still scared. Especially because you're still scared. Being brave doesn't mean not being afraid. It means being afraid and doing it anyway. You're very wise for someone who cries at commercials. Iris laughed. I contain multitudes. They pulled up to the shop, now their shop, their home above it, now their home together. And Iris felt, despite the fear and the hateful comments and the overwhelming response, that they were going to be okay. Not because it was easy. Not because everyone would accept them. But because they had each other. And that was enough. Delaney. 3 days after the segment aired, Delaney had a panic attack. Not because of anything specific. Just the accumulated stress of being visible, of waiting for the other shoe to drop, of carrying the weight of other people's hope. It hit in the middle of the night. She woke up gasping, heart racing, certain something terrible was about to happen. Iris woke with her, immediately alert. Breathe with me, Iris said, taking her hands. In for 4. Hold for 4. Out for 4. With me. They breathed together until Delaney's heart rate slowed. Sorry, Delaney said when she could speak again. Don't apologize. You're processing trauma. This is normal. I thought I was past this. Trauma doesn't work like that. It comes in waves. Some days are better than others. Iris pulled her close. What triggered it? I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. The visibility, the comments, the responsibility of being a symbol whether I want to be or not. You're not a symbol. You're a person. But people are making me into one. That mom's daughter. The positive comments. They're putting their hope on me and I don't know if I can carry that. Then don't. You're allowed to just be Delaney. You don't owe anyone anything except being yourself. But what if being myself isn't enough? What if I let people down? By what? By being human? By having panic attacks? By being scared? Iris shifted to look at her. Anyone who needs you to be perfect isn't worth your energy. You're allowed to be messy and scared and imperfect. That's what makes you real. Delaney felt tears spill over. I'm so tired of being scared. I know, baby. I know. But I'm grateful. For you. For this. For the fact that I don't have to do this alone. You never have to do anything alone again. I've got you. Always. They held each other in the dark until Delaney's breathing evened out and the panic faded. And Delaney thought, this is what love is. Not the absence of fear, but someone who holds you through it. Someone who reminds you that you're human and that's enough. Someone who stays. Thank you, Delaney whispered. For what? For not giving up on me. For being patient while I figure out how to do this. I'm not going anywhere. Iris kissed her forehead. We're in this together. For the long haul. The long haul, Delaney repeated, testing the words. I like the sound of that. Me too. They fell back asleep wrapped around each other, the apartment quiet around them, the shop dark below. And when Delaney woke up the next morning, the fear was still there. The responsibility still felt heavy. The visibility still scared her. But Iris was beside her. And that made all the difference. Iris. A week after the segment aired, Claudia Ramos called. Iris. I wanted to follow up. The response to your segment has been incredible. Over 100,000 views online. It's one of our most watched pieces this year. Iris felt her stomach drop. 100,000? I know. It really resonated with people. We've been getting requests for a follow-up. Maybe checking in a few months from now to see how the business is doing. I need to talk to my partner about that. Of course. Just let me know. No pressure. But the door is open if you're interested. After she hung up, Iris sat with the information. 100,000 people had watched them. Had seen them hold hands, heard them say they were partners in every way that matters. 100,000 strangers knew their story. It was terrifying and amazing all at once. She needed to tell Delaney. But carefully. Because this news could either be reassuring, look how many people responded positively, or overwhelming, that many people know about us now. Delaney was upstairs working on the bathroom renovation when Iris found her. Can we talk? Delaney looked up from the tile she was cutting. That sounds ominous. It's not bad. It's just information. Iris sat on the edge of the bathtub. Claudia called. The segment has been viewed over 100,000 times online. Delaney went very still. 100,000. Yeah. 100,000 people have seen us. Together. On camera. Yeah. Delaney set down the tile cutter. Okay. How do I feel about that? I don't know. How do you feel about that? Delaney stopped. Took a breath. I'm scared. But it's been a week and nothing terrible has happened. The hateful comments have mostly stopped. The positive responses keep coming. We've booked 6 new weddings and I have 3 new carpentry clients. So maybe it's okay. Maybe 100,000 people seeing us isn't the end of the world. Claudia wants to do a follow-up in a few months. Check in on how the business is doing. We can say no. Do you want to do it? Iris considered. I think I'm okay with it if you are. But I'm also okay saying no. We've done our part. We don't owe anyone more visibility than we're comfortable with. Let me think about it. Of course. No rush. Delaney went back to cutting tile. But there was something different in her posture. Less tense. More settled. Like maybe she was starting to believe that being visible didn't automatically mean being destroyed. That night, as they lay in bed, Delaney said, "I think we should do the follow-up." Really? If we're doing this, being visible, building something public, we might as well go all in. And honestly, the idea of Claudia coming back in a few months and seeing how successful we are, that appeals to me. Iris smiled. Spite as motivation. I can work with that. It's not just spite. I want to show people that we're not just surviving. We're thriving. That being trans and queer doesn't mean you can't build something good. That's very inspirational of you. Shut up. I'm having a moment. Iris kissed her. Have your moment. I support you. I love you. I love you too. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, the weight of 100,000 views feeling less like pressure and more like possibility. Not everyone would accept them. Some people would always hate them for existing. But enough people would see them and feel hope. And that made the risk worth it. That made everything worth it. Chapter 19, Opening Day, again. Iris. The first Monday after the segment aired felt like opening day all over again. Iris arrived at the shop at 6 in the morning to find 3 people already waiting outside. "We saw you on the news," one of them said, a woman in her 20s with a nose ring and a nervous smile. "We wanted to come support a queer-owned business." Iris's throat tightened. "Thank you. That means a lot. We open at 9, but you're welcome to come back then." "We will." By the time Delaney arrived at 7:30, there were 10 people waiting. "What's happening?" Delaney asked, staring at the line. "People want to support us." Iris felt tears prick at her eyes. "They're coming because of the segment. Because we're visible. Because they want to help." Delaney looked at the growing crowd, and for the first time, Iris saw something other than fear in her eyes. Pride. "We should open early," Delaney said. "Really? They're here for us. The least we can do is serve them." So they opened at 8 instead of 9, and the shop filled immediately. Some people bought flowers. Some just wanted to look around, to see the space from TV. Some wanted to shake their hands and thank them for being visible. One older man, maybe in his 70s, pulled Iris aside. "My grandson is trans," he said quietly. "He's 12. His parents don't accept it. But he saw you two on TV and he said, 'Grandpa, that could be me someday. I could be happy.' So I'm here to say thank you. For showing him that future." Iris hugged him before she could stop herself. "Thank you for being there for him. That matters more than anything we did. You gave him hope. That's everything." After he left, Iris had to step into the back room to cry. Delaney found her there 10 minutes later. "You okay?" "A 12-year-old trans boy has hope because of us," Iris said through tears. "How am I supposed to handle that?" Delaney pulled her close. "By knowing we're doing something good. Even when it's scary. Even when it's hard. We're showing people it's possible. I didn't think it would feel like this." "Like what?" "Like responsibility and honor all mixed together." Iris wiped her eyes. "Like we matter to people we've never met. We do matter. Whether we wanted that or not." Delaney kissed her forehead. "But we don't have to carry it alone. We have each other." "Yeah. We do." They went back out to the shop together, and the day continued in a blur of customers and well-wishers and people who just wanted to see the space they'd watched on TV. By closing time, they'd made more in one day than they usually made in a week. "This is unsustainable," Iris said, counting the register. "This is the post-publicity spike. It'll calm down. But it's proof the shop can succeed," Delaney said. "That's what matters. We did it. We actually saved Aunt Viv's shop. We did more than save it. We transformed it. We made it ours. Iris looked around at the renovated space, at the new displays, at the sign with both their names. They had transformed it. Together. And that felt like everything. Delaney. The second week after going public, Delaney had her first official carpentry consultation since the segment aired. The clients were two men in their 40s, married, looking to renovate their kitchen. "We saw you on TV," one of them said. "The work you did on the flowers shop was incredible. We want that level of craftsmanship for our home." Delaney walked through their space, took measurements, discussed their vision. It was a big project. Custom cabinets, a new island, built-in shelving. Weeks of work. Good money. "Can I ask you something?" one of the men said as she was leaving. "How long have you been doing carpentry?" "About 8 years professionally. Been woodworking since I was a kid." "And you've always been," he paused, clearly unsure how to phrase it. "Trans?" "Yeah. Transitioned 6 years ago. Been doing carpentry the whole time." "That must have been hard." "In construction. It had its moments." Delaney kept her voice neutral. "But I'm good at what I do. That's what matters." "Clearly. Your work speaks for itself." He smiled. "We'll be in touch with our decision by end of week." Delaney drove back to the shop thinking about that interaction. It had been fine. Professional. They'd asked about her being trans, but not in an invasive way. Just acknowledging it existed. And she hadn't panicked. Hadn't shut down. Had just answered honestly and moved on. Maybe this was what being visible could look like. Not constant harassment, but occasional acknowledgement followed by focusing on the actual work. She could handle that. When she got back to the shop, Iris was working on a large wedding arrangement. White roses and peonies, elegant and romantic. "How'd it go?" Iris asked without looking up. "Good. Big project." They seemed interested. Delaney leaned against the workbench. "They asked about me being trans." Iris's hands stilled. And I told them. And they said my work speaks for itself. And that was it." That's huge, Delaney." "Is it? You had a professional conversation where your transness was acknowledged and then everyone moved on to talk about the actual work. That's exactly what you wanted, right? To be seen as a carpenter first?" Delaney thought about it. "Yeah. I guess it is." "And how do you feel about it?" "Weird. Good weird. Like maybe being visible doesn't have to be this catastrophic thing. Maybe it can just be normal." Iris came around the workbench, took her hands. "This is growth. You know that, right? 3 weeks ago you would have panicked at someone mentioning your transness. Now you're having normal professional conversations about it. It helps that they were respectful. Of course. But you also didn't assume the worst. You didn't spiral. You just existed. As yourself. And handled it." Delaney pulled her close. "I had a good teacher. Someone who showed me that being visible doesn't mean being destroyed. I didn't teach you that. You learned it by being brave. We learned it together." They stood in the shop, holding each other, surrounded by flowers and the evidence of their success. And Delaney felt something shift inside her. Not the absence of fear, she'd probably always carry some level of anxiety about visibility. But the knowledge that she could handle it. That being seen didn't automatically mean being harmed. That being seen by the right people meant being valued. Iris. 2 weeks after the segment, Malcolm came to visit. He brought coffee and pastries and settled into the shop like he'd been there 100 times. "The place looks amazing," he said, looking around. "The TV segment didn't do it justice." "Thank you. We worked really hard on it." "I can tell." He took a sip of his latte. "And how are you?" "Really?" Iris considered the question. "Overwhelmed. Happy. Scared. proud. All of it at once. That tracks. You did something really brave. Delaney did something really brave. I was just being myself. Don't minimize it. You were brave too. You chose to be visible with her. You stood beside her when she was terrified. That matters. I just love her. That's not brave, it's just true. Malcolm smiled. Love is always brave. Especially queer love. Especially trans love. You're existing openly in a world that tells you to hide. That's revolutionary. God, you sound like Pooja. Pooja is right. You two are doing something important just by being yourselves. Iris sighed. I didn't want to be important. I just wanted to save the shop and be with Delaney. And you're doing both. The importance is just a side effect. Malcolm leaned forward. But seriously. How's Delaney handling it? The visibility? Better than I expected. She had a panic attack last week. But she's also had positive client meetings. And she's talking about doing the follow-up segment with Claudia. That's huge. I know. I'm so proud of her. Iris felt tears sting. She's been so scared for so long. And she's doing it anyway. She's showing up. For herself. For us. For the life we're building. That's love, Malcolm said gently. Real love. The kind that pushes you to grow even when it's terrifying. I just hope I'm worth it. Worth the risk she's taking. Iris. You are absolutely worth it. Don't ever doubt that. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Malcolm said, I'm happy for you. I couldn't give you this, romantic love, attraction, partnership. But seeing you with someone who can. Who does? That makes me so happy. Thank you. For being my friend. For supporting us. Always. Your family. After Malcolm left, Iris stood in the shop and thought about all the different kinds of love that had built this place. Viv's complicated love, expressed through inheritance. Malcolm's platonic love, steady and supportive. Pooja's fierce protective love. And Delaney's careful, hard-won love that was learning to be brave. All of it mattered. All of it had shaped who she was and what she'd built. But Delaney's love, that was the one that made her feel whole. Delaney. 3 weeks after going public, Delaney got the call about the kitchen renovation. We'd like to hire you. When can you start? It was a 6-week project. Good money. Interesting work. And clients who knew she was trans and hired her anyway. She hung up and just sat in her truck for a moment, processing. This was what the other side of visibility looked like. Not destruction. Not harassment. But opportunity. Work. Being valued for her skills. She called June. I got the job. The kitchen renovation. That's wonderful. How do you feel? Honestly? Shocked. I keep waiting for the catch. For them to change their mind. For something to go wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. Not yet. Delaney. June's voice was gentle but firm. What would it take for you to believe that this is real? That you can be visible and successful and safe? I don't know. More time? More proof? Or maybe you just need to sit with the discomfort of good things happening. Of being seen and valued instead of attacked. Delaney sat with that. She'd spent so many years expecting the worst that she didn't know how to process the best. That's hard, she admitted. I know. But you're doing it. You're building a life where you're visible and successful. Where you have work you're proud of and a partner you love. Where you're part of a community instead of isolated. June paused. That's not the life of someone who's being destroyed by visibility. That's the life of someone who's thriving. I don't know how to thrive. Then learn. Start by accepting this job. By doing good work. By letting yourself be proud of what you've built. After they hung up, Delaney drove to the shop. Iris was with a customer, so Delaney went upstairs to the apartment. Their apartment. The space they were slowly filling with evidence of their shared life. She looked at the shelves she'd built. The bed they shared. The kitchen where they made coffee together every morning. The bathroom where Iris's products crowded the counter and Delaney pretended to be annoyed but secretly loved it. This was home. Real, tangible, safe. And she'd built it. With Iris, yes. But she'd shown up for it. She'd been brave enough to reach for it. Maybe June was right. Maybe this was what thriving looked like. Not the absence of fear. But building a life worth being afraid for. Iris. A month after the segment aired, they had their first official day where everything felt normal. No one mentioned the TV appearance. No one came in specifically because of the publicity. It was just a regular day at the shop. Iris processed orders. Made arrangements. Consulted with clients about upcoming events. Delaney worked upstairs on the apartment, building custom storage solutions. It was mundane. Ordinary. Perfect. At closing, they sat on the floor behind the counter, their spot, and ate takeout Thai food. This felt like a normal day, Iris said. Is that good or bad? Good. Really good. I think we're settling. The publicity spike is over. We're just us now. Living our lives. Being visible but not spectacular. Exactly. Iris leaned against Delaney's shoulder. We did it. We went public. We survived. And now we just get to exist. Together. Together. They finished their food in comfortable silence. Then Delaney said, I have something for you. She pulled a small wooden box from her pocket. Simple, elegant, beautifully made. I made this. For you. For us. She opened it to reveal 2 wooden rings. They're not fancy. They're just a promise. That I'm all in. That I choose you. That I want to build this life with you. Iris felt tears spill over. Delaney. I know we haven't talked about marriage. And this isn't a proposal. It's just, Delaney's voice shook. I wanted you to have something tangible. Something that shows I'm committed. To you. To us. To this future we're building. Iris took one of the rings, felt the smooth wood under her fingers. What kind of wood? Oak. From the floorboards we replaced in the shop. So it's literally made from the foundation of what we built together. That's God, Delaney. That's perfect. I love you. I'm still scared sometimes. I'm still learning how to do this. But I love you. And I want you to know that. Iris slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly. I love you too. So much. And I'm so proud of you. Of us. Of everything we've survived and built and become. Delaney put on the other ring, and they sat there, marked by their commitment to each other, surrounded by flowers and sawdust and the evidence of their life. To building something beautiful, Iris said. To building something that lasts, Delaney added. To us. To us. They kissed in the shop, visible through the windows, wearing their wooden rings, claiming their future. And it felt like coming home. Chapter 20, Building a Future. Iris. The 6-month deadline passed on a Tuesday. Iris didn't realize it until she was looking at the calendar that evening and saw the dates circled in red. 6 months since she'd inherited the shop. 6 months since she'd met Delaney. 6 months that had changed everything. According to Viv's will, they could dissolve the partnership now. Split the business. Go their separate ways. Neither of them had mentioned it. Iris found Delaney upstairs, working on installing new crown molding in the bedroom. Do you know what day it is? Iris asked. Delaney looked up from her work. Tuesday. It's been 6 months. It took Delaney a moment. Then her eyes widened. The contract. The partnership deadline. Yeah. They stared at each other. Did you want to? Delaney started. No. God, no. Iris crossed to her. Did you? Not even a little bit. Delaney set down her tools. I want to stay. With you. With this. All of it. Then we should probably make it official. Real partnership. Not just the terms of Viv's will. Equal ownership. Equal everything. Partners in the business. Partners in life. Partners in all of it. Delaney pulled her close. I like the sound of that. Me too. They held each other in the half-finished bedroom, crown molding only partially installed, sawdust on the floor, and Iris felt overwhelmingly grateful for Aunt Viv's strange plan. She'd forced them together. Made them partners whether they wanted to be or not. And somehow, impossibly, it had worked. We should celebrate, Iris said. 6 months of survival. Of success. Of us. Dinner? Something better than dinner. Something, Iris pulled back, an idea forming. Let's have a party. Invite everyone who helped us get here. Pooja and Lauren. Malcolm. June. Yael from the bookstore. The vendors who gave us a chance. Everyone. A party. Delaney looked uncertain. With people. In our space. Too much. No. I'm not good at parties. You don't have to be good at them. You just have to show up. Let people celebrate you. Us. What we've built. Delaney considered it. Okay. Let's do it. Let's celebrate. Delaney. Planning the party was overwhelming in the best way. Iris handled most of it. She was better at the social aspects, at knowing who to invite and what to serve. But Delaney helped where she could. She built a bar for the shop out of reclaimed wood. She strung lights in the apartment. She made sure the space was ready to hold all these people who cared about them. The night of the party, Delaney stood in front of the bathroom mirror, trying to calm her nerves. Parties meant people. People meant questions. Questions meant vulnerability. But these weren't strangers. These were people who'd supported them. Who'd shown up when it mattered. She could do this. Iris appeared behind her in the mirror. You look beautiful. Delaney was wearing dark jeans and a button-up shirt, as dressed up as she got. I look nervous. You look like someone about to be celebrated by people who love them. That's allowed to be scary. What if I say something awkward? Then you say something awkward and everyone moves on because they care about you, not about you being perfectly articulate. Iris wrapped her arms around Delaney from behind. Just be yourself. That's all anyone wants. Being myself is terrifying. I know. But you're so good at it when you let yourself. The doorbell rang. The first guests arriving. Delaney took a breath. Okay. Let's do this. The party was smaller than Iris had originally planned, maybe 20 people in the shop and apartment. But it felt full. Warm. Right. Pooja arrived with wine and commentary. Malcolm brought his new boyfriend and stories about his latest design project. June came with her teenager kids, who were shy but kind. Yael brought books and introduced them to other queer business owners in the neighborhood. The vendors who'd given them a chance early on. The wedding planners who'd started referring clients. The customers who'd become friends. All of them in this space that Delaney and Iris had built together. Delaney found herself relaxing as the evening went on. People weren't interrogating her. They were just talking. Asking about the renovations. Complimenting the woodwork. Sharing their own stories. At one point, June pulled her aside. "Look at you," June said. "Hosting a party. Being social. Existing in a space full of people who know you're trans and queer and in love. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. It never is. The anticipation is always worse than the reality." June squeezed her shoulder. "I'm proud of you. You've come so far. I had good help. You did the work. We just provided support." Delaney looked around the room. At Iris laughing with Malcolm. At Pooja and Lauren dancing to the music playing from someone's phone. At strangers who'd become friends, all here to celebrate what they'd built. "This is what community looks like," Delaney said quietly. "I forgot what that felt like. Well, now you know. And you don't have to forget again." Iris. Halfway through the party, Iris climbed onto the bar that Delaney had built and clinked her glass with a spoon. "Can I have everyone's attention?" The room quieted. "I wanted to say thank you. To all of you. For being here tonight. For supporting us over the past 6 months. For helping us save this shop and build something beautiful." Pooja whistled. Someone clapped. "6 months ago, I inherited a failing flower shop and a partnership with a stranger. I was grieving my aunt. I was terrified of failing. I had no idea what I was doing." Iris found Delaney in the crowd. "And then I met Delaney. Who was just as terrified as I was. Who had her own reasons for wanting to stay invisible. Who had every reason to walk away from this mess." Delaney's eyes were wet. But she didn't walk away. She stayed. She built. She showed up every day and made this place into something worth saving. And somewhere along the way, we stopped being strangers. We became partners. And then we became, Iris's voice cracked. We became everything to each other. "Get it, Iris?" Pooja shouted. Everyone laughed. "So this party is for you, all of you who helped us. But it's also for us. For 6 months of survival. For choosing each other every day. For building something that lasts." Iris raised her glass. "To petals and thorns. To partnership. To love. To community. To all of us." "To all of us," everyone chorused. Delaney helped Iris down from the bar, pulled her into a kiss that made everyone cheer. "That was a good speech," Delaney murmured. "I meant every word." "I know. That's what made it good." They danced, if you could call Delaney's awkward swaying dancing, and ate too much food and laughed with people who cared about them. And Iris felt, for the first time since Aunt Viv died, like she'd found her people. Her place. Her home. Not just in Delaney. But in this community, chosen family, the people who showed up and stayed. Delaney. Late in the evening, after most people had left, Delaney found herself on the back step with June. "Big day," June said. "Yeah. How are you feeling about it?" "All of it. The party. The publicity. The 6 months. The future." Delaney thought about it. Really thought about it. "I'm scared," she said finally. "I'm still scared every day. But I'm also happy. Really, genuinely happy. And I didn't think I could be both. Scared and happy at the same time. That's called being alive. Being human. Caring about something means being afraid of losing it. I care about Iris so much it terrifies me." "Good. That means it's real. That means it matters. I keep waiting for something to go wrong. For the publicity to blow up in our faces. For clients to drop me. For, I don't know. The other shoe to drop. And if it does? Then I guess I'll handle it. With Iris. The way we've handled everything else." June smiled. "That's growth. A few months ago you would have said you'd run. Hide. Protect yourself. Now you're talking about handling it together. Iris changed me. Iris gave you a reason to change. But you did the actual changing. You chose to show up. To be vulnerable. To build a life worth risking things for. Delaney looked through the window at Iris, who was laughing with Pooja and Malcolm. I love her so much, Delaney said. I didn't think I was capable of this kind of love. After everything that happened. After everyone who left. You're capable of anything when you feel safe enough to try. And Iris makes you feel safe. She does. She really does. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Then June said, "What's next? For you two?" "I don't know. Keep building the business. Keep building our life together. Maybe," Delaney stopped. "Maybe what?" "Maybe get married someday. If she wants to. If I can be brave enough to actually propose." June grinned. "You're thinking about marriage?" "The rings were a promise. But I want everything. The legal protection. The public claiming. All of it. Then go for it. When you're ready. There's no rush. Says the woman who's been pushing me to grow for 4 years. I push you to grow at your own pace. There's a difference." June stood, stretched. "I should get home. Kids have school tomorrow." "But Delaney? I'm really proud of you. You've done something incredible here. Built something beautiful. With someone who loves you. That's more than surviving. That's thriving." After June left, Delaney stayed on the step for a few more minutes, processing. She was thriving. Actually thriving. Not despite the fear, but alongside it. Not despite being trans, but as herself, fully and openly. With Iris. With community. With a future that felt possible. Iris. At the end of the night, when everyone had finally left and it was just the two of them cleaning up, Delaney said, "I have something to tell you." "Okay. I talked to a lawyer today. About the partnership. About making it official." Iris's heart skipped. And I want to do it right. Equal ownership. Written agreements. Legal protection for both of us. I want this to be real. Permanent. I want that too. Good. Because I also, Delaney pulled out a folder. I had them draw up paperwork for something else. Iris took the folder, opened it. Power of attorney. Medical directives. Emergency contact forms. All the legal protections that unmarried couples needed. Delaney. I want you to have this. All of it. If something happens to me, I want you to be the one making decisions. I want you to be protected. I want, Delaney's voice shook. I want you to have everything I can give you. Because you're my family. My person. My home. Iris felt tears spill over. God, this is huge. I know. And I know it's not marriage. Not yet. But it's a promise. It's commitment. It's you choosing me in every legal way possible. Iris set down the papers, pulled Delaney close. I love you. So much. And I want to give you the same. All the protections. All the legal claims. Everything. We'll go together. Make it official. Partners in every way that matters. Partners in every way that exists. They held each other in the empty shop, surrounded by the remnants of the party, the evidence of their community, the proof of their success. We did it, Iris whispered. We saved the shop. We built a life. We found each other. We did more than that. We built something that lasts. Something real. Delaney pulled back to look at her. And we're just getting started. Yeah. Yeah. This is just the beginning. Of us. Of everything we're going to build together. Iris kissed her, deep and sure and full of promise. 6 months ago, she'd been grieving and alone and terrified of failing. Now she had Delaney. Had the shop. Had a community. Had a future that stretched out bright and possible before them. All because Aunt Viv had forced them together. Had seen something they couldn't see themselves. Had given them not just a business, but a chance. A chance to build something beautiful. A chance to find each other. A chance to become exactly who they were meant to be. Delaney. That night, lying in bed in the apartment they'd made theirs, Delaney said, "Thank you." For what? For not giving up on me. For being patient. For showing me that being visible doesn't mean being destroyed. You showed yourself that. I just believed in you until you could believe in yourself. That's everything, though. That belief. That patience. That love. Delaney traced patterns on Iris's shoulder. I spent so many years thinking I had to do everything alone. That asking for help was weakness. That needing someone made me vulnerable. And now? Now I know that being vulnerable with the right person is the bravest thing I can do. That needing you doesn't make me weak. It makes me whole. Iris kissed her softly. You make me whole too. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, wearing their wooden rings, surrounded by the evidence of the life they'd built. The shop below them. The community around them. The future ahead of them. All of it possible because they'd chosen each other. Every day. Even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. And that was everything. Chapter 21, Community. Iris. The wedding was in June, 4 months after the news segment aired. 2 brides, both in their early 30s, Emma and Sophia, who'd booked Iris after seeing the interview. They'd specifically said they wanted to work with a queer-owned business that understood what it meant to celebrate love that had to fight to exist. Iris had spent weeks planning their flowers. White peonies and garden roses, with touches of lavender and eucalyptus. Romantic, elegant, deeply personal. The kind of arrangements that told a story. The morning of the wedding, Iris and Delaney arrived at the venue early to set up. A renovated barn an hour outside the city, all exposed beams and string lights and rustic charm. This is beautiful, Delaney said, looking around. It really is. Iris started unpacking the arrangements. Can you help me with the arbor? I need to attach the garland. They worked together in comfortable rhythm. Iris directing, Delaney providing height and muscle, both of them creating something beautiful. The wedding planner came through on her final check. Oh, these are stunning. You two are incredible. Thank you, Iris said, adjusting a peony. We wanted it to be perfect for them. You're the couple from the news, right? The flower shop renovation? That's us. Emma and Sophia are so excited you're doing their flowers. They said it felt meaningful. Having queer people help create their wedding. After she left, Delaney said quietly, "Does that feel weird to you? Being hired specifically because we're queer?" A little. But also, isn't that what we wanted? To serve our community? To create spaces for people like us? I guess. I'm just not used to being seen as representative. Like we symbolize something bigger than ourselves. We don't have to symbolize anything. We're just doing our job. The fact that we're queer and they're queer and we all get it, that's just a bonus. Delaney was quiet for a moment. Then, yeah. Okay. I can live with that. The ceremony was beautiful. Emma and Sophia stood under the flower-draped arbor that Iris and Delaney had created together, and said vows that made half the guests cry. They talked about fighting for their love. About choosing each other every day. About building a life in a world that didn't always make space for them. Iris, watching from the back, felt Delaney take her hand. That could be us someday, Delaney whispered. Iris's heart skipped. Yeah. Yeah. If you want it. I want it. They stood hand in hand, watching two women get married, and Iris felt the future open up before them. Bright and possible and real. After the ceremony, during cocktail hour, Emma approached them. The flowers are perfect. Even better than I imagined. I'm so glad, Iris said. Congratulations. The ceremony was beautiful. Thank you. And thank you for, Emma paused. This is going to sound weird, but thank you for existing. For being visible. Sophia and I saw your interview and it made us feel less alone. Made us feel like there were people out there who got it. You're not alone, Iris said. There's a whole community of us. Building lives. Getting married. Being happy. I know. But seeing you two together, successful, clearly in love, that meant something. So thank you. After Emma walked away, Iris turned to Delaney. Does that still feel weird? A little. But also, kind of amazing. That just by existing, by being ourselves, we gave someone hope. That's what visibility means. Not performing. Not being perfect. Just existing openly and letting people see that it's possible. I'm starting to get that. They stayed for the reception, watching Emma and Sophia dance their first dance as a married couple, surrounded by friends and family who loved them. And Iris thought, this is what we're building. Not just a business. But a community. A world where queer love is celebrated. Where trans women can get married and run businesses and be happy. Where people like them could thrive. Delaney. A week after the wedding, Yael from the bookstore next door invited them to an LGBTQ+ business owners meetup. It's informal, Yael said, leaning against the counter. Just local queer folks who run businesses. We meet once a month, network, support each other. You too should come. Delaney's first instinct was to say no. Groups made her nervous. Public queer spaces made her nervous. The idea of being in a room full of people who knew she was trans made her nervous. But Iris was already saying yes. We'd love to come. When and where? Next Tuesday, 7 p.m., at the community center. Bring business cards if you have them. After Yael left, Delaney said, You know I'm terrible at networking. You're not terrible. You're just scared. There's a difference. What if people ask invasive questions? Then you set boundaries. You don't owe anyone your story. Iris squeezed her hand. But I think you'll be surprised. These are our people. They get it. Tuesday night, Delaney almost backed out 3 times. But Iris was so excited, and Delaney couldn't disappoint her. So she put on her least wrinkled button-up, grabbed the business cards Iris had made for her carpentry services, and went. The community center was full of people, maybe 30 of them, all ages, all presentations. A trans man running a coffee shop. A non-binary person with a graphic design business. A lesbian couple who owned a bakery. Yael and their husband, who ran the bookstore together. All of them queer. All of them building something. All of them existing openly. Delaney felt something loosen in her chest. You must be Iris and Delaney, a woman said, approaching them. I'm Andrea. I saw your interview. The flower shop looks amazing. Thank you, Iris said. It was a lot of work. I bet. I run a catering company. I'd love to talk about partnering for events. We could offer package deals. Flowers and food. They exchanged cards. Andrea moved on to talk to someone else. Then another person approached. And another. People who'd seen the segment. People who wanted to collaborate. People who just wanted to say hello, to welcome them to the community. No one asked invasive questions. No one made Delaney feel like a spectacle. They just treated her like a business owner. Like a person. Like someone who belonged. Halfway through the evening, Yael found her standing alone by the refreshments table. How are you holding up? Better than I expected, Delaney admitted. This is nice. Everyone's been really welcoming. That's the point. We look out for each other. Support each other's businesses. Create community. Yael grabbed a cookie. I'm glad you came. I know public spaces can be hard, especially for trans folks. But you're safe here. We've got your back. Thank you. That means a lot. Of course. We're family, right? The family we choose. After Yael walked away, Delaney stood there, processing. Family. Community. People who had her back. She'd forgotten what that felt like. Or maybe she'd never really had it before. But she had it now. Iris. At the end of the night, as they were driving home, Iris asked, "So? What did you think?" I think, Delaney paused, choosing her words. I think I've been isolating myself for so long that I forgot what community feels like. What it's like to be in a room full of people who just get it. Who don't need explanations or disclaimers. Did anyone ask invasive questions? No. They just treated me like a normal person running a business. Which is all I ever wanted. See? Not all visibility is bad. Not all visibility is bad, Delaney agreed. Especially when you're visible to the right people. They drove in comfortable silence for a while. Then Delaney said, Andrea wants to partner with us for events. And that bakery couple wants to do a wedding showcase together. And someone asked if I'd teach a woodworking class at the center. Are you going to? I don't know. Maybe. It's a lot. You don't have to say yes to everything. You're allowed to take things at your own pace. I know. But I want to. I want to be part of this. Part of community. Delaney glanced at her. Is that weird? A few months ago I was hiding from everyone. Now I'm thinking about teaching classes and partnering with other businesses. It's not weird. It's growth. You're letting yourself have what you've been afraid of for years: connection, visibility, belonging. It's terrifying. I know. But you're doing it anyway. That's what makes it brave. Delaney. The next week, Delaney taught her first woodworking class. Just a basic intro, 6 people, 2 hours, learning to make simple cutting boards. She'd almost canceled twice. Had a mini panic attack the night before. But Iris had talked her through it. You're good at this. You know your craft. Just teach them what you know. So she did. The class was small. Intimate. 3 queer people in their 20s, a trans guy in his 40s, and 2 older lesbians who'd been together for 30 years. Delaney showed them how to select wood. How to measure and cut. How to join pieces together. How to sand and finish. And they listened. Asked questions. Made their own cutting boards with pride. At the end, the trans guy approached her. Thank you for this. I've wanted to learn woodworking for years, but I was always scared I wouldn't be welcome in those spaces. As a trans person. Delaney knew exactly what he meant. You're always welcome in my spaces. This is for us. By us. That means everything. After everyone left, Delaney stood in the workshop, surrounded by sawdust and scraps of wood and the evidence of what she'd built, not just cutting boards, but community. Space. Belonging. Iris found her there. How'd it go? Really well. They made beautiful cutting boards. And one of them, a trans guy, thanked me for making a space where he felt welcome. You did that. You created that. We created it. You showed me it was possible. I just followed your lead. Iris crossed to her, took her hands. No. You did this yourself. You showed up. You taught. You created space for people like us. That's all you. I couldn't have done it without you. Maybe not. But you still did it. And I'm so proud of you. Delaney pulled her close, held her tight. I love you. I love you too. They stood in the workshop, surrounded by the tools of Delaney's trade, and Delaney felt something she'd never felt before. Pride. Not just in her work, but in herself. In who she was becoming. In the life she was building. In the community she was part of. Iris. A month after the LGBTQ+ business owners meetup, Malcolm came to visit again. He brought lunch and settled into their apartment like he belonged there. The place looks great, he said, looking around at the fully renovated space. Very you too. Functional and beautiful. Delaney built most of it, Iris said. Of course she did. She's talented. Malcolm took a bite of his sandwich. And how are things? Business? Life? Love? Good. Really good. The shop is thriving. We're booked solid through the fall. Delaney's carpentry business is taking off. We're teaching classes. We're part of this whole queer business community. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. How are you? How's? Iris paused, trying to remember his boyfriend's name. Daniel. And we broke up. Oh, Malcolm. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was mutual. We wanted different things. He wanted casual, I wanted, Malcolm shrugged. I wanted what you have. Partnership. Building a life together. All of it. You'll find it. I know. I'm not worried. Malcolm smiled. Honestly, seeing you and Delaney gives me hope. You found each other in the most unlikely way. You built something real. If that's possible, then anything is. It wasn't always easy. The good things never are. But you did it. You're doing it. Malcolm squeezed her hand. And I'm so proud of you. For being brave. For being yourself. For finding love. Thank you. For being my friend. For showing me what healthy love looks like, even when it wasn't romantic. Always. Your family. After Malcolm left, Iris thought about what he'd said. About being an example of what's possible. She'd never wanted that responsibility. Had never set out to be inspirational or representative. But maybe that's what visibility meant. Not performing. Not trying to be perfect. Just living openly and letting people see that it was possible. Just being herself with Delaney and letting that be enough. Delaney. 3 months after the business owners' meetup, Delaney realized she'd been consistently happy for weeks. Not just moments of happiness. Not just the absence of panic. But actual, sustained contentment. She had work she was proud of. She had Iris. She had community. She had a home. She had a life. It was such a strange feeling after years of just surviving. She was working on a custom bookshelf for a client when June came by for a surprise visit. Hey. I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd stop in. Come in. I'm just finishing up. June looked around the shop, at the flowers Iris was arranging, at the space they'd created together. This place is incredible. You two have really built something special. We have. Delaney set down her sander. How are your kids? Good. Busy. Growing up too fast. June paused. Actually, my daughter asked about you. She's been questioning her gender. She saw your interview and she wanted me to ask if you'd be willing to talk to her sometime. About your experience. Delaney felt her chest tighten. I don't know if I'm the right person. You don't have to say yes. I know it's a lot to ask. But she looks up to you. She sees you being successful and happy and visible. And she wants to know how you got there. Delaney thought about it. About the 12-year-old boy whose grandfather had visited. About Emma and Sophia's wedding. About the trans guy in her woodworking class. About all the people who'd told her that her visibility mattered. Okay, she said. I'll talk to her. I can't promise I'll have all the answers. But I can share my experience. June's eyes welled up. Thank you. That means everything. How old is she? 16. Smart, scared, trying to figure out who she is. Just like you were once. Yeah. I remember. After June left, Delaney told Iris what had happened. You said yes, Iris said, surprised. I did. Is that okay? It's more than okay. It's, God, Delaney. You're mentoring someone. You're being the person you needed when you were figuring things out. I'm terrified I'll say the wrong thing. You won't. You'll just be honest. That's all she needs. That weekend, June brought her daughter by the shop. Her name was Claire. She had June's eyes and a nervous energy that Delaney recognized immediately. They sat in the apartment, Delaney, Claire, and Iris, and talked. Claire asked questions. About when Delaney knew. About how she told people. About what transition was like. About the hard parts and the good parts. And Delaney answered honestly. About the fear and the loss and the isolation. But also about the relief of finally being herself. About finding people who accepted her. About building a life worth living. Does it get easier? Claire asked quietly. Yes and no. Some things get easier. Some things stay hard. But you get stronger. You learn who you are. You find your people. Delaney looked at Iris. You find love that sees you clearly and stays anyway. And that makes everything worth it. I'm scared, Claire whispered. I know. Being trans is scary. The world isn't always kind to us. But you're not alone. There are people like us everywhere. Building good lives. Being happy. You can have that too. Did you ever regret it? Transitioning? Never. Not once. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. But it was also the best thing. Because now I get to be myself. And that's worth everything. Claire was quiet for a long moment. Then, thank you. For being honest. For being visible. For showing me it's possible. You're going to be okay. It might not feel like it right now. But you're going to be okay. After Claire and June left, Delaney sat with Iris on the couch, processing. You were amazing with her, Iris said. I just told the truth. That's what made it amazing. You gave her hope. You showed her a future where she could be herself and be happy. Is this what it means? Being visible? Being a person people can look to? You don't have to be anyone's hero. You just have to be yourself. That's enough. It feels like a lot. I know. But you're handling it. Look at you. Teaching classes. Mentoring kids. Being part of a community. Thriving. Delaney pulled Iris close. I couldn't do any of this without you. Yes, you could. But I'm glad you don't have to. They sat together as the sun set, the apartment warm around them, the shop quiet below. And Delaney thought about all the people who'd told her that her visibility mattered. The mother with her trans daughter. The grandfather with his trans grandson. Emma and Sophia. The people in her woodworking class. Claire. All of them looking to her and Iris as proof that it was possible. To be trans. To be queer. To be in love. To build a business. To have a community. To be happy. It was terrifying, being that for people. But it was also, kind of amazing. She wasn't alone anymore. She was part of something bigger. Part of a community that supported each other, that lifted each other up, that showed the world that they could thrive. And that was worth everything. Chapter 22, Home. Iris. The follow-up interview with Claudia was scheduled for a Thursday in August. 6 months after the first segment. 6 months of growth and change and building a life together. Claudia arrived with the same cameraman, the same warm smile. It's so good to see you both again. The shop looks even better than last time. We've made some improvements, Iris said. Added some new features. Delaney built a custom consultation area. I can't wait to see it all. Should we get started? This time, there was no fear. No panic. Just anticipation. Delaney stood beside Iris, no longer hiding, no longer scared to be seen. They were partners. In everything. And they were ready to claim that publicly. The interview was easy this time. Claudia asked about the business, how many weddings they'd done, how the community had responded, what their plans for the future were. We've booked over 30 weddings in the past 6 months, Iris said. We're working with event planners across the region. And we've started partnering with other LGBTQ+ owned businesses to offer complete wedding packages. That's incredible growth. And Delaney, how's your carpentry business? Busy. Really busy. I've taken on several large renovation projects. And I'm teaching woodworking classes at the community center. So the visibility from our first segment helped both businesses? Delaney and Iris exchanged a look. It did, Delaney said. I won't lie, I was terrified of going public. I'd had bad experiences with media in the past. But this time was different. The response was overwhelmingly positive. And it opened doors I didn't expect. Like what? Like community. Like other queer business owners reaching out to collaborate. Like people specifically seeking us out because they wanted to support queer-owned businesses. Delaney's voice was steady. And like being able to mentor younger trans people who need to see that it's possible to build a good life. Iris felt tears prick at her eyes. Delaney had come so far. That's beautiful, Claudia said. And what about your personal life? You mentioned in the first interview that you're partners in every way that matters. How has that evolved? Iris looked at Delaney, who nodded. We're building a life together, Iris said. We live above the shop. We run the business together. We're equal partners in everything. And she held up her hand, showing the wooden ring. We're committed. To each other. To this future we're creating. Those rings are lovely. What are they made of? Oak, Delaney said. From the original floorboards of the shop. So they're literally made from the foundation of what we built together. That's incredibly meaningful. Are you planning to get married? Another look between them. Eventually, Iris said. When the time is right. For now, we're happy building our life together. Making it official legally, we have power of attorney, medical directives, all the protections. The ceremony will come when it feels right. Well, I'll be first in line to cover that wedding, Claudia said with a warm smile. Thank you both so much for the update. It's clear you've built something really special here. After Claudia and the cameraman left, Iris turned to Delaney. You were amazing. So articulate. So confident. I wasn't scared this time. Because I know now, visibility with the right people, in the right context, can be good. Can be powerful. Look at you. Growing and shit. Delaney laughed. Growing and shit. Very eloquent. I contain multitudes. They held each other in the shop, surrounded by flowers and the evidence of their success. And Iris felt overwhelmingly grateful. For Aunt Viv's strange plan. For Delaney's courage. For the life they'd built together. For all of it. Delaney. A week after the follow-up segment aired, Delaney was closing up the shop when she found the letter. It was tucked into the mail, an actual handwritten envelope addressed to both her and Iris. She opened it carefully. Dear Iris and Delaney. You don't know me, but I saw both of your interviews on Channel 7. I'm writing because I need you to know what your visibility has meant to me. I'm a trans woman. I'm 52 years old. I came out 5 years ago and lost everything: my wife, my kids, my job, my church. I've spent the last 5 years barely surviving, convinced that I'd made a terrible mistake, that being myself would never be worth the cost. Then I saw you too. Running a successful business. Clearly in love. Part of a community. Happy. And for the first time in 5 years, I felt hope. I've started rebuilding. I got a new job. I'm going to therapy. I'm trying to reconnect with my kids. And I joined a local LGBTQ+ support group. I'm not where you are yet. But seeing you showed me it's possible. That being trans doesn't mean a life of misery. That I can be myself and still build something good. Thank you for being visible. Thank you for being yourselves. Thank you for showing people like me that we can survive, and even thrive. With gratitude, Sarah. Delaney read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down her face. When Iris came downstairs, she found Delaney sitting on the floor, holding the letter. What's wrong? Delaney handed her the letter wordlessly. Iris read it, and her eyes filled with tears too. Delaney. You gave her hope. We gave her hope. I didn't do anything. I just existed. Lived my life. That's everything. Don't you see? Just by being yourself, by being visible, you showed her a different future was possible. It feels like too much. Like I don't deserve that kind of impact. You don't have to deserve it. You just have to accept it. That your life, our life, matters to people. That our happiness proves something important. That love is possible. That community is possible. That thriving is possible. Delaney pulled Iris close, held her tight. I love you. So much. And I'm so grateful you pushed me to be brave. To be visible. To build this life. I love you too. And I'm grateful you trusted me. That you chose us even when it was terrifying. They sat on the floor of the shop, holding each other, the letter between them. And Delaney felt something settle deep in her chest. Purpose. Meaning. The knowledge that her life, her happiness, her visibility, her love, mattered beyond just herself. That being herself was enough. More than enough. That it was everything. Iris. 2 weeks later, on a quiet Sunday evening, they were closing up the shop together. Iris was sweeping while Delaney fixed a squeaky hinge on the front door, the same ritual that had played out 100 times before. But this time felt different. Final somehow. Like something was ending and something else was beginning. You okay? Delaney asked, testing the door. It swung smooth and silent. Yeah. Just thinking. About? About how far we've come. 6 months ago we were barely speaking. Broken up. Scared. And now, Iris gestured around the shop. Now we have this. All of it. We do. Delaney crossed to her, took the broom, set it aside. And we're just getting started. Yeah. Yeah. We have weddings booked through next year. We're expanding the business. We're part of a community. We have a life. Delaney pulled her close. And I want all of it. With you. For as long as you'll have me. Forever, then. I want you forever. Forever sounds good. They stood in the middle of the shop, holding each other, the lights still on, the windows uncovered. Visible to anyone walking by. And Delaney didn't flinch. I spent years making myself invisible, Delaney said quietly. I thought that was the only way to be safe. I built walls and hid behind them and convinced myself that was strength. And now? Now I know the difference between isolation and sanctuary. Between hiding and choosing privacy. Between being alone and being home. Delaney cupped Iris's face. You're my home. This life we're building, it's my home. And I don't want to hide from that anymore. You're not hiding. You're thriving. We're thriving. Together. Iris kissed her, soft and deep and full of promise. When they pulled apart, Delaney said, I have something for you. Another gift? You already gave me the rings. This is different. Come upstairs. They climbed to the apartment, and Delaney led Iris to the bedroom. There, mounted on the wall above their bed, was a piece of custom woodwork. A carved panel, intricate and beautiful, with words burned into the grain. She'd spent so long hiding. But here, in this apartment above the florist, with this woman who loved her loudly, she finally understood the difference between isolation and sanctuary. She wasn't hiding anymore. She was home. Iris felt tears spill over. Delaney. When did you make this? Over the past month. In secret. I wanted something permanent. Something that captures what this means. What you mean to me. It's perfect. I love you. And I want to spend the rest of my life showing up for you. Being brave with you. Building this home with you. Iris pulled her into a kiss. Deep and certain and full of everything she felt. I love you too. So much. And I can't wait to build the rest of our lives together. They made love that night with a tenderness that felt like promise. Like commitment. Like coming home. And afterward, lying tangled together, Iris said, we should get married. What? Not right now. But soon. I want to marry you. I want to stand in front of everyone we love and claim you publicly and make promises we'll spend our lives keeping. Delaney was quiet for a long moment. Then, yes. 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 I want that too. I want to marry you. I want everyone to know you're mine and I'm yours and we chose each other. Even though it means being visible. Being public. Especially because of that. I'm done hiding. I'm done letting fear dictate my life. Delaney kissed her. I want to celebrate our love. Openly. Proudly. With everyone who matters. Then let's do it. Let's get married. Okay. When? I don't know. Next spring? Give us time to plan. Make it beautiful. Next spring, Delaney agreed. I can wait that long. As long as I know it's coming. As long as I know this is real. It's real. The realest thing I've ever had. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, the carved words watching over them, the apartment quiet around them. And Iris dreamed of spring weddings and white flowers and Delaney in a suit, saying vows that would make everyone cry. Dreamed of a future that was theirs. Chosen. Built with love and courage and hope. Dreamed of home. Delaney. 6 months later, on a cold February morning, Delaney woke up to Iris pressed against her side, breathing softly. It had been a year since the first news segment. A year since they'd gone public. A year of growth and change and building a life together. She lay there, listening to Iris breathe, feeling overwhelmingly grateful. For this woman who'd refused to let her hide. Who'd pushed her to be brave. Who'd loved her through every panic attack and moment of fear. For this life they'd built. The shop below them, thriving and successful. The community around them, supportive and real. The future ahead of them, bright with possibility. For all of it. Iris stirred, opened her eyes. Morning. Morning. What time is it? Early. Go back to sleep. Can't. Too awake now. Iris shifted to look at her. What were you thinking about? You. Us. How grateful I am. Sappy in the morning. I like it. I'm serious. I was just taking stock. Of everything we have. Everything we've built. And I'm happy. Really, genuinely, sustainably happy. Delaney ran her fingers through Iris's hair. I didn't think I could be this happy. After everything that happened. After all the years of hiding and fear. You deserve happiness. You always did. Maybe. But I didn't believe it. Not until you. They lay together in the quiet morning, the apartment warm around them, the world still sleeping outside. I've been thinking, Iris said. About the wedding. About what we want it to be. And I want it to be us. Small. Intimate. Just the people who matter. Nothing fancy or performative. Just love. I want that too. Petals and Thorns as the venue? We could do it here. In the shop. Where it all started. Where Viv forced us together. Where we found each other. Iris smiled. It feels right. Getting married in the space we saved together. The space that made us partners. Okay. The shop. Small guest list. Spring. April. May. May. Let's give ourselves time. May it is. They spent the morning in bed, planning their wedding. Nothing elaborate. Nothing performative. Just them and the people they loved, celebrating in the space they'd built together. It felt perfect. Later that day, they opened the shop together. The familiar ritual. Iris arranging flowers, Delaney fixing whatever needed fixing, both of them existing in comfortable harmony. A customer came in, a young woman, maybe 25, nervous and hopeful. Hi. I'm getting married in June. I was hoping you could do my flowers. Of course, Iris said. Congratulations. Tell me about your vision. As Iris consulted with the bride-to-be, Delaney worked in the background, listening. This was their life now. Creating beauty for other people's celebrations. Being part of love stories. Helping people mark important moments. It was good work. Meaningful work. Work that mattered. When the customer left, Iris came to find Delaney in the back room. You know what I just realized? What? We're going to do our own wedding flowers. We're going to create the arrangements for our own celebration. Is that weird? No. It's perfect. We get to make it exactly what we want. Together. Like everything else. Together, Delaney agreed. Always together. Iris. That evening, after closing, they walked through the neighborhood together. It had become a ritual, evening walks, hand in hand, through the streets they'd made home. Yael waved from the bookstore window. The couple who owned the bakery called out a greeting. People knew them now. Knew their story. Knew their love. And it felt normal. Good. Right. I was thinking about Sarah's letter, Iris said as they walked. About what she said. About us showing her that being trans doesn't mean a life of misery. I think about that letter a lot. Me too. And I think that's what visibility means. Not being perfect. Not being inspirational. Just being ourselves and letting people see that it's possible. I'm still scared sometimes, Delaney admitted. Of the exposure. Of people knowing about us. I know. But you do it anyway. That's what makes it brave. You make it feel safe. That's the difference. They walked in comfortable silence for a while. Then Delaney said, I talked to June yesterday. About Claire. How's she doing? Good. Really good. She came out to her dad. It didn't go well. But she has June and she has support and she's going to be okay. Because she has people showing her it's possible. Yeah. Because of that. They circled back to the shop, to the apartment above it, to the home they'd built together. And Iris felt the weight of it. The responsibility and the honor of being visible. Of showing people like Claire, like Sarah, like the 12-year-old boy and Emma and Sophia and everyone else who needed to see it, that it was possible. To be trans. To be queer. To be in love. To be successful. To be happy. To be home. Delaney. The night before their wedding, Delaney couldn't sleep. Not because of fear. Not because of doubt. But because of overwhelming gratitude. She was getting married tomorrow. To Iris. In the shop they'd saved together. In front of the people who mattered. She was going to stand in front of everyone and claim Iris as hers. Publicly. Proudly. Without fear. A year ago, that would have been impossible. Unthinkable. But Iris had shown her that being visible didn't mean being destroyed. That being seen by the right people meant being valued. That love could be the safest kind of visibility. She slipped out of bed carefully, not wanting to wake Iris. Went downstairs to the shop. The flowers for tomorrow were already arranged. White peonies and garden roses, just like the ones they'd done for Emma and Sophia's wedding. Elegant. Romantic. Perfect. The space was ready. The chairs set up. The arbor decorated. Everything was prepared. All that was left was to show up. To say the vows. To make the promises. To choose each other, publicly, in front of everyone. Delaney heard footsteps on the stairs. Iris appeared, wearing pajamas, hair messy. Couldn't sleep either. Too excited. Too grateful. Too everything. Iris crossed to her, took her hands. Are you scared? No. Not even a little bit. I'm ready. I want this. I want to marry you in front of everyone we love. I want to claim you publicly. I want everyone to know that you're mine and I'm yours. Even though it means being visible. Being seen. Especially because of that. I'm done hiding. You taught me that being seen by you, being loved by you, that's the safest thing in the world. I love you. So much. I love you too. And tomorrow, everyone's going to know it. They held each other in the shop, surrounded by flowers and the evidence of everything they'd built. Tomorrow, they'd get married. They'd make promises in front of their community. They'd celebrate the love that had saved them both. But tonight they just held each other in the space that had brought them together. In the shop. In the apartment above the florist. In the home they'd built. Together. Iris. The wedding was perfect. Small. Intimate. Just 30 people in the shop, all of them there because they mattered. Pooja and Lauren. Malcolm and his new boyfriend. June and her family, including Claire, who'd come out publicly and was thriving. Yael and their husband. The queer business owners who'd become friends. The vendors who'd believed in them. The customers who'd become family. All of them here to witness this. To celebrate this. Iris wore a simple white dress. Delaney wore a tailored suit. They both wore their wooden rings, and they'd made new ones too, proper wedding bands, also oak, also from the shop. Malcolm officiated. He'd gotten ordained online specifically for this. We're here today to witness the marriage of two people who found each other in the most unlikely way, Malcolm said. Who built something beautiful together. Who chose each other every day, even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. Iris looked at Delaney, who was crying. Actually crying. In front of everyone. I've known Iris for years, Malcolm continued. I've watched her grow into herself. Watched her fight to be seen. Watched her build a life on her own terms. And I've never seen her as happy as she is with Delaney. And Delaney, I haven't known you as long. But I've watched you be brave. Watched you choose visibility over safety. Watched you build a life worth living. And I've watched you love Iris with a fierceness that takes my breath away. So now, they're going to make promises to each other. Promises they'll spend their lives keeping. Promises that say, I see you. I choose you. I love you. Always. Malcolm stepped back. Iris went first. Delaney. When I met you, I was grieving and alone and terrified of failing. You were quiet and careful and so scared of being seen. We were strangers forced into partnership by my aunt's strange plan. But somewhere along the way, you stopped being a stranger. You became my partner. My best friend. My home. You taught me that love isn't about fixing broken things. It's about seeing someone whole and choosing them anyway. You showed me that being brave doesn't mean not being scared. It means being scared and doing it anyway. You taught me that visibility with the right person isn't exposure, it's being known. Being valued. Being loved. So today, I promise to keep choosing you. Every day. In every way. I promise to push you to be brave when you need it, and to hold you when fear wins. I promise to build this life with you, whatever comes. I promise to love you loudly, proudly, for as long as we both shall live. Iris slipped the new ring onto Delaney's finger. Then it was Delaney's turn. She took a breath, wiped her eyes, and spoke. Iris. I spent years making myself invisible. I thought that was the only way to be safe. I built walls and hid behind them and convinced myself that was strength. That needing people was weakness. That being seen meant being destroyed. Then I met you. And you refused to let me hide. You pushed and you challenged and you loved me until I couldn't stay closed off anymore. You showed me that being visible doesn't mean being vulnerable to attack. It means being open to connection. To community. To love. You taught me that safety isn't the absence of visibility. It's having someone in the foxhole with you. Someone who sees you clearly and stays anyway. Someone who loves you not despite your fear, but through it. I was so scared of being seen. But being seen by you, being known by you, being loved by you, that's the first safe thing I've ever known. So today, I promise to keep showing up. To keep being brave. To keep building this life with you, brick by brick, day by day. I promise to be your partner in everything, in business, in love, in life. I promise to love you as loudly as I can. To claim you publicly. To make sure everyone knows you're mine and I'm yours. I promise to choose you. Always. For as long as we both shall live. Delaney slipped the ring onto Iris's finger. Malcolm was crying now too. Half the audience was crying. By the power vested in me by the internet and the state of Pennsylvania, I now pronounce you married. You may kiss your bride. They kissed in the shop, in front of everyone, the space filled with flowers and love and community. And when they pulled apart, everyone cheered. Delaney. The reception was simple. Food from Andrea's catering company. Music from someone's playlist. Dancing in the shop between the displays. Delaney danced with Iris, actual dancing, not just swaying, and didn't care who saw. She was married. To Iris. In front of everyone. And it felt perfect. Right. Like everything she'd been afraid of had transformed into something beautiful. Later, June found her by the refreshments. Beautiful ceremony. Beautiful vows. Thank you. For everything. For helping me get here. You did the work. I just provided support. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. That matters. June smiled. Look at you. Married. Happy. Part of a community. Visible and thriving. I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of me too. Which is, weird. But good. Hold on to that. You've earned it. Claire approached, shy but hopeful. Congratulations. The wedding was beautiful. Thank you for coming, Delaney said. I wanted to tell you, I started hormones. Last month. And I'm changing my name legally. To Claire. Delaney felt tears prick at her eyes. That's amazing. How are you feeling? Scared. But also, right. Like I'm finally becoming myself. You are. And it's brave. All of it. You showed me it was possible. You and Iris. You showed me I could be myself and be happy and have a community and all of it. You're going to have all of it. I promise. It won't always be easy. But it'll be worth it. Thank you. For being visible. For being brave. For showing people like me that we can thrive. After Claire walked away, Delaney stood there, processing. She'd spent so long thinking of visibility as danger. As something that would hurt her. But visibility also meant this. Meant giving people like Claire hope. Meant showing them a different future was possible. Meant being part of something bigger than herself. Iris found her, slipped an arm around her waist. You okay? Yeah. Just taking it all in. All of this. All these people here because they care about us. All this love. We're lucky. We really are. They danced until late. Celebrated with people who loved them. Existed openly and joyfully and without fear. And when the last guest left and it was just the two of them, they stood in the shop, surrounded by the remnants of their wedding, and held each other. We're married, Iris whispered. We really are. How does it feel? Like coming home. They walked upstairs together, to the apartment above the florist, to the space they'd made theirs. And Delaney looked at the carved words above their bed. The words that captured everything they'd built. She'd spent so long hiding. But here, in this apartment above the florist, with this woman who loved her loudly, she finally understood the difference between isolation and sanctuary. She wasn't hiding anymore. She was home. She wasn't hiding anymore. She was home. With Iris. With community. With a life built on courage and love and hope. She was finally, fully, completely home. And that was everything.